Chapter 181. Frustration. Although Dream suggested doing some experiments, he and the girls took some time to settle down a bit more. It had been an emotionally and mentally taxing 5 days for all of them, and a bit of recovery was in order. However, for these three, recovery usually involved them going out and fighting demons, allowing Iris to eat, gather energy, and send it to them. But doing this required them to activate their powers, and the girls were still skittish about the thought. They were worried that any sort of energy usage or fluctuations in their soul would cause imbalances in Dream's delicate mediation between their contracts. So Dream decided to take a day or two to just relax. During this time, he inquired with the two about their new skills and whatnot. Apparently, during this advancement, Iris had gotten the least amount of changes. First, she got a new title called Blessed of the Void, and as per her Spectral Annihilator class, she got one skill called Annihilation and one called Deprive. She said that although the skills took on new names, her fighting style would be pretty much the same as before, just much more powerful and working a little different. Instead of burning fire, her Annihilation skill would corrode and tear apart on a fundamental level, destroying absolutely everything. She would also be able to absorb much more energy from her targets using Deprive, something that actually may have been the cause behind Dream's soul being permanently damaged. Other than that, one peculiar thing she noticed was that her Cook skill disappeared, and upon trying to cook, she found that she wasn't able to do so anymore. At least, not without destroying the food. The changes to her nature didn't allow the same methods to be used. As for Luna, she got two new titles. One was Blessed of the Greeks, and the other was Blessed of the Moon. It was clear she got one more blessing than Iris. As for her skills, the first was Revive, assumed to be an upgrade to her Restore. Another was Synergy, an upgrade to her Bestow, and lastly Guard, which she wasn't entirely sure about. Other than those skills, though, there were some that both girls got which were identical. One of these was in Nexus Familiar, Dream. As Dream had written the contract to their souls, the girls assumed that this was it. Another skill was Soul Sense. Dream wasn't sure how it worked, but the girls told him that it was a better version of their Ethereal Eyes, allowing them to sense souls much more clearly. Then there was Body-Spirit Duality. This skill basically allowed the girls to retract their physical form and become purely spectral, as per their classes. Although they wouldn't have the combat power that came from their physical bodies, they would still be able to use their skills and attack people. Basically, they now had three modes of being. One was purely spectral, where their souls and illusory forms would remain in the fourth dimension. Like this, they would be able to avoid all physical attacks, but they also couldn't attack physically, only magically. Then there was a partial manifestation where they could bring their illusory forms into the third dimension. This would let them appear in front of people like a ghost. Iris was not fond of this mode. And then there was total manifestation, where they could bring out their bodies as normal. As far as Dream could tell, their bodies had become somewhat like the heart. It was material, but could exist on the same dimension as the soul. It was weird, and he still wasn't sure what this material was. Either way, he was happy for them. One interesting perk this brought was how they could go basically anywhere they wanted in the fourth dimension. One of these places included within Dream's body. They could just turn illusory, and Luna's Synergize skill would allow her to safely reside right on top of her contract with Dream. Surprisingly, doing this didn't disturb the balance between hers and Iris's contracts. Iris could do the same thing as well. However, this was when they noticed something peculiar. Apparently, Luna's powers could be used on Iris. Dream noticed this when Iris went and planted herself on their contract. She had unconsciously tapped into Luna's skill, as she always did, so she could do the same thing as her. But by the time she caught herself, it was too late, and the exchange created fluctuations in Dream's soul that he quickly noticed. He was still very sensitive to anything related to the barrier. What Dream saw was gray mist. This gray mist had been accumulating within the capillaries, and it acted as a separation between the girls' powers. But when Iris's intent came to communicate with Luna's, her intent was actually transformed across the gray mist, and Luna's intent was able to interact with it as normal. Then when Luna sent over the power of her skill, it was also converted across the mist into something Iris could use. When Dream saw this, he was baffled. Sophia was too. She had watched the whole thing very closely and was able to make speculations which helped Dream come to this conclusion. There was one problem, though. The interaction and conversion actually consumed gray mist, While it wasn't a lot in this case, he could imagine the cost should Iris try to send huge amounts of energy over for Luna to recover from. But Dream was happy, very happy. This meant that they still had a chance to operate like they always did before. The girls wouldn't have to be separated, and they could still work in synchronous. Of course, he would have to figure out how to get a lot more of that gray mist, but it was a price he was willing to pay. So he got to experimenting. The gray mist accumulated in the center divide of the capillaries between the two opposing forces. Dream wasn't totally sure how it was created, but he knew it had something to do with his clear mana being a kind of mixer for their powers. So after inserting more of his mana, he went and created mana needles to help mix some more. These mana needles would gather up some of Luna's energy and shoot it over to Iris's, thus activating the conflict. When this happened, Dream could actually see some gray mist spring up out of the destruction. Though it wasn't a lot, if he did it across all the capillaries constantly, it would build up. So he did. He enchanted all the capillaries to carry out that function. With that, he could clearly see the production of gray mist kickstart. When this happened, though, yet another peculiarity popped up. The gray mist started spreading out, not just within the capillaries, but into his skill strings that were attached to the capillaries. Those strings slowly started being turned gray. He didn't stop it, though, because he actually found it to be incredibly nourishing, especially since his soul had been reduced to the state it was in. This got him even more excited. All of the capillaries had a string from his nucleus attached to them. If that gray mist traveled up the strings into his nucleus and nourished it, he assumed that he would become even more powerful than before. After going over the changes to their power, Dream had assumed that the girls would be excited. This was especially true when he told them about the gray mist and how they could all still cooperate. But they were still a bit depressed. The reason being because of Dream's own personal power. Both girls had S magic, Luna had S stamina, and Iris had S agility. The rest of their stats were S dash. It was a huge difference from before, and they had obviously become incredibly powerful. But unlike them, Dream had regressed in power significantly. None of his stats were over B. He couldn't even liquefy mana anymore. In fact, his bodily enchantments were already degraded some. They needed powerful influence to maintain, and he didn't have that anymore. When it came to stats, Dream already developed a general understanding of it. Each stat represented an area of functionality that was affected by the soul and its mana. Basically, the letters of the stats represented not only the boost in power, but also the level of power given by Dream's mana and soul. Higher agility meant his mana and perception could move faster. Higher stamina meant his soul could take more damage, and higher magic meant he could wield and store more mana. As for strength, he wasn't entirely sure what that affected. It wasn't simply bodily strength, but he couldn't define the rest of its effects clearly. Either way, these stats and their boosts all ultimately stemmed from the soul. When Dream enchanted or upgraded his body, he was increasing the synergy between matter and magic, allowing the stats to better take effect. This was what increased other stats like strength, but at the core, the soul's power didn't actually change. This was why none of his stats were ever above his magic stat. Magic was seen to be the best gauge for the soul's overall power, and it represented Dream's upper limit in material and magical capabilities. Knowing all this, with Dream's soul having been so thoroughly damaged by Iris's new annihilatory powers, he lost many of the magical boosts. And while he still had his supremely powerful body, the enchantments couldn't retain their original prowess since he didn't have the necessary soul power. Everything was rooted in the soul after all. So while he was a bit disappointed in the weakening, Dream had a good idea as to how to regain his power. He would just need to strengthen his soul again. While that would take a good deal of stress, pain, and time, he could do it. But just the fact that he had to do these things made the girls even more guilty than before. Because of this, they tried to find anything that could help. Luna decided to try her new revive skill, but after using it, only a few defects in Dream's soul were fixed up. It obviously wouldn't bring him back to full strength, although there was a slight nourishment to it, something a bit deeper than just giving him energy. Seeing this, Luna decided that she would use the skill as much as she could. If she could help him in any way, she would. Unfortunately, that was the only thing they had. Everything else was up to Dream. And while they hated that fact, there was nothing they could do. Knowing that they could activate their skills safely, though, the girls finally decided to go test out their powers in combat. Getting stronger was another way to support him. Dream also figured he could get out of the factory and exercise some, so he called over a ship and had it take the three of them to the planet. It's a good thing I made most of my bots mechanical, especially my mining teams. I won't be able to refresh enchantments much myself, though Luna should actually be able to help with that. When I recover, I should make some safeguards for this type of thing. As he sighed inwardly, the ship arrived near an outpost. This outpost was very small, nothing more than a village the demons wiped out. In it was 6 Class 3s, a few hundred Class 2s, and a small army of Class 1s. Stepping out of the ship, Dream hopped around on his toes for a bit as he overlooked the village. Sheesh, my influence can't hardly reach past 50 meters. I'm not sure that I could fight a Class 3, even with my awesome body. Hey Dream, didn't you say that you were able to advance? Maybe that would help. Advancement? I'm not sure. No, go away. I didn't call you out. When Dream said advancement, his message log popped out with the class advancement options. Annoyed, he was about to shoo it away when he saw something different. You cannot level up before choosing a class. Your selection of classes will be based on your profile and experience thus far. The choice you make cannot be taken back. Excess experience will be accumulated and gained after the class selection has been made. Select a class. A Shaper. A Archon Legacy. Prophet. Archon Legacy? Prophet? Ironic how you became worthy not by becoming stronger, but by getting weaker. My life is a tragedy. Anyway, this class sounds interesting, but I'm thinking I should still wait. I don't want to do the advancement and then hardly attain any power at all. I can imagine that it would severely hinder my future growth. I should at least get back to my previous strength. Sounds like a plan, but how long will that take? You're in a better position to answer that than me. It shouldn't take more than several months, although I won't be able to level up. The only thing I could do is level my skills, but I was only able to get those levels with my previous strength. It'll be difficult to push them with my weak magic. I think this is going to take much longer than before. You're severely disadvantaged. Nothing will be able to give you strength besides the grueling process of stressing your soul. With the girl's help it'll go faster, but I'm not sure by how much. Let's just take it a day at a time. After fighting some demons, we can go back to the factory and build some stuff. Maybe help with the railgun construction. Oh, speaking of building stuff, Irina and Mara gave us their answer. Oh geez. They said that they want to continue to valiantly fight on the front lines, which means you technically owe them a few weapons according to your promise. Asterisk psi asterisk of all the times. Well, they actually gave their answer a few days ago, but we were trying to not die at that time, so I didn't pay it attention. Either way, I haven't given them an answer. I'm not sure how you want to go about this. I don't know either. I'm not going to be able to give them the powerful weapons they're probably expecting. I mean, I could get them those guardian bots and ensure their safety, but personal weapons, not so much. Hell, I think I'm just about as powerful as they are now. I'll task a pair of guardian bots then. As for their weapons, what do you want to tell them? Nothing that reveals the fact that I'm weak. I guess. I don't know. Tell them I'm on the moon or something, and that I'm not exactly able to make them handmade weapons. If they want melee weapons, though, we've got plenty. Just take them from a bot. All right. Asterisk psi asterisk I feel bad, but there's really nothing I can do. Even if I used all my power, I wouldn't even be able to recreate Aegis's particles, let alone make weapons personalized to their skills. Anyway, let's go fight some demons now. Work out the muscle that is my soul. Shaking his head, Dream proceeded to dash towards the village with the girls. Well, it didn't really feel like dashing but jogging at a brisk pace. Oh my god, I'm so slow. I better get used to it. Come at me, demons. Yelling out and building frustration, Dream moved as fast as possible. After running like a child for a bit, he caught the attention of a few hundred Class 1s. Of course, he wasn't so weak as to not be able to slaughter them like chickens. Taking out a few dozen blades, he sent them through the hordes and felled them one after the other. That went on for several minutes until the Class 2s came out. When they fought him, he had to put in more effort to kill them, but it was still doable. What wasn't as killable, though, were the Class 3s. When he saw them, though, he didn't really care how weak he was. After fighting for a while, his frustration started building. He was feeling more and more powerless, more annoyed. He was angry, and while he knew why, he wanted to suppress those feelings. He didn't want the girls to feel more guilty than they already were. And he wasn't mad at them. He was mad at the situation. He tried looking at it from the bright side. But after fighting and truly feeling how weak he was, those feelings he didn't want to let out started surfacing. I hate losing progress. I hate it when all my work goes to waste. I hate it when what's mine is taken away from me. That was my strength, not just some armor or weapon. It's my path to greater knowledge. Blessed of the Greeks? Blessed of the void? Are those gods who gave the girls blessings? I appreciate you strengthening them, but if I find you when I get stronger, I'll make sure to kick your ass for setting me back so far. Yelling out in pent-up anger, Dream threw out a fist toward a Class 3 that was approaching him. Boom. Fist landing, the demon was sent tumbling for over 50 meters before correcting itself. On its chest was a bloody indent. Dream looked down at his hand. I guess doing those muscular upgrades were worth it despite the enchantment being weakened. That was almost pure bodily power. I can still hold my own against Class 3s. Good. Having alleviated some frustration, Dream smirked and got back into the fray. The girls made sure to take care of anything he couldn't handle from the sidelines. Chapter 182. Mistake. After fighting for a long while and venting his anger on the demons, Dream eventually wiped them all out, and having calmed down, he decided to go back up to the factory. As they were heading up, Sophia gave him a rundown of the general global situation. Turns out, the armies were making great progress. From what Sophia had heard, the human armies were planning on pushing all the way to the landbridge. From there, they would hunker down, stabilize their position, and then focus on recuperating at home. They had been thrown into disarray with the fall of the mercenary empire, and the overall state of affairs didn't warrant an all-out assault on the demon continent. The situation was similar with the animal empires. Actually, if directly comparing their states, the animal armies had it much better. The empire at the forefront was the United Empire, otherwise known as the strongest single empire on the planet. With everyone supporting that empire in the war efforts, taking the offensive was much easier. Like that, they had slowly but surely advanced their armies toward the land bridge. Although they weren't there yet, at the rate they were going, it would only be another couple of months until they were ready to attack. After that came the continent. Unfortunately, the offensive on the demon continent would be much more difficult than fighting on their homelands. It would go slower, and they would be met with much more resistance. Any invasion was disadvantageous for the instigator, but it was a necessary path that much everyone was certain of. While that was going on, Dream just focused on himself and recovering his strength, and the main way he did this was by building things. Anything that made him stress his skills and soul was beneficial. At the same time, he studied that new gray mist within his soul, the spread of which was advancing slowly but surely. One of the things Dream focused on in terms of construction was his second orbital railgun platform, otherwise known and recently named as the Long John. Since he had dipped so much in power, his construction capabilities were also drastically reduced. Although he still had all his construction bots, his intervention accelerated progress by several times when at full strength. Now that he was barely able to match up to one of his bots, the construction would take a while longer. A few months, in fact, but Dream was fine with that. He just wanted to build things. So that's what he did. Almost every day, he would be up in the factory working on the Long John. He would weld metal, bend metal, move tons of materials, assist in building the massive fusion reactors, enchant items, and more. One thing that Dream actually found funny was that Aegis now had better enchanting abilities than him. Dream had long put Aegis back into his body, but he didn't allow him to release the power of the heart. Dream's soul wouldn't be able to take it, and the contracts could be disturbed. Luckily, though, Aegis now had full control over the heart. Especially now, he was more valuable than ever. Other than Dream, the girls were out and about, finding different things they could do. Turns out, they could go anywhere they wanted even while contracted with Dream. And regardless of whether or not it was good, distance wouldn't affect the conflict of their powers across the contracts. Not even being across the world would do anything, as if the contracts could communicate across infinite distance. However, there was one amazing perk to this, and it came from one of Luna's skills. Luna was a familiar, and she was contracted with Dream in more ways than one. While she wasn't sure what her new skills did, she spent plenty of time messing around with them. Hers weren't as straightforward as Iris's, and they required a bit more study. She focused the most on two skills, guard and synergy. After doing some experiments, she found that guard did exactly what it said. It guarded. More specifically, she could take some damage in place of a person. In the case of Dream, even if she wasn't near him, she could use her skill and defend him through their contract, though she could also use synergy in unison with it, which led to even greater results. As for synergy, Luna found that the applications were varied. For one, it allowed her to tap into the skills of contracted beings similar to before, and vice versa. She could pass on the benefits of her own skills. However, there was now one interesting feature of the synergy skill that she accidentally found. It could bring her back to her contracted partner. While it wasn't anything like instant teleportation, Luna could barely tell the difference. Upon accidentally activating this feature, she had been on the other side of the planet with Iris compared to where Dream was. And when it activated, she had suddenly disappeared, and a little more than 10 seconds later, she was in her spectral form attached to her contract on Dream's soul. It frightened both of them. As for Iris, she was left by herself and had to fend off the several Class 4s they had been fighting. While that was no problem, she had been left a bit dazed. After that event, the rest of the day was spent messing around with that feature. Turns out, Iris could be teleported too. Unfortunately, while the girls could teleport to each other and Dream, he couldn't teleport to them. He couldn't become spectral, and he was the nexus to which their contracts connected. It bummed him out not being able to, but at least the three would be able to better cooperate this way. Other than that, nothing shocking happened for a while. Luna and Iris would go around fighting demons with both the animal and human armies, while Dream worked up in his factory. They would often spend time with each other and agreed that they would take at least one day off every week to fully relax and unwind. Since they almost never got tired and never really needed to eat, sometimes they would get carried away doing their things, thus building up some mental fatigue. Even without that though, rest was always good, especially for Dream in the state he was in. Like that, things around the world proceeded smoothly for about 6 months. During that time, Dream was able to complete the Long John railgun. He was also able to push his stats back into the A tier. However, over the course of gradual recuperation, he had discovered something about the gray mist. The gray mist acted as its own energy, completely independent of Dream's mana. However, after spreading through almost a quarter of his soul, it started seeping into and filling his mana pool, seemingly mixing with his mana while not actually taking up any space. Not only that, but the mist strengthened him too. Upon entering the A tier, he found that he was definitely stronger than a normal A tier. Even him back then with the same stats wouldn't match up to him now, the reason being that the gray mist somehow strengthened him alongside the mana. They worked additively with each other, not separately. Weird thing was, though, that extra strength didn't reflect in his stats. His status only reflected how his mana enhanced him. It was odd, but Dream couldn't find out why. The gray mist was even more mysterious than mana or flux. The reason being that Dream couldn't actually directly use the gray mist in anything yet. It only seemed to strengthen him more. It boosted his enchantments, his mana usage, his body, his skills, his speed, his mind, and everything else. Anything the gray mist came in contact with would be strengthened. Even his mana pool was expanded and densified some. But no matter what he did, he couldn't actually control the mist. He wasn't put off though. He was very happy about the extra boost. It meant he would reach his previous strength faster, even if it wasn't exclusively through mana, although it would still take a long time. 6 months and Dream had only risen to his stats. In the past, he had gone from level 0 to his stats in around 6 months. Now he had only gone from B to A. It was a snail's pace as far as he was concerned, but he could do nothing but suck it up and keep working. During that 6 months though, perhaps only Dream was so lax. When it came to the empires, while they had made progress, the demons had thrown yet another curveball. The empires had advanced all the way to the landbridge, both on the human and animal side. After getting close, they decided to hunker for a while and solidify their forces before launching a heavy offensive on the strongholds. This one is planned, and the armies were extremely well prepared. They pulled out nearly all the Class 4s they could, and all the armies were armed to the teeth. After talking between each other a bit, the human and animal Class 4s had also agreed to fight on separate days with the human armies going first, and even go so far as to support each other with some Class 4s. They wanted to be totally prepared, and thus brought them to the start of the battle at the landbridge. The human armies advanced, and a nasty battle immediately erupted. It was a clash of tens of millions on both sides. Nobody was guaranteed to come out alive. Even the Class 4s were locked in an intense battle. The humans and their animal reinforcements numbered almost 65, but the demons came with nearly 80. It was an absurd amount, and the empires were glad that they had made the choice to fight as they did. Either way, they all got into a never-before-seen battle, the aftershocks of which even threatened to kill the armies below. But it went smoothly. Although Class 4s died here and there, nothing out of expectations occurred, and the humans maintained the advantage. This was especially true considering Luna and Iris were there assisting. However, that was until a flip happened. Luna was the first to notice. In the middle of the battle, she had suddenly looked backward at a human fighting a demon one-on-one. Neither were injured, and it seemed like they were faking the fight. Not only that, but the human's soul started changing. It seemed as if it were casting off a shell, and a demonic aura slipped out from underneath. He wasn't the only one either. There were 10 others who started letting out demonic auras. None of them were injured from fighting the demons, and all of their eyes were a little blank, as if they were resigned to some miserable fate. Luna could immediately recognize what happened, and she sent what she saw to Iris, Sophia, and Dream. After being notified, Sophia went through some records to identify the reason, and sure enough, all these humans had a common thing among them. They were all victims of at least one assassination attempt by the demons. The implications were obvious. They had been converted during the assassination. Such a thing wasn't impossible. A conversion could be done if the target was weak, and each person had come out of their attacks as a bloodied mess. But Sophia hadn't been suspicious since they had all taken a demon with them, making it plausible that they really did fend off their attackers. But who would have thought that was all a ploy? Unfortunately, there wasn't much they could do in a short amount of time except notify the others who were fighting. But by the time they had been notified and processed what happened, those humans and their demon pairs launched their surprise attacks. To say the results were devastating would put it lightly. The demons already outnumbered the armies, and with a total of 13 humans turning traitor, the tides were instantly flipped. Those 13 humans turned and launched out their most powerful attacks toward their former comrades. Many died confused, and the sudden situation change baffled everyone who didn't. The battle quickly went from 65 versus 80 to 52 versus 93. And with the deaths of the sudden attack, the human forces further dropped to 40. They were now outnumbered over 2 to 1. It was a difference they couldn't fight against. Seeing that, Luna and Iris went full force against the demons, not holding anything back. But with so many Class 4 demons there, they had been strengthened to an amazing degree, and not even the 2 girls could take the situation lightly. Even if they could, it took time to kill each demon. Going all out, their killing speed could barely match that of the demons killing humans. Their effort wasn't for nothing, though. After coming to a quick conclusion, the remaining humans decided they needed to retreat. They needed to get out and recover from this curveball. If they stayed and fight, while they might be able to kill many of the demons, the only way it would end was with their demise, something that would doom all the human empires. So they did. With the girls covering for them, everyone made a beeline for the horizon. Unfortunately, the demons wouldn't let their prey go that easily, and several were killed trying to leave. Other than that, though, most got out. As for the armies locked in a battle down below, there was nothing they could do but alert them. Sophia gave orders to everyone with a bracelet to immediately retreat. Many soldiers also saw the situation, and with the sudden change for the worst, the human armies didn't hesitate in retreating as fast as they could. But with their Class 4 guardians gone, nothing was preventing the elites from swooping down and wiping people out by the hundreds of thousands. Only those who could fly quickly could escape, but they were a minority. It turned into a one-sided slaughter, and seeing such a slaughter, Dream quickly jumped into action, not personally, but indirectly. All of his troops were ordered to target the strongest demons and attack full force, holding nothing back. This included the gunships that rained metal from above, the immortals down below, and even the small railgun platforms stationed a few miles away. He had prepared many things for such a huge battle, and while he hadn't planned to intervene fully, that was before such a situation developed. The concentrated fire of all these machines did indeed prove effective, especially the railgun platforms. Their projectiles tore through everything, and not even Class 4s could take them head-on. This ended up killing 14 Class 4s before they finally found the platforms. And even then, with their flight capabilities, they were able to stall their destruction and take 6 more with them before being annihilated. As for the troops and planes, While they couldn't deal such damage, they weren't bad at stalling. The soldiers didn't hesitate to throw themselves at the class 4s by the thousand and grapple onto the demons, pinning them down or just acting as harassment. With the nearly 2 million troops acting so suicidal, many of the humans in the armies were able to get away on some cargo ships that also came to help. But not all of them were so lucky, and tens of millions were killed mercilessly. After only half an hour, over 30 million of the initial 37 million humans in the armies were killed. As for the rest, about 6 million were able to escape. However, there was about 1 million that were taken prisoner by the demons with no chance to resist. The battlefield became quiet, and all the prisoners were grouped up and moved into the stronghold. Dream was still watching everything though, and his brows furrowed. He felt a bit of pain in his chest. He had made a decision, one that couldn't be stopped by 1 million prisoners. Not even 2 million prisoners would keep him from following through. He gave an order. Launch the bombs. Understood. With a signal, the pea shooter was armed, and out came canisters. 7 fusion nukes were launched, and even a kinetic round was fired. Their target was the landbridge and its battlegrounds. Flash. Dream watched it. His eyes were glued to the feed that showed everything getting razed to the ground as several new suns lit up the lands for miles around. The tens of millions of demons all around the stronghold were killed. Not even the class 4s could escape. But the million prisoners were also killed. It left him feeling uncomfortable, but he still knew he should do it. They would only get turned into demons. Not even I could rescue them, and I would miss the chance to kill so many class 4s. I'm sorry. Closing his eyes, Dream closed the feed. He wasn't the only one who saw what happened though. Luna and Iris also saw what he did, and knew exactly the decision he had made. It pained them having to see that, and after taking care of what they needed to, they decided they would go straight up to him. Dream wasn't done with just that though. After calming himself and thinking for a second, he gave another order. Raise the other landbridge and the demon kingdoms. Anywhere with high concentrations of demons, nuke them. I made a mistake. I underestimated them, but I won't do it again. I think it's about time we ended this war. Chapter 183, Task. After the battle at the stronghold, the human empires made a full retreat. They hunkered down in the cities and didn't come out. However, they were still able to find out about the nukes. It was difficult to hide such destructive weapons anyway. Dream made sure to do exactly as he said. No demon settlement was spared except for the ones with less than a few million. Those would be either taken out by his soldiers or the girls. All in all, none were spared, and within a week, most of the demons on the demon continent had been wiped out of existence. The whole thing caused Dream to sigh. He hadn't kept the war going out of personal gain. He wanted to let the empires strengthen. That's what was so different about this world. Unlike how it used to be on Earth, conflict didn't only or mostly result in negatives. Here, whoever won the conflict would come out with many gains in the form of strength. In fact, during the war there had been 3 humans from the empires who became class 4s. It wasn't much, but that wouldn't have happened unless there had been war. It was a weird balance, and Dream wasn't experienced with that way of thinking. That's why he hadn't gone full force and let the armies do their thing. It was a way for them to get experience. He thought that was good. He thought that's what they would and should want. And he wasn't wrong. Many did want the improvement, but after it got to a certain point, people began to weigh in the gains and losses. And the fall of the mercenary empire was when people began to wish for the end of the war. It brought about immense suffering and grieving. But it wasn't like they knew Dream could end the war by himself. They thought that the only way to end the suffering was to get rid of the demons. And it was. So they steeled themselves with renewed vigor and kept fighting. And seeing that, Dream held back and let them do their thing. Sure, he would support, but only some. It was mostly the armies that did the killing. Unless something like another fall of an empire happened, he wouldn't step in. But with this recent battle at the landbridge, he knew it was time. The human empires received a major blow. They lost most of their class 4s and armies. Nearly all of their elite combat power had been at that battle, and most of them died. Overall, they were significantly weakened, something that couldn't be recovered from in a short time. It was because of this that Dream stepped in the way he did. He wouldn't make them fight anymore. Whether their loss was because of his negligence or not, he didn't know. He didn't think he did anything wrong. The demons just got them too good. They had been more devious than any of them would have expected, and they paid dearly for it. Both sides did. As for the animal armies, On the day of the battle, when they found that humans were converted, Luna and Iris headed over to the encampment outside the landbridge. The reason was so they could find the Class 4s that had been assassinated but survived. They knew they had probably been converted, and they didn't want anyone dying from some assassination. Unfortunately, the demons were one step ahead. When the humans turned traitor, the converted animals at the other bridge were notified, and after sending a signal to the demon stronghold, the Class 4s inside actually came out to attack the encamped armies. This led to an immediate surprise battle, catching all of them off guard and leading to many deaths, especially since the animals had sent reinforcements to the humans. 25 Class 4 deaths occurred. After that battle, only around 35 Class 4s remained, all of whom escaped. The armies also retreated, but were almost totally wiped out. It was a very similar scene to what happened on the human side. Overall, the animal empires were similarly weakened significantly, with much of their army being killed. They didn't have Dream's support, as he had only been prepared to assist the human battle, so their armies couldn't escape with suicidal humanoids drawing the demons away. And so, all empires across the world had come out with deep wounds. But if there was any consolation, it was that Dream finally took care of the demon threat. He also notified everyone about this, not withholding the fact in order for them to be content with their retreat and recuperation. But hearing how he single-handedly ended the war, the Class 4s of both sides weren't sure what to think. To end the demons so easily and quickly baffled them all, and it made them think that Dream had them fighting for no reason. It felt like he manipulated them so as to weaken them. He was never seen out in public. Nobody knew where he went, and he ran everything from the shadows, choosing whether or not to support them. It made them feel like bugs, as if he had them dancing in the palm of his hand, watching them fight and die for amusement. Because of this, no matter how Dream tried to explain himself, the Class 4s started to turn on him. They were pissed, and he could understand why. But it wasn't like he could explain his orbital railguns, which were the main reason he could do what he did, in a way they could understand. Such concepts were foreign to them, and because of this, the situation spiraled out of control. People began to spread news about what he did. Then the news got skewed, making it look like he did nothing to prevent hundreds of millions from dying at the mercenary empire and throughout all the battles fought. They said that he wanted to take all the power for himself, killing all the Class 4s so he could rule all the empires. Such news and rumors couldn't stop from spreading, nor would Dream try to do so. He could only shake his head and watch as he was rejected by the empires as a whole. While the animal empires were better, they were still wary of him. But because of how he wasn't as involved as in the human empires, it didn't take nearly as drastic of a turn. They just remained vigilant. Like that, 2 months passed. By now, hate for the name Dream was rooted in the hearts of many citizens. Not all of them, but a majority. Some who were more rational about it realized that he had indeed wiped out the demons. This was good for them all. Unfortunately, many people were too scared or angry or grief-stricken to accept that. The man himself only sighed, though. He was independent in the first place. They had no power over him, and no amount of bad rumors would affect him. This was probably the thing those Class 4s found scariest, and one of the big reasons they turned. 2 people were not happy at all about the whole thing, though. They were Luna and Iris, both of whom knew best how Dream had gone about things. I can't believe they're slandering you like that. You wipe out the demons and you get hate? How messed up is that? Should you have just let the demons continue their advance? Then all the empires definitely would have been wiped out. Iris snarled in rage as she thought about the whole situation. To react the way they did made her feel much less sympathy over the fact that hundreds of millions died. It's fine. It doesn't matter anyway. They're safe. And if hating me helps people cope, then so be it. They're innocent in all this, and I'm not completely in the right either. What do you mean not in the right? The fall of the mercenary empire wasn't your fault, and you didn't have the railgun built in time. In fact, as soon as you finished it, you used it to drive back the advancing demon armies. And while you didn't destroy the stronghold at the bridge, nobody saw that flip coming. If not for that, we would be smoothly advancing into the continent, and the armies would have wiped the demons out themselves, taking all the glory. I bet after that, they would have tossed you away anyway. Maybe, but that also would have been fine. Again, what can they do against me? I just made sure to do my part. They can think whatever they want. You're too nice. If not for you stopping me, those little bitch Class 4s would have been beaten to a pulp. They'd be bowing down to you in apology. and then I'd be a tyrant. Just let them recover. No matter what, a lot of people died, and I'm partially responsible. I didn't do as much as I should have, and people paid for it. Again, stop blaming yourself. You did nothing wrong. Were you supposed to be able to see the future? Asterisk sigh asterisk never mind. Let's just drop it. We've got nothing to worry about now. So we better get comfortable with being idle. Idle? You've been working non-stop on another construction project. You haven't slept or been to the dome in 5 weeks. Doesn't look very idle to me. Iris looked at him worriedly as he floated around in the air. He was currently working on something. Iris wasn't sure what, but he had been working on it without rest for a long time. It was clear that he was stressed, and even his aura was weaker, but he had refused several times to stop. It helps me recover my strength. I understand that. Come rest with us, please. You need to relax. She's right, Dream. We've been worried. Come home for a bit. Get some sleep. Can you do that for us? As she spoke, Luna came over to him and grabbed his head with her hands, combing back his hair. After being silent for a bit, Dream nodded. Both girls smiled at that and proceeded to bring him to the dome where they immediately went to bed. Dream knocked out not even 5 minutes later. During this time, in another realm, there was another world. The world was massive, much larger than Earth. It also had a larger population than that of Earth, with various peoples, kingdoms, and empires scattered across the world. In one area of the world stood a hill. It was an ordinary hill with grass and some trees and flowers. It was a very serene place. On top of this hill was a residence, not big like a mansion, but not as small as a cabin. It looked very humble, and nowhere did it exude the aura of extravagance. In this residence was an amiable-looking bald man who wore comfortable robes. He was reading a book, but would occasionally mumble to himself. She should be back pretty soon. So long as she controlled herself, everything should have gone well. Korvach. Out of nowhere, a voice filled the residence. The bald man's eyes went wide as he felt the new presence. He quickly closed the book, stood up, and humbly bowed. Sir, Korvach is at your service. I have a small task for you. There is a man, a seeker named Dream. He is currently in the outer cosmos, and in 1 year and 10 months, you will need to go there and transport him to another world in the outer cosmos. I understand. Good. After that is finished, you will come back and then transport your apprentice to that same world. She has relations with that man, and after being brought to that world, the two shall unite once more. I understand. Inform her about the arrangements. However, there is a condition. If your apprentice doesn't pass a trial that I shall give her before the time arrives, she will not be allowed to go to that world. I understand. That is all. The details are on your parchment. I hope she doesn't disappoint, for her sake and his. After that, the voice faded and the presence vanished. The bald man, Korvach, rose from his bow and took out a parchment, reading it quickly before putting it away. On the same world, a woman walked down a street. This street was within a large city, and it was bustling with many people. As the woman walked through the street, though, the surrounding chatter quieted a bit as many people turned to look at her. Both fear and awe shone in their eyes. The little ghost. She's from the Assassin's Syndicate. I heard she went out on a job. Looks like she's done. I wonder how many heads she took. Last time she wiped out an entire slaving business when she was only supposed to kill a manager. Such a ruthless woman, but she's so cute. As people talked all around her, the woman just walked through the street while ignoring everyone. If it were up to her, she would just disappear from everyone's view. But disappearing like that wasn't really allowed in this city. She was used to it, though, and kept walking until she reached a certain building. The sign on it said, Syndicate. After entering it, all the eyes inside fell on her, though only for a moment. After a second, they all turned away to go back to what they were doing. Clearly, these people were much more restrained. The woman walked over to a counter before taking out and setting down a piece of paper. The receptionist looked at the paper, and then the girl. Completed. I wouldn't be here otherwise. Drop off your heads in the back room. There's only one. So you were able to hold back, huh? Let me see it. Nodding, the woman took out a box and set it on the counter. The receptionist looked inside for a second. It's a match. Good job. Your payment will be processed soon. Then I'll be going. Turning and leaving, the woman simply walked out of the syndicate building. After walking out, though, she felt a transmission to her mind. Come to my abode. Freezing up for a second, the woman looked over to a certain direction and started walking. After a while, the woman had traversed some land and came upon the residence on the hill. After knocking on the door, she was led inside, upon which she made her way to a study where the bald man was. Come in. Walking inside the study, the woman stood to one side quietly as the man read his book and sipped a weird drink out of a cup. After a while of quiet waiting, he finally spoke. Come sit. You did good on your last assignment. Thank you, sir. Do you have another for me? Smiling, the woman sat across from the bald man as she asked, also taking a glass of the same weird drink from a small table and sipping it with delight. As she got comfortable, the man hesitated a bit. I don't have an assignment for you, but someone else does. I have a question. Do you know any seekers? Seekers? I've only ever seen two, let alone got to know them. They're pretty legendary after all. So no, I don't. I see. Another question. Do you know a man named Dream? Shatter. After the question, the cup in the woman's hand was crushed to pieces, spilling the drink on the floor. She looked visibly shaken, but she calmed herself before looking at the man. What dream are you talking about? A man from the outer cosmos, the same place you came from. Looks like you do know him. Then I'll keep this straightforward. You've been given a chance from the man above to see this person in 1 year and 10 months. However, there's a condition. You must pass a trial that he has set aside for you before that time comes. Should you fail, you will not be allowed to go. And considering the nature of the trial, failure may also mean death. I'll do it. What's the trial? The woman spoke quickly, anxiousness, excitement, and longing already in her voice. The man shook his head though. Don't be hasty. This trial will require the utmost planning. All of your skill, your potential, and then some. You're only a class 4, and honestly, I'm not sure you'll be able to do it. I'll do it. Just tell me what it is, master. The sooner I start, the better. The woman stood and bowed to the man with a clasped fist, almost as if she were begging. The bald man's eyes went a little wide as a bit of surprise covered his face, though he soon just closed his eyes and snorted. Humph. You listen close, and then take a few days to contemplate. There's a plane within Hell's territory, a kingdom controlled by a demon lord. He has an item, and you must take it. Should you succeed, you will get the promised transportation as well as the item itself. But failure, I'm sure you can imagine what failure means. Do you understand the severity of the task you wish to undertake? If so, go meditate for the next 3 days. Don't come out until your mind is less turbulent. Waving, the bald man sent her away with a mysterious power. She soon disappeared from the study and reappeared in another empty room. Finally, Chapter 184, Bad Feeling. After the demons were wiped out, the state of the world greatly calmed, and people started to reboot their original lifestyles. Businesses reopened, soldiers returned home, many went back to schools, academies, and the like. Projects were also being carried out in an attempt to rebuild the many kingdoms that were partially destroyed. However, despite the reduced tension, everybody was still a little on edge. They didn't know if the news about the demons being totally wiped out was true. After all, there were hundreds of millions, and for that many of any species to be destroyed in only a few days was unreal. But sure enough, after several expeditionary teams were sent over to the demon continent, the news was verified. No matter where they looked, the only things the teams and scouts found were massive craters, leveled mountains, valleys of ashes, and even a new volcano. In fact, both the land bridges had been so obliterated that they were now under the ocean, making it difficult for the teams to even get into the continent. Either way, once the news was reliably verified by the now 3 Empire Alliance, everyone then truly had their hearts eased and lowered their guard. Like that, several months passed. For many people, the peace and lack of excitement was blissful. For others, though, it was a nightmare. With peace came boredom, and many people had trouble staying still. One of these people included Iris. Iris was a battle junkie, and going so long without fighting or killing something was hard for her. The fact that she was at the top of the food chain didn't help either. In fact, she got so restless that she decided to go pick a fight, the unlucky victim being Raul, the man who kidnapped and imprisoned them. Neither Luna nor Iris were ones to be trifled with anymore, even individually. So to be targeted by either one of them was bad luck, no matter how one thought about it. But since the person in question was one who had caused them and their family great displeasure, it could be said that he brought it upon himself. And so, a great battle erupted in the empire. At first, Riddick and Celine were very worried. Raul was someone to be avoided at all costs in their mind. Not only that, one couldn't just walk into the empire and expect to fight one of their class 4s with nothing happening. However, Iris did exactly that. Flying straight into the empire without any regard for safety, she located, fought, and beat Raul into a bloody pulp without anyone interfering. The beatdown lasted an entire 6 hours, and the only reason it lasted so long was because Iris wanted it to. That day, the entire empire was thrown into an uproar, especially the Fox Kingdom that Raul was the only king of. To see him so brutally beaten was a major humiliation. Unfortunately, nobody could do anything to Iris. Plus, the other Class 4s wouldn't interfere as they dubbed the fight an internal struggle. They were basically saying that it was Raul's business, and they had no reason nor desire to make Iris an enemy. The whole thing left all the foxes very displeased, but since their king wasn't killed, they just dropped it and forgot about it. At least, that was until a week later when Iris came back and fought Raul again. Once more, everyone was enraged, but they were also a bit baffled. The fight lasted 7 hours this time, and Raul came out looking more miserable than before. Iris left with contempt in her eyes, and the stir caused by the fight died down quickly. But yet again, a week later, she came back and started another fight. It was the same for the following week, and then the next. For 4 months, Iris came every week to beat Raul into a mess, regardless of whether or not he was recovered. He was put on death's door on several occasions, and after a while, it seemed like he was withering into an old man. Eventually, Raul's recovery slowed, and he became weaker and weaker. His battle prowess lowered every time she came, and by the end of the 4 months, the man barely had the strength of a high-level Class 2. Not even an entire week of healing could recover him, and so, Iris left and didn't come back. After that, Raul spent over a month in isolation. However, the other kings of the empire wanted to know his status, so he couldn't stay isolated forever. But upon coming out, they found that Iris had hurt him worse than expected. His power was lowered to that of a Class 2, permanently. From then on, there was one less king in the empire. Meanwhile, Iris knew exactly what she did, but she, of course, didn't care. Raul was just a punching bag, a way for her to exert some energy. Plus, he was basically the enemy of everyone in her family. His minions almost killed her dad, imprisoned her mom for 20 years, and even kidnapped them. She wouldn't have had any problems with killing the guy, let alone weakening him a bit. But if she did that, she wouldn't have gotten as much use out of him. Dream also didn't care, but he had paid attention to the effects of Iris's powers on Raul. His weakening basically confirmed what he thought about Iris's powers. Now, she was much more of an opponent to be avoided. To fight her wouldn't simply result in getting injured, but being reduced. Something about her powers ate away at the very essence of a person, and it was clear that her new skill, Deprive, was much more fearsome than any of them thought. Either way, it was of no consequence to Iris, and from then on, she just went around and found other ways to kill time. Most of the time, she would fight some bots using only her bodily power, of which she needed to work on some. Other times, she would go around with her sister, or hang out with Dream. As for Luna, she would usually play with her magic. She experimented with many things, tested the limits of her skills, and expanded their application. She would also go on little adventures around the planet with Iris, exploring and sightseeing. Finally, as for Dream, his activities consisted of 2 things: construction and using his skills. His second orbital railgun had long been built, so he had moved on to another project. This project was actually for a particle collider, and it was something he had already planned to build after the railguns. The particle collider would be entirely built in space. It would consist of one main ring with 6 secondary rings and over a dozen smaller auxiliary rings around it. The diameter of the main ring would be 50 kilometers. Needless to say, it was a massive undertaking. It would take at least 2 years with all the bots helping him, and he would have to build some new processing facilities for new materials, as such a device couldn't be made with just steel or silver. It needed magnets, liquid helium, silicon, wiring, computers, measuring instruments, many fusion reactors for power, and more. Dream would have to collect many different elements and forge them into what he needed, which varied wildly. Because it varied wildly and would require even more materials than before, Dream decided to tap into a source that he hadn't before: the moon. The moon had many different resources, and tons of them too. They were all free for the taking, and it would allow Dream to expand his operations even more. And while the moon was far, with his ships that had fusion reactor-driven rocket engines, a one-way trip would take as little as 8 hours. This made ferrying resources to and from very easy, maybe even easier than from the planet to space. So he immediately put the plan into action. While Dream hadn't healed all the way, he was still able to make bots that hardly utilized mana, especially with the help of his other bots. Luna also helped, adding in her powerful will to power any enchantments. With that, it was a simple task to prepare a massive fleet of nearly 3,000 mining teams. They would be launched to the moon, set up a few processing facilities to act as a secondary factory base, and then send resources back to the main factory where they would be used in construction. It was a great system, and it would all make the Particle Collider project go smoother. So while the project was extensive and intimidating, Dream didn't mind the daunting nature. He had time, and the construction helped him mess around with his skills, which promoted recovery. Plus, he found it fun and exciting as he organized the processes for production and assembly. But he didn't work all the time. Every week, Dream would take at least a day to fully rest and spend time with the girls. While he would spend time with them on other days too, it would only be for a few hours at a time, and the girls would always have to fly out to an area next to the factory where he worked with his bots, which they didn't mind. But they wanted their time with him in a place that wasn't surrounded by machinery, cold steel, and soundless space. Aside from the construction project, though, Dream also worked on many new and interesting devices. He never ceased experimenting with different things, and through many imaginative designs and prototypes, he had made several cool tools. One of these was a handgun, except instead of gunpowder, it was electromagnetic. Dream had found a way to deliver massive amounts of instant power by sacrificing the integrity of the supercapacitors it came from. The handgun would require consumable charges like bullets, but for its size, it was very handy and capable. Another thing Dream came up with were nanoparticle bullets, a device he employed Aegis to help make. These bullets were made of particles, and they would activate upon reaching their target, delivering different effects. Some would act like a scatter shot, piercing into the body and destroying flesh on a micro level, and effectively turning it to mush. Others would act as sensory disruptors. Some would deliver electricity, some heat. The list goes on. Dream spent lots of time going from construction to relaxation to creative experimentation. He would constantly find different ways to improve his personal weaponry, defense, and power. He found it all very interesting, and doing these things wasn't working for him. It was simply something he was passionate about doing. It was learning, exploring, creating, building, and theorizing. It was the pursuit of higher knowledge, his greatest aspiration. Like that, a year went by since the demons were wiped out. Dream's particle collider was over half done, and he had healed a good amount. At this point, the gray mist that was produced out of the conflict between Luna and Iris's powers had spread through 3/4 of his soul. And while he still couldn't directly utilize it, it brought great benefits to his power. Secondly, his stats had risen all the way back up to a plus. He found it interesting because whenever his magic stat went up, the rest would follow, which after thinking about it made sense. Everything was rooted in magical ability, especially with him who had all his bodily systems enchanted. But as he rose in magical power, Dream could further detect the dramatic enhancements that the gray mist brought him. The way he saw this was mainly through mana density and how even though he only had a plus stats, his soul was already pumping out liquid mana like a geyser. Plus, his influence had spread to 5.5 kilometers. Based on this, he was basically back to full power. There was only a small difference between his power before and now. Because of that, things had pretty much gone back to normal for him. Although it took over a year to go from A to a plus, a snail's pace compared to before, he had done it. The gray mist was still a mystery to him though. Dream knew how to create it using the conflict of the opposite powers, but other than letting it spread through his soul, he couldn't do anything with it. Not even the fact that it occupied part of his mana pool let him control it. This point was actually the most curious part. Dream found that the mist existed within, alongside, and around his mana inside the pool. It occupied space, but didn't shrink his pool, only expanding it and even compacted the mana within, making it denser. It also made his mana usage much more fluid, like it was some kind of supplement to his soul's ability to harness mana. Everything really was simply enhanced by the gray mist. There was no other way he could put it. And while he was exhilarated by that fact, the mystery and shrouded nature of the gray mist annoyed him. He really wanted to know what it was, but he couldn't do anything. Eventually, he just gave up and appreciated the unexpected boon. And so, throughout the year, Dream continuously made progress. While he often dug into his vacation days working on his experiments in the Super Collider, he was able to bring his combat power, both bodily and magical, back to full power. He also reintegrated Aegis into his systems and even improved upon his connections with Luna and Iris. All was good in the world. Until one day, it wasn't. Dream was inside the cabin in the dome, spending time with the girls on a day off. They were cuddled up on the couch in absolute bliss. Luna laid on one of the couch arms, staring up at the ceiling and listening to music. Dream laid on top of her, hugging and using her chest as a pillow, and Iris laid on his legs in her fox form, draping her 6 tails over his body. As they laid there, Luna was pampering him with back scratches, advice she had been given from Sophia. It turned Dream to butter in her arms, and both of them loved it. But the good times wouldn't last forever. Is that? No way. Sophia spoke as she ran through some data. It was a visual feed from a drone, and in its view was a beach. Currently, some figures were walking onto the beach, not from the land, but from the ocean. Sophia focused the camera. Things walking out from oceans didn't happen every day, but as she looked, she found that there was much more than just a few figures. Over the course of 10 minutes, on that beach alone, several million more figures emerged from the waves, all of whom advanced onto the land. That beach wasn't the only one where these figures appeared from either. After tapping into the feed of one of the satellites, she saw that on the coasts all along the entire human continent, there were figures emerging. 5 million, 10 million, 50 million, 400 million. They came in hordes, filling the beaches to the brim, and they kept coming, from all directions, all coasts. Any piece of land that connected to the ocean, there was a figure advancing onto. What about? Don't tell me. Her urgency skyrocketing, Sophia moved to another satellite, one that was stationed over the animal continent. And sure enough, the same thing was occurring there. Hundreds of millions of figures were coming out of the oceans and onto the coasts. Dream! Shouting, Sophia forcefully stirred Dream from his reverie. Eyes shooting open, Dream shivered a bit at the sudden jolt. What? What happened? You need to see this. This is bad. If it's what I think it is, it's really bad. Saying that, Sophia sent Dream the data and showed him the feeds. He soon saw the advancing tides of figures coming out of the ocean, many of whom looked amphibious, humanoid, and beastly. Seeing the images, Dream felt tingles go up his spine, and not the good kind caused by Luna's back scratches. He was getting a very bad feeling. Chapter 185. Disperse. Demons. This was the first conclusion Dream came to as he saw the advancing hordes. After all, there was only one race that had an invasive nature like this. There could be nothing else in his mind that would act as they do. However, the sheer scale of this movement had him baffled. Just from what they were seeing now, on each continent, there were already 500 million, and they weren't even done pouring out. This meant there were easily a billion, and they were launching their attacks on 2 fronts at the same time. The destination of the waves of demons were clear too. From both sides of the human continent, demons poured from the ocean and immediately advanced towards the Sword School and Spire who were nearest to the coasts. As of now, there were 200 million going toward each empire. As for the animal continent, the demons were heading straight for the United Empire, an elven tree that occupied the center of the continent. In only 20 minutes, the day had gone from a relaxed Sunday afternoon to an apocalyptic doomsday scenario. Dream? Detecting the wild changes in his mood, both Luna and Iris looked over curiously. The demons are back. What? The demons? They're invading. I can't believe they're actually coming from the fucking ocean. Since when does anything happen in the ocean? Hold on. What's going on? Check this out. Dream had Sophia send both of them the data as he quickly got up from the couch. Soon, they were both freaking out just like him. There's so many. Over a billion. That's nearly double their total amount from before. They're heading straight for the empires. That's enough to wipe them all out. Dream, you need to do something. This is enough to wipe out every empire on the planet. I know, Sophia. Yes? After taking only a second to ponder, Dream gave some orders. Alert them, everyone. Everyone who has a bracelet on both continents. Let them know exactly what's going on. Transmit all the data to them. Tell them to prepare for war. Sounding alarms now. And activate every soldier we have. Send some soldiers down to alert the empires further. Scatter the gunships. All construction bots are to go into wartime productions and arm the railguns. Prepare to fire. Understood. You two, go get your parents and bring them straight to the factory. Do not attack the armies. The amount of class 4s in any given area is probably too high for you guys alone. Okay, what about you? I'm also going to the factory. Come on, we need to hurry. Saying that, the three shot out of the cabin and into the skies, heading in two separate directions. Meanwhile, in every empire on the planet, alarms were blaring in the minds of millions. It was like an emergency alert system as it repeated its apocalyptic warnings over and over again. The voice and alarming sound instilled fear into everyone's hearts by design. This was especially true for all the class 4s and 3s. While everyone with a bracelet was being told about the situation, they were getting more of a gist. They could see live feeds in their vision and visuals on the growing number of demons. Regardless of who, though, everyone felt chills go down their spine. The sheer number, the fact that they were surrounded, and the rapid situation change shook them all. And after a few class 4s from different empires went to go personally verify, they found that it was all correct, further sending them into a state of alertness. Immediately, all upper echelons scrambled their people, and every empire was sent into a wartime state. Armies were assembled, defenses were activated, and citizens were made aware of everything. Soon, the world's civilizations were thrown into chaos. This all took time, though, and by the time they had reacted, the demons were already well into their advancement. In fact, several kingdoms along the coastal regions of the continents had already been obliterated, killing everyone in them and leaving no survivors. Everyone with a bracelet, of course, saw this, and it drove them further into madness. Generals, politicians, and kings alike were trying to figure out how to get through this approaching disaster. By the estimations, the demons would only take a week at most to sweep through the entire continent from all sides. They couldn't escape to anywhere except for two places. Both the human and animal continent had an empire stationed to their north, empires that were surrounded by mountains. They were the dwarven empires and the enchanted mountain respectively, and in this time of crisis, everyone was considering moving their peoples there. The demons were advancing from the east, west, and south, but the north, not so much. That's because the northern regions were filled with mountains. It was much harder to traverse, especially with so many people. This meant the demons coming from those directions were sparse, and nearly all were coming from everywhere else. Those mountainous regions were immediately seen as the perfect defensible positions. It would suit this situation perfectly. However, not everyone could be moved. The populations of the empires were massive, and to stuff everyone into one area was impossible. But considering how the situation suddenly became so dire, the people in charge had to weigh the pros and cons. On one hand, they could hold their ground and attempt to fight it out. This would end with an uncountable amount of deaths, and possibly even the eradication of their empire. Or, they could retreat and set up defensive positions in the mountainous regions while only taking portions of their populations. This would also lead to uncountable deaths through the dooming of most of the populace, but it would give them a better chance to survive. It was a hard choice, and not one that could be made quickly. The only thing they could find solace in was the fact that there was a lot of ground and a lot of people in between the demons and the empires. It would ensure lots of time before they were forced to decide, albeit it didn't make the decision any easier. As the empires were scrambling, Dream was up in the factory. The family was up there as well, and they were all waiting around anxiously. Inside the factory was a warehouse. The warehouse was massive and, over time, had been expanded continuously. By now, it was as big as the rest of the factory, which said a lot considering the factory was nearly 30 miles long and wide after its operations had been so dramatically developed. Dream was inside this warehouse, as was the family, and they overlooked all the things within it. There were bots, ships, supplies, and they extended as far as the eye could see. How many? The bots number about 350 million, none of which have combat power lower than a Class 2. Inside this warehouse, there are about 50 million bots. The other 300 million are floating out in space inside other warehouses. Looks like continuously building them for over a year came in handy after all. Luckily, I never decided to stop. Dream smirked as he thought about the whole thing. Things had been peaceful for a long time, and one of the only reasons he had continued building combat bots was that he was a little bit paranoid and so that he could have fun building something other than the particle collider. Also, having so many bots at his command was cool. It made him giddy every time he thought about it. So he just let some construction bots continue building and stockpiling them. In actuality, the number would be much higher had he devoted more construction bots, but he didn't. So he would just have to make do with only this much. As he overlooked the crowds of bots and ships, he was also paying attention to the demons. After a few hours, they continued to pour from the ocean, and their estimated numbers were at nearly 1.7 billion total. The amount that was coming from the ocean dwindled at this point, though, and he assumed there wouldn't be much more than that. That didn't make 1.7 billion any less despair-inducing, though. It was a population that probably surpassed the planet's native population. All of them were at least Class 1 too, and if he didn't do anything, it was enough to wipe out all life on the planet. Luckily, he had his plans. First, he had already fired off plenty of bombs, 30 in total. However, that was only able to kill so many. The demons were spread out along the coast and weren't very close together, so he decided to wait. He wanted to allow the demons to converge and build up. That way, he would get the most kills when he dropped his bombs and wouldn't waste them all. He didn't have that many at his disposal. However, to his dismay, the demons didn't do as he expected. As they moved through and invaded the continents, they maintained a very wide spread, much unlike how they used to do. Because of that, he was never able to ensure more than a few million kills. Could they have learned about my bombs? Is this seriously a countermeasure against them? Regardless of whether it is or not, it's working. Even if we were to use every bomb in our arsenal, it might barely be enough to wipe out a quarter of their total number. That's frustrating. And even as they're spread out, they're still making their way toward the empires, just in a roundabout way. If they get too close, then I won't be able to use the bombs. However, because they're more spread out, it'll make it a bit easier for us to personally fight them. The soldiers won't be at as much of a risk to get attacked by Class 4s. Here's how we'll do this. Launch half the soldiers to each continent and organize them into clusters. They can spread out like the demons and strike in squads. That way, should a Class 4 fight them, we'll be able to minimize our losses since they won't be grouped up. Dream quickly decided what to do with utmost seriousness. He could already feel the pressure building in his mind, and even while giving out orders, he was wondering how they were going to get around this. What about gunships? Have them do high-speed sweeps and flybys, making sure they don't get caught. We have about 200,000, so split them too. Those are gonna burn through ammo. And what about the smaller railgun platforms? Have those target Class 4s alongside the soldiers. It'll be their only high-class defense. How many of those do we got? About 1,000. Good. That'll help a lot. Now, have all of them booted up? Just about. Okay. Dream sighed and nodded as he overlooked the soldiers. There were many who were driven by miniature reactors, and they would charge the ones that weren't. Since all the soldiers had been dormant, Dream needed to take time to let them start up. But this process didn't take long. Once the last batch of bots had been booted, he gave the order. Disperse. With a word, the entire floor of the warehouse was opened in the form of two massive doors, revealing the big blue planet below them. All the soldiers who were either in squads or loaded into ships dropped down and accelerated into deorbital flight paths. The same thing happened in the space above different parts of the planet. Many metal boxes storing millions of soldiers suddenly opened up and let out swarms of bots. There were also gunships and flying platforms carrying railguns that made their way down, half and half, to the two continents. As this happened, the family was there watching it all happen. They were stunned at the number of soldiers and how they could be deployed with a word to the planet. As far as they were concerned, Dream was more of a threat to the empires than the demons were. Now, time for the second part of the plan. Luna, Iris. Turning around, Dream faced the girls. They snapped out of their reverie at his voice. Yeah, we're gonna go down and fight. I don't know how well my soldiers are gonna do, so we'll need to help out by killing some Class 4s Hehe. Okay. We finally get to go and fight something. Iris. Didn't you say it was dangerous, boy? Riddick. I had thought that because I assumed they were going to group up, but that never happened. They're spread out enough. And we can always run away if there's ever like 100. I think I should go with you. Actually, I have a job for you. I need you to go to the Spire and Sword School and give them some orders. They need to pack up their people and start making their way towards the mountain. It's not going to be long before the demons arrive. And when they do, there's only going to be so much I can do. Everyone? Those places have huge populations. They won't all fit in a place like the mountain. I don't care. They'll need to if they want to survive. Look, I've got several thousand cargo ships. Herding people and food and stuff should be easy with that. They'll also have around a week or two to organize things. I just need you to go there and talk to them personally. Celine can help with that. Sophia will also help with the details. All right, but don't expect much. Even with your ships, entire cities and kingdoms aren't easily uprooted. I'll be sure to get from the Class 4s what they plan to do. See if we can't cooperate. You just be careful down there. Of course. And hey, worst comes to worst. Us few can live up here in the factory where the demons can't reach. I can summon whatever food I want. So we could live up here forever. That situation is much darker than you make it out to be. And it's good that you can understand that fact. And since we understand, we need to make sure it doesn't come to pass. Part of that is getting people to where they need to go. And as you go to move people to a new holy land, I will try to make sure that there is a sanctuary waiting for their arrival. Does that work for you? As he asked, Dream walked over and placed his hand down on Riddick's shoulder, looking into his eyes. Within them was a little uncertainty and fear, and everyone could see how stressed he was getting. Riddick went quiet for a second before nodding. I'll do my best. Good. But don't stress too much. It's bad for your health. Now, we should get going, ladies. We've got demons to fight and a world to save. Saying that, Dream walked off with quick steps towards the massive warehouse doors that dropped to the planet. Jumping through, he disappeared from everyone's sights. Asterisk sigh asterisk we should go. Turning away worriedly, Luna spoke to her parents. Celine went over to her and gave her a hug. Be careful. We will. After saying bye to their parents, the girls backed away and activated their ability, disappearing from the factory. Riddick and Celine also boarded a ship and left, heading down to the Spire. Chapter 186, Beginning of the End. After they disappeared from the factory, the girls soon reappeared next to Dream, who was making his way to the human continent. Dream will go down and sweep some of the areas with the soldiers. After getting a good estimate of how dense the Class 4s are, we can gauge their overall strength and determine if we can safely fight them like this. If things are within the realm of acceptability, then you two can go around all you like and fight them. All right, things should be good though. Although I'm already getting batches of my soldiers destroyed, it's showing that the Class 4s aren't that dense. Dense enough to wipe out my soldiers on a wide scale, but not enough to worry about gangs of 100 coming after you. So let's check out some land and see if that's right. Saying that, Dream flew them to the outer lands of the continent, where the demons were advancing. After arriving above the armies that spanned as far as the eye could see, he dropped down and released his mana as far as it could go, covering a few hundred kilometers of area. 30, 70, 145, 260, 380, 422. So a bit over 400 Class 4s, and they've all detected me? Is that bad? Iris. We definitely can't handle 400 demons at once, so let's pull in this aura of mine. With that, Dream pulled back his influence and mana, becoming invisible as if he were never there. 400 demons in a few hundred kilometers of area. I'd say there's easily thousands, if not a few tens of thousands, and that's just on this continent. The other continent would have around the same. Are we able to fight them? I would think so, as long as you keep it in one small area. Don't go announcing your presence to the world, as you won't have to deal with more than 50. Does that sound reasonable? We're not the same as a year ago when we couldn't handle all those demons at the landbridge battle. Although it'll take some time and effort, we could take care of them. All right, then here's what we'll do. You two will go around killing them, and I'll run some errands. There's a lot of building I need to do, some that may require your guys' help as well. We may have a bit over a week before the demons surround the empires. But until then, many kingdoms and villages are going to get wiped out. Maybe that's another thing you guys can do. Go around to the front lines where the demons are wreaking havoc and task some ships to transport the populations of the kingdoms or villages you find to the mountain. Okay, that won't be hard. But what if the citizens don't want to go? Your image still isn't very clean from all that slandering the empires did. Plus, it's not easy for people to just up and go, then force them. If they refuse to budge, use the bots to overpower them and force them onto the ships. Each load should have a ratio of 1/2 men versus women if there's not enough space to fit everyone. Use the soldiers to quell resistance. Isn't that large-scale kidnapping? Yes, it is, but I don't really care. They can treat their survival as payment towards me for the assistance they don't have a choice in receiving. It's either that, or you leave them all to die. Either way, the kingdom is going to be destroyed. Decide whether you want no survivors or some unwilling ones. It's not like you have to do it personally, though. You just need to defend the kingdom as the soldiers do their thing. Sophia will handle all the dirty work and guide you through things. Once you've filled the ships, you leave and find the next kingdom. The unlucky ones who don't get loaded on a ship, my soldiers will stand guard and defend them for a while. Is that fine? Yes. We're saving them, even if the methods are crude. Like you said, better to have unwilling survivors than none. We weren't worried about the kidnapping part. It's just the leftovers that we feel a bit bad for. But we'll take care of it. Nothing we can't handle. Luna. Thanks. If you need anything, just let Sophia know. Now, be careful fighting and don't get caught off guard. Of course. Then I'm gonna head out. I've got a sanctuary to make. Saying that, Dream flew off, leaving the girls to their devices. They watched his back for a bit before looking down at the advancing hordes. We should start at the front lines like he said. There's plenty of kingdoms that need to be moved. Sophia, are there ships we can use? Of course. I can task 1,500. The others are actually already out enacting Dream's plan of large-scale abduction. Okay, we'll take them. Give us the nearest kingdom in danger. We'll help them first. Location marked. Thanks. Nodding, Luna and Iris looked at each other before flying off in another direction. After a bit of flying, Dream eventually arrived in the airspace above the Dwarven Empire all the way on the animal continent. After overlooking everything for a while, he nodded. We'll build the sanctuary in this place. It'll have to be much bigger than what's here, though. The enchantments will also have to cover the whole thing. We'll need the materials to sustain that. Materials shouldn't be too much of a problem depending on how many you plan on keeping here. As many as we can. Worst case, we only have around 100 million. Best case won't be more than 600 million. Even sustaining such a number would be difficult, let alone protecting them in one place. Are you talking about the total population? Animal and human? Yes. I don't think it's possible to have much more optimism than that. The demons are too widespread, and my soldiers are constantly being wiped out. They won't last long, even with us pumping more out. We can only defend so much area. Everything else will be destroyed. If we're going to make a single stronghold capable of housing, sustaining, and protecting even 300 million, we're going to need everything at our disposal and then some. Lots of food, a source of water, a massive amount of materials to encompass everything, and the most powerful enchantments we can muster. It'll take time too. I know. If it takes everything, then so be it. As for time, we just have to move as fast as possible. Now, I plan to put everything here. Underground is the safest option, and while space would work just as well, it would be impossible to sustain everyone's needs. And since the dwarves already have a place, we'll use it as the foundation. And we would want to go deeper though. The dwarven city is too shallow and won't provide much natural defense. We'll want to go about 5 kilometers down. That would be sufficient. That's fine. Prepare the necessary mining teams and bring them here. In the meantime, I'll go talk to that chieftain. Hopefully he'll bend and help me. Otherwise we'll have problems. Going down with a solemn face, Dream quickly flew into the cave that led down to the underground city. After bypassing all walls and passageways with stealth, he approached the outside of the castle in the center of the city. He then undid his stealth and released his aura, scanning over every person inside the castle. Chieftain, it's Dream. Dream? The last time you came, you were an avatar. I'm here now, and we have things to discuss. Indeed we do. Come in. I'll assemble everyone. Nodding, Dream flew into the castle. After taking his time walking for a few minutes, he eventually came upon a room. He entered, and inside was a large table with 14 dwarves around it. Dream scanned them all, and as he walked over, he spoke. How many did you lose? We had 22. Everyone here is what's left. That battle at the bridge was painful. For everyone, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, what's going on now is far worse than before. I know, you sent us the details. Even now, I still find it hard to believe. Well, we have no room for doubts. We also have no room for pondering solutions. And this is why I'm here today. Dream spoke with a low and serious voice. And although he retracted his aura, the other dwarves felt subconscious pressure as he took a seat. I'll speak directly. The world is facing extinction. Millions have already died. I'm already moving all my resources and doing everything within my power to save as many people as possible, but it won't be enough. The demons will overrun all empires in only 2 weeks at most, and because of that, there's no truly safe place for anybody to take refuge. However, I have a plan, and you guys are a part of it. You wish to build a haven, I presume? Yes, one that's underground, like your city, but a few times deeper. It also needs to be able to house and sustain a few 100 million for the foreseeable future. Are you asking for help? I'm asking for cooperation. I don't necessarily need the help. I've got the manpower necessary. But I understand that this will be a significant change for your entire empire. I plan to house all survivors here, human and animal alike. The rest of the world will turn into a demon-infested wasteland, and only this place will hold life. It'll have to support everyone for the years to come. It'll have to survive the attacks of the demons, at least, until I find a solution to the problem. I see. There will be immense conflict, though. The people will have trouble coexisting. Territories will be disputed. Supplies will be fought over. It will be an unprecedented upheaval. And that's not considering the conflicts between the Class 4s. I'm pretty sure I would be able to take care of all that. I've got the armies that can control the populace. Things will be distributed appropriately. Everything's going to be fair. As for the Class 4s, I believe I have the power to keep them under check. How? Simple. I will have control of the entire haven. Only my enchantments and constructs can create a suitable haven, and therefore, they will all be under my control. If they want to create chaos, rebel, fight, or whatever, then they can be thrown out. I have the power to do that. As for the ordinary people, they don't have the qualifications to resist. You're planning to become the absolute overlord of the world's populations. That's a bit tyrannical. It's necessary. We don't have the luxury to fight amongst ourselves. We don't have the luxury of time. I have the power to enact a plan of mine, and I intend to do so whether people like it or not. So this discussion is merely a formality? You're not truly asking us to cooperate. No, I'm asking whether you're going to stand with me or against me. There's no in-between. As far as I'm concerned, you guys are going to be the only ones who I'm ever going to ask. As for everyone else, they can either submit and receive entry into the haven, or refuse and try their luck against the demons. Of course, there's a major benefit with me coming to you guys. More of your population will be able to survive. Everyone else will have to migrate with as many people as they can. But since you're already here, you'll get more space. You'll have to live under my roof, but at least you have a better outlook for the future. Otherwise, I'll go to another plot of land or even the human continent and make my haven there. We'll help. Suddenly, the chieftain spoke up. He looked at Dream with a solemn but determined gaze. I have no problems with this place being the foundation of your haven. I'll employ as many dwarves as possible to assist you alongside your men. Just tell us your plans and what to do. Thank you. But what about the others? Dream looked over to the other dwarves. The chieftain shook his head though. Nobody will disagree. If they do, you can deal with them as you see fit. The same goes for the citizens. I'm handing over jurisdiction to you. I see. Then I'll take it. But you still have the responsibility of managing your people. I can't do that on a whim. Of course. Good. Then there are 2 things you need to do right now. First, proclaim the decision and plans to your people. Second, open the gates for my men to come through. We have no time to waste, and operations are going to begin within the hour. I understand. While you do that, I've got something to do. Anything you need to know, including all the plans for the haven, will be given to you on your bracelet. Familiarize yourself, but don't act yet. I'm probably not going to need your help, and all I'll need are your people to stay out of the way. Of course. Then I'll be off. You've made the right decision, chieftain. Believe me when I say that I'm not doing this for myself. With that, Dream walked out of the room and left the city, flying back up to the factory. The chieftain sat there alongside the other class 4s. Chief, are we really giving him all that power? His plan is truly the most tyrannical one I've ever heard. After a bit of silence, one of the other dwarves spoke up with concern. Some others nodded in agreement. Indeed, wouldn't we be able to make our own haven too? Why must we turn our city into a refugee asylum? Enough. Growling, the chieftain quieted everyone who started to speak up. The demons are not so easily avoided. All civilizations on this planet are going to be wiped out. You all have seen the information. Now, although it's sudden, Dream has come to us with a plan to save as many people as possible. A plan for a sanctuary. The last stand we will have against the demons. He came to us with the plan. If he hadn't and had chosen to make his own haven, we would have had to transport the remnants of our dying empire over to his haven, likely utilizing his help for that as well. Can you not look into the future and see what will become of the world? Put aside your ambitions. Destroy your doubts. This is a time where we need unity more than anything else. Dream has already proven himself reliable in the war against the demons a year ago. When the tide was turned against us, he went as far as to wipe them out himself, allowing the world to recover in peace. Now, the world is once again threatened, and he has come back with a plan. Do you really believe a man with such power, independence, and capability would come to us with this plan for his own personal gain? He's doing this for the world, likely out of some sense of responsibility or guilt, and we have the opportunity to benefit most. More importantly, though, are you really so selfish as to shut the world out? An opportunity has come to help millions, and you wish to shut ourselves away? Let's have a sense of compassion for once. Now, we need to prepare ourselves and our people. It's time for us to contribute to the world, to prepare to stand against the demons. This is the beginning of the end, and we must not let the sacrifice of the villages, cities, kingdoms, and empires around the world go to waste. Take up this responsibility so that others may have the hope of seeing tomorrow. Are you with me? With that, the chieftain looked at the people beside him not as rulers or competitors, but as comrades. They were also looking back at him, doubts quenched and the flames of determination burning in their eyes. I am with you, Chief. We will fight them together, Chief. We must save the world. We will stand together. We are mighty dwarves. There's nothing we can't handle. There's nothing we can't do. Chapter 187, Innocent Blood. After Dream left, the chieftain and his fellow Class 4s went on to announce the situation to their citizens. When they did, it was met with shock and confusion. After all, things had been peaceful for a year, and all of a sudden their leaders come out and say that the world is going to end. Any normal person would be thrown off. But, since it was coming from the highest authority, they had no choice but to believe it to some extent. They also had to obey the orders that were handed down and make the stipulated preparations, of which included food rationing and entering a wartime state. The entire empire was quickly thrown into a small bout of chaos. But despite the sudden change, it never got too bad. That was until certain people started encroaching onto the city in droves. Well, they weren't exactly people. They were metallic humanoids, and there were tens of thousands of them. All these humanoids suddenly barged through the city entrance and piled in like a horde. And without explanation, they cleared out nearly a square mile of area, demolished buildings, and proceeded to dig a hole. The suddenness of it all baffled and enraged all the nearby dwarves. As far as they were concerned, it was an attack on their city, and even the military was called over. However, before the humanoids could be stopped, the chieftain himself made an appearance and stopped them, telling them that this was part of the plan. Like that, discontent was forcefully dealt with, and the humanoids went on to do their work in a shockingly efficient manner. Thousands of people watched as they dug into the ground with blinding speed and precision. They even dug it out in a way that people could easily descend into the hole, as if it were a new stairway to a lower level. It was something impossible for normal workers, and many soon became more curious than furious at these humanoids. The humanoids weren't a total mystery, though. There were many dwarves who had fought alongside the famous immortal army, and they quickly made the connection. Word soon spread because of this, and millions eventually had the name Dream pop up in their heads. But it didn't make the situation any less confusing. People had more questions than fewer, but they could do nothing except avoid causing trouble. Like that, the humanoids proceeded to build an intricate pathway deep into the ground. It was a pathway that tens of thousands of people could travel down, but one that could also be easily closed off. Not only that, but even after several hours, more metallic humanoids pilled into the city and went on to start even more construction projects. Some dug into the walls of the city, some forged metal to be used on the pathway, some modified the city gates and widened them, and some even made some odd buildings that rose into the air. The thousands of humanoids leveled entire plots of land and plowed into their city like it was an untouched, fresh field. It angered millions. But with the intervention of the Class 4s and the incredibly intimidating soldiers that accompanied the humanoids, nobody could do anything. This went on for an entire 2 days. During that time, massive changes were made around the entire city, and the amount of humanoids that occupied the city numbered around 200,000. All of them had a job, and all of them worked ceaselessly toward a goal unknown to the dwarves they affected. At this time, though, a big change happened. Out of nowhere, a hole was blasted in the roof of the city. BOMMM. The explosion shook everything, and it even broke the city-wide enchantment that covered them. Thousands of tons of rubble came calling down, but it was quickly stopped by the Class 4 dwarves. Everyone was shocked, and millions looked to the blindingly bright pillar of light that shot through the new hole. From the sky descended thousands of ships and even more humanoids. For a moment, it seemed as if a legion of heavenly angels were launching a war against the mortals on the ground. But after the dwarves on the ground saw them all shoot toward the massive pathway near the city entrance, they realized that this was just another legion from the man named Dream. After they pilled around the pathway, many of the bots shot into the hole while others set up around it. Out of the ships came thousands of tons of materials, and the bots took them and set up a large building. The building was made entirely of metal and encompassed the entire pathway as well as much of the area around it. In fact, the city entrance had already been long demolished, and the bots proceeded to make their own entrance that filtered into the building. This was one of the many security features of the haven that was being built. Dream would have to ensure that the entrance to his haven was fortified so as to prevent an invasion. This building that would cover the entrance was part of that fortification. The second part of it was the pathway. The bots didn't just make a fortress around the pathway, but turned the pathway into a series of gateways. With the haven being so far underground, the pathway was obviously very long. As so, Dream would make use of that length, as well as the narrow design of it, to create an impenetrable series of gates. To do this, he needed to make an anchor for the gates. This was solved by encasing the walls of the pathway with steel. Everything was then forged onto that steel. By the end, it would be a long metal tube with doors. This was the safest he could make the entrance alongside the enchantment that would cover everything. So with the plan already mapped out, the drones all got to work. Massive amounts of metal were carried around by the bots and forged however they needed to be. The fortifications were then built from the ground up in the most efficient way possible. Despite the speed, though, nothing was skimped on, and everything was the highest quality. This was one of the perks of having bots do everything. "Give me an update," Dream spoke as he entered the fortress on top of the pathway. He wasn't idle in all this. He worked constantly and made the greatest use of his abilities as he could. Even as he spoke, his magic was being used to move materials or forge metal on a large scale. We currently have the tunnel that leads about 5 miles down. At the end of the tunnel, an area about 10 miles in radius had been cleared from the pathway outward, giving us our first portion of the city and an area for the bots to build the foundation of the haven. Over the next 2 days, we should have the entire space designated for the city emptied out. All the excess is also being pilled on top, and the hole in the ceiling will be quickly sealed back up and made stronger. What about refugees? We've taken plenty of people from kingdoms all over the continents. The humans were put in the mountain, and the animals were brought to the United Empire. After we have the appropriate facilities here, we're going to start ferrying them over. And resources? How is that coming along? If you're talking about mining operations, not good. Demons have overrun many mining spots already. However, those mining teams are just being relocated to the moon where there's plenty of free resources. Good. And what about here? The city has a good water source, but we obviously needed to expand it. Right now, Pipelines are being created from the ocean to here that will supply plenty of water. We will also build the filtration facilities, of course. As for food, that's a bit more tricky. I've planned for a huge underground ecosystem to be built, but its viability is questionable. That's probably our biggest issue. How do the dwarves do it? They have a greenhouse system in this city. It's good, but it won't be enough for what we're planning, especially since we're not just housing humans. We don't have much data on the diets of animals and other species, so I'm trying to keep things simple. What about seafood? Would it be possible to set up a tunnel going from here to the ocean like with the pipeline? Then we would be able to easily and secretly catch fish. It would be an infinite food source. That's not impossible. It'll take time to dig, and we would need to make aquatic bots. But we could do it. Then let's do that. We need more than one plan for everything, especially for things like food. Of course, I'll task some bots to start digging. You can go to work on making the aquatic bots and fish-catching devices I'm designing. You'll also need to investigate the coast where we would create the tunnel and build the facility yourself. I have to go to the ocean? If you want this to move quickly, fine. Hopefully I won't meet any scary fishies. Dream shivered a bit as he flew off into the sky, leaving the city behind. Several ships that were loaded with materials followed behind him. Like that, 2 more days passed. During this time, Luna and Iris were always going around both the animal and human continents, hunting down and fighting Class 4s. The task wasn't as easy as they thought, though. As they fought more Class 4s, they realized that these ones were stronger than the ones that they fought a year ago. The main way they could see this was through levels. The demons that had originated from the continent had usually only been around level 340, but the ones now that came from the ocean usually leveled at least 360, and on occasion they found some that approached level 390. It was a surprisingly significant difference, and they took each battle much more seriously. Getting caught in a fight with groups larger than 50 would get dangerous for them, and they had to use their teleporting skill to escape to Dream on a few occasions. However, the girls weren't that unhappy about it, especially Iris. She had a blast fighting strong opponents. She could unleash her full power all she wanted, and it helped her get used to and proficient with her new power. It was the same for Luna. So while they couldn't kill nearly as quickly, the battle constantly improved their skills and combat ability. But there was one thing in all of this that plagued their minds a bit. It was the whole situation with evacuating the kingdoms. The girls had come across a lot of kingdoms, and since they were on the front lines, it meant the kingdoms they came across were always in mortal danger. Naturally, they had Sophia task some ships and soldiers to evacuate, but the whole process made them a bit uncomfortable. Whenever the soldiers went down, the citizens almost never complied. This was because demons usually weren't knocking on their door yet. But if they waited too long, evacuating would be impossible, so they couldn't hesitate in the evacuation, and this meant that they didn't have much time to explain. And so, the soldiers always had to go to work. Thousands would swarm every corner of the city, scan the place, determine how much and who they needed to grab, and went for the people. When the population was larger than 500,000, the women and children would be grabbed first. The husbands and fathers would always fight back, but they would be mercilessly beaten down as they were separated from their family. This didn't always happen, but since Dream had given a half ratio of men to women, it often did. Naturally, the kingdom would be thrown into chaos since the majority of its citizens would suddenly be abducted. But with the power of the soldiers and Luna and Iris, nobody could resist. Like that, hundreds of thousands would be stuffed into the ships like cattle and flown off, and the rest of the people who hadn't been loaded would be left there. This was the part that hurt the girls the most. They knew that the people who had been left behind would almost certainly be killed. The people thought it was a blessing to not have been taken away, but as the demons would show up only several hours later, they knew that they had instead been unlucky. Everyone would be filled with regret as they watched the massive horde speed toward them, knowing that they were about to be brutally overrun. And they were. Mostly. Whenever citizens would be left behind, Sophia would also leave a certain amount of soldiers behind. While the girls had initially thought this was to symbolically defend them to the death, it was actually for something different, and they had only found this out after staying behind in an attempt to buy time for the people to be evacuated. Whenever the demons totally overran the emptied kingdom, the soldiers would actually end the doomed citizens themselves. When the girls saw this, they had been shocked. But after thinking about it, they had understood why. Dream couldn't allow anyone to become a demon and add to their ranks, so he gave the order to kill them. The whole thing pained the girls. They felt guilty and depressed about the people dying. The ones who died weren't only men either. While all children would be evacuated, this meant there was less room for the women, and there were many couples who ended up dying in each other's arms. Though perhaps the one thing that consoled them was the fact that at least the children were always evacuated. Everything they saw disturbed them a bit, even though they understood it needed to be done. And while they were unsettled, they knew that the one who the most pressure went to was Dream. He had to give the order, and while he didn't see it personally, he knew it happened. He had to deal with dooming millions and even killing them. After all, the soldiers were all his, and humans gave experience when killed. He saw every notification. This fact is what hurt the girls above all. They remembered a year ago how he had chosen to nuke the landbridge despite the prisoners being there. Now, a similar situation was playing out, and because it hurt them so much, it got to the point where Iris started stepping in and doing things herself. Even Luna partook, all in an attempt to share the innocent blood on their hands. Chapter 188, Pull Up a Tree. With all the construction moving forward at an unbelievable pace and kingdoms around the world being evacuated, 2 weeks pass. In this time, Dream had revamped most of the Dwarven city and dug out the entire underground haven as well. The haven was a circle 150 miles in diameter. It was also about 800 meters tall. Within this space, countless buildings and hundreds of facilities were built from bottom to top, filling up all the space. Everything was organized in a very specific way, and everything that was needed to accommodate an entire population was present. Even if there was something that wasn't present, the space and materials were set aside so that it could be built. Not only that, but the haven was modeled with expansion and upgrades in mind. Dream knew that the haven had to be able to adapt to unexpected situations, whether it was supplies running out or demons somehow gaining access to the haven. And so, he had the place be set up like a boat. It would be able to close off and quarantine certain areas, but all the facilities could also be easily accessed. As for supplies and necessities like food, water, plumbing, air, and other things, those were also taken care of. Dream couldn't expect an economy to be started up right off the bat, so he made sure that food could be distributed to all corners of the haven and to all people. What helped greatly was the fact that his seafood plan had worked perfectly, and he was able to set up bots and facilities in the ocean to catch plenty of fish. This did indeed provide him with an unlimited supply of food. Good food too. In this world, fish were much larger, more tasteful, and nutritious due to mana. It would help greatly with long-term food solutions. As for water, that was probably the easiest part. Many pipelines were created from the haven to the ocean, and the water was all sent through filtration plants within the city itself. And with Sophia's knowledge plus Dream's abilities, creating a water filtering system was easy as pie. As a result, the entire city would have all the fresh water they needed for years to come. There would be no such thing as a drought. Plumbing and air were similarly easy. Plumbing was accommodated for in the initial build plans, and they were even made to allow easy access in case of problems. It was the same for air. All kinds of channels were created to the outside, and Dream even installed a backup air supply for the entire city. While it would only be able to provide air for a few days, that would theoretically be enough time to solve problems that had cut off the air supply in the first place. Plus, there were also air conversion facilities that could substitute for plants just in case, at least somewhat. Overall, the city definitely wasn't pretty. It was filled with cold gray metal and seemed lifeless. Nothing was wood, the lighting wasn't the best, and there weren't very many plants around the place. But it was safe and incredibly functional, and that's what they needed. And so, when the city got to the point where it could house people, Dream allowed 2 populations inside. Humans that were evacuated from various kingdoms and dwarves. When he gave the order, the dwarven chieftain had 2 million dwarves move them, their families, and their livelihoods to the haven. Most of these people were ones who were displaced by Dream's constructions in the first place, and the chieftain felt they would be good to test out the real functionality of the city. And so, Dream's legion of bots proceeded to guide the 2 million dwarves into the haven. Everyone was assigned living spaces and given instructions as to how to attain food and whatnot. Not only that, but they were given bracelets if they didn't have one, something that Dream had decided to restart the production of. The bracelets would help immensely. With them, people could complain about any problems that cropped up, and it would allow large-scale communication. It would also allow Dream to monitor the entire population and react to situations appropriately. 2 million dwarves were inserted and 5 million human refugees were also brought over. After getting everyone situated, including the orphans that were assigned to willing families, Dream monitored everything for 2 days. The result? A mostly huge success. Everything worked according to Dream's plans. Food was able to get on everyone's tables, nobody had problems with water or other necessities, and living spaces were decently comfortable. However, one problem did pop up that he figured would. Entertainment. People got bored. That was a simple truth. And since Dream hadn't implemented anything to keep people occupied, the first thing that happened was the inhabitants going around and messing with things, or starting up little shops in the empty buildings. While it wasn't exactly a problem, it would definitely become one. Luckily, he had at least set aside real estate for shops and businesses. This was to allow an economy to boot up. It would be rough at first, but it would happen. But the main problem was still there. There was little to no forms of entertainment, but it wasn't something he could solve in a few days. Entertainment came from the masses, not pre-built facilities. Only by moving in more people and giving it time would the problem be solved. But he was okay with that. As far as he was concerned, as long as the haven could sustain and protect lives, that would be fine. Everything else wasn't on the priority list. At the end of the 2 weeks, though, there were major changes. The demons had finally reached the empires. This was one of the things that Dream had constantly kept his eye on. And while they took longer than expected, they eventually made their way to the capital cities of the empires. And with their arrival, everyone was thrown into chaos. None of the ordinary citizens could truly confirm the details of the invasion, and they were only able to listen to their government. But with how sudden things changed, the people couldn't bring themselves to go into such a high alert state. Even if they did, there wasn't much they could do. This was because the empires never gave the order to evacuate everybody. The reason was simple. For the Spire and the Sword School, they couldn't simply send everyone to the mountain because the mountain couldn't fit everyone. While they actually did decide to immediately send everyone Class 2 and up, that was only a small portion of the population, amounting to around a quarter of the population. With each city having around 50 million inhabitants each, that meant 25 million total between the two were being sent away. One of the biggest problems with this was the fact that those people were nearly all of their military and hunters, and when they left, the city was turned into a sheep that was just waiting for the slaughter. But because of this, each city also decided to send a portion of the ordinary population. This amounted to another 20 million and consisted of mostly business owners and the valuable people of society. By the end, each city only had half of its people left. All of them were totally unguarded. To make this decision was the hardest thing the rulers had to do. They couldn't send everyone, but if they wanted a chance to survive, they had to send the most valuable. But this would doom everyone else, and they would have the blood of millions of innocents on their hands. But they had to do it. This wasn't a time where they could hesitate. The fate of humanity was at stake, and there would be no room for regrets. But the leaders decided to stay, at least to the last moment. They went around in an attempt to settle their people. But with the fact that so many people had left, nobody was calm. Everyone started panicking as they had all eventually heard what was going on. In fact, several million had left the city and went on their own way toward the mountain. But this only resulted in them only getting decimated by the demons. And so, millions of people were constantly rioting through the deserted streets, demanding to be evacuated as well. But nothing could be done. No ships came for them, and the leaders only sat there, wallowing in guilt. The same situation was playing out in the animal empires too. While the United Empire was better off in terms of stability, it wasn't entirely okay. They had also moved the majority of their combatants to the dwarven empires where they knew a haven was being built for them. The elven empire did the same, albeit with much more difficulty. The elves were stubborn, and none of them wished to leave their tree behind. It was their object of worship, their home, their mother. Most would rather die than leave. However, there was a remedy for this, and Dream had planned this remedy for a while, unbeknownst to anyone. Adona had actually been the one to notify Dream about the problem. She had been notified of his plans and knew that the elves wouldn't stand a chance. But they wouldn't move, and she decided to call Dream and ask about what to do. And he gave her a solution. However, the solution was a bit radical, and it needed to be discussed with the elven leaders. So Dream discussed it. He simply laid out his plan and guaranteed that he could do it. All the elven leaders had to do was agree, otherwise, their empire would be eradicated. After hearing about the plan in detail, The elven leaders were shocked and some were furious. If this plan were to be broadcasted to the populace, the people would revolt. Not only that, but Dream was almost threatening them with the plan. However, it was feasible and it would ensure the survival of their species. So after much deliberation, they could only accept, and Dream started forcibly ferrying elves to the haven. Like that, empires around the world started to send their people to the Dwarven Empire where the haven was. Millions were transported each day. But there was a problem with this. The demons? Dream was only able to start accepting people when the city could accommodate them, and this was around the time that the demons were getting close. And when the day finally came that the demons showed up on the horizons of the United Empire, Elven Empire, Spire, and Sword School, Dream was still in the middle of transporting people. Naturally, this created complications. Eventually, the empires were finally sieged. The human rulers had been prepared, but having it happen infuriated them. It was to the point where they wanted to fight the demons back. But there were three things that stopped them. 1 was the hope for future survival. 2 was the amount of class 4s they detected. There were hundreds that they picked up on, and they knew they couldn't fight that. 3 was because of a plan that Dream let them know about. With those three factors, none of the class 4 rulers went out to fight. They just hovered in the air, looking between the millions of people down below and their approaching doom only several miles away. But eventually, they had to leave. The class 4 demons were approaching, and if they waited too long, they would be pounced on. So, they boarded a ship that had been prepared for them and flew off into the sky toward the mountain. The ships that were collecting the last few batches of people within the city also left, never to return again. With that, millions of humans were left without any hope or leaders. They just sat there as they felt the approaching armies and their stifling aura. Soon, the demon armies finally made their way inside the city. All the class 4s, 3s, 2s, and 1s piled into the city. But surprisingly, the humans weren't immediately attacked. This was because of the class 4s. They gave the order to stay back. Why? Because they would be converting all these humans into demons. Smiling, nearly 800 class 4s made their way into the city. Over 300 million demons were converging from the outside as well. They had stayed spread when approaching, but when their target got closer, they moved together to siege it. This resulted in countless demons surrounding it for miles. But little did they know that a certain person had been planning for this. Looking at a live feed, Dream received data on the demons around the Spire and Sword School. They aren't attacking. The surrounding demons around the Spire and Sword School amount to around 300 million, totaling 600 million. Their convergence has stopped with that. Fire now. Understood. With that, signals were sent to the pea shooter, and after charging up for a bit, the orbital railgun launched out 14 bombs in succession. All the bombs sailed down through the atmosphere at different speeds, and through Sophia's meticulous firing technique, all the bombs approached their detonation point at around the same time. Flash. With their explosion, over a dozen blobs of light appeared, 7 over each of the surrounded empires, 1 in the center, 6 around it. With that, all the surrounding demons were utterly annihilated, including all life within the empires as well. The walls and buildings were leveled under the explosion. Living beings were instantly vaporized, and it left one massive crater larger than the city itself in the ground. Dream sat there as he watched the explosions. In his mind, hundreds of millions of notifications were popping up in his vision. Eventually, he had Sophia block them though as he just watched the fire fade and the mushroom clouds form. With that, we've lowered their numbers to around 1 billion, 1.4 billion. Although it's basically stopped, batches of demons still flow out of the ocean. Plus, they've converted many animals and humans and such through their advance. Over time, it added a bit more to them. Whatever. Shaking his head at the number, Dream closed his eyes. 3 human empires were now annihilated. Hundreds of millions have died. The remnants of the human species were now either at the mountain or the haven, and they only numbered around 150 million. We need to move people. That's already in progress. We're spread thin though. We're trying to transport tens of millions from the animal empires as well. How long will it take? We won't be able to get the remaining population of the planet to the haven. The United Empire will be sieged soon, as will the Elven Tree. We'll have to stop transporting the people at those places in less than a day. From there, the only people we would need to transport are those at the mountain. The demons are set to reach there in around 5 days since it's a bit farther than the other empires. How many do you think will be able to move? We might be able to get 100 million humans to the haven. Same for the animals. The Eves aren't so lucky. They have a smaller population, plus they're resisting. So we might be able to move 50 million. As for dwarves, most of them are already within the vicinity, but they're also in the upper city. Their protection isn't guaranteed. The demons are going to reach us soon too, right? They're also set to reach the dwarven territories in about 5 days, yes. So we have 5 days until we're going to be sieged as well. It'll take time to assimilate everyone though. We'll need to defend the upper city for a while until everyone is situated. Then once we're set, we can enact our final plan and close ourselves off. Whether that'll work or not is unknown, but it should yield good results. There's a reason we went so deep. It'll be fine. We already have 70 million inhabitants, many of which are high-level combatants. As far as I'm concerned, it's enough for the survival of all the main species on this planet. Plus, the city is handling it well. Food is constantly being distributed, and we've stockpiled plenty. Water was never a problem. In fact, many people think that life in your haven is better than life in the empires. It's modern after all, something these people aren't used to. That's comforting, I guess. By the way, how's the operation for the elven tree coming along? Very good. See for yourself. Saying that, Sophia pulled up another live feed. It was of the elven tree that towered thousands of meters into the air. Demons were currently approaching it, but that wasn't the odd thing going on. Currently, all around the base of the tree were bots. There were thousands, and they swarmed the tree like ants. They dug into the ground all around the roots, and tons of dirt were being displaced around it. This was a project and a part of the agreement that Dream had come to with the elves. For him, the tree was an invaluable natural oddity, one that could be used as the foundation of the haven enchantment. He wanted it, and in exchange for taking in the elves, the leaders agreed that nobody would interfere with him uprooting the tree and taking it to the haven to be used in the protective enchantment. This uprooting was what was currently occurring right now. He built the necessary transport devices and assembled the bots that would dig up and move the tree in its entirety. It was supposedly an impossible task, but with his technology, it was totally possible. But part of the plan required him to help out. And so, with the preparations and digging almost complete, Dream stood up. Time to head over there, I guess. Make sure things are ready to receive it here. Already prepared. Good. Then let's go pull up a tree. Hee hee. Chapter 189. Enchantments. With a rare moment of excitement, Dream headed straight over to the elven tree. He soon arrived, and when he did, he got an overview of the situation. It's mostly dug out, but it's still going to take quite a bit of force to pull it up. We've also already cut some of the roots down below, but that'll only do so much. Right. It's a good thing I'm here then. Plus, we got plenty of ships set aside for this. Are they ready? Yes. We just need to wrap the anchors around the tree. I can take care of that. Just bring them over. Of course. With that, Dream saw a few thousand ships fly over. They all opened their hatches, and Dream's influence burst out the next moment. His influence spread out to encompass the tree, all the soldiers, and everything else within a radius of over 5 kilometers. His mana also spread out, and once he received the data on what to do, Dream targeted the anchors within the ships and pulled them out. Thousands of metal hooks and many kilometers worth of steel cable came out and moved toward the tree. Under Dream's control, they wrapped around it and latched on in a very meticulous fashion. Soon, the tree's trunk was entirely covered in enchanted wires, and not long after, all the ships that were waiting on standby moved over and latched onto those wires. Good. Now comes the hard part. The mana pathways within the tree have been enchanted to cooperate with your mana. You'll be able to latch on magically. Then let's do so. On your mark. Saying that, Dream focused all his influence and mana on the tree. When he did, he could detect the enchantment that resonated with him inside the tree. He quickly and easily attached to it. This would be his handle by which he pulled up the tree. Seeing that, Sophia counted down. All bots ready. Pull in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heave! With a shout, Dream mustered all his power and exerted massive upward force on the entirety of the tree. The few thousand ships also went full power, tugging on their wires like no tomorrow. Immediately, the tree shook under all the force. Even the ground rumbled, and all the elves within the city around it looked up at the tree. They obviously saw and knew what was going on. Home tree. It's rising. No, the tree is being destroyed. Many elves started panicking as the tree actually started rising from the ground. The roots that had been swarmed by bots slipped through the ground like a knife through butter, offering very little resistance as per the enchantments that had been applied. With all the preparations and power behind the pull, the tree was soon nearly 500 meters up in the sky. The ground stopped rumbling as the last of the massive roots slipped out of the ground. In fact, the ground within the vicinity of the tree actually started caving in, creating a huge crater that was once its resting place. My God, Home Tree is ascending. They've uprooted Home Tree. All the elves down below watched the unbelievable spectacle. Around 700 meters in the sky was the tree that now rested on its side horizontally. The few thousand ships carried it with their wires in an organized formation like it was cargo, and they were turning towards a specific direction. Haha, yes, mission complete. That was easier than I thought. Dream smiled brightly as he watched the tree hover in the sky. After pulling it up himself, he found that it was surprisingly light. If he really wanted to, he probably could have pulled it up himself. The ships also could have pulled it up themselves. Both of them together really were overkill. Ship it off? Yes. Now we need to get it integrated with the haven. Let's go. Remembering that time was of the essence, Dream quickly had the ships send off the tree. Going full blast, all the ships sped off into the distance toward the haven, the massive tree in tow. Meanwhile, all the elves were in shock. Millions of them watched as the tree, their spiritual icon, disappeared over the horizon. Even the Ljosfer, the elven leaders, felt conflicted at the sight as they hovered high in the sky. They had also seen everything. To think something like this was possible, Vithika, one of the elven ancients, spoke as sorrow filled her. But perhaps more than that, her awe toward the man named Dream increased. She knew the power it took to move the tree like this. It wasn't just about moving a heavy object, but countering the enchantments that rooted it in place. As far as she knew, the tree was more than just a plant. It was a spiritual being that was comprised of unbelievably complex mana pathways and enchantments. But Dream was able to not only counter the enchantments, but take control of them, making the entire tree and its systems bow down to him. If it were before, she would have thought that was incomprehensible. Not even she could easily bond with the mana systems in the tree. It took her years of resonance and deciphering to even connect with it. But then along came Dream, a man who could tap into its deepest systems and manipulate it to his will. And now, their tree was going to be used as an ingredient in another enchantment of his. At least the tree will live on, in one form or another. It will be used to save the remnants of all the species of the world, ensuring life can go on. Unfortunately, us elves won't have a large place in the haven. If only our peoples weren't so stubborn. Ancient, what shall we do now? One of the other class 4s spoke up beside her. Many of their people were still down below, and the demons were only a few hours away. There's nothing we can do. Dream has transported a large portion of our population to the haven. Our place is there. But the people, there are over 100 million of our own down there. We have to leave them. There isn't enough time. At least, they won't be turned into demons. The other elves went silent as they heard that. They knew what Dream would do when the demons sieged their empire. It would end with the obliteration of the majority of their species, but they at least wouldn't be turned into demons that they would have to fight later. Plus, it would also kill off many demons as well. It was painful, but with the haven, they could at least survive. Let's go. We must protect what we have left. Do not let their sacrifice go to waste. With that, Vithika left first. The other leaders soon followed, and not long after they left, the demons advanced into the empire, destruction following in their wake. As the demons advanced onto the elven empire, Dream was back at the haven. In his vision was a live feed. It was of both the elven empire as well as the United Empire. Demons have already totally swarmed the surroundings of the United Empire, but they're much more spread out and haven't made their move yet. Ships are still evacuating people. It's unknown how long it will be until the demons finally decide to invade. Just get as many out as possible as fast as possible. How many have we got out? About 45 million animals are at the haven. And the elves? 50 million. We somewhat prioritized them since they gave us the tree, but the demons moved too fast to get any more than that out. As of now, the place is being swarmed. We'll need to scorch them soon. Take care of it when necessary. Same with the United Empire. I'm leaving it to you. Of course, you just focus on the tree. Right? Dream nodded with an uncomfortable feeling. He really didn't like killing innocents, even if it was to prevent them from turning into demons. By this point, though, everything was riding on him. So he buckled down, did what was necessary, and focused on the work he needed to do. Right now, there was a massive hole being opened up in the ground. This hole went from the surface of the ground into the dwarven city below it and down the pathway to the haven. Dream had a very odd but calculated plan for the tree. He was indeed planning to use it as the foundation for his city-wide enchantment, but it would be done in a specific way. The first thing he needed to do was actually cut the tree. Dream wanted to plant the roots of the tree in the bottom of the city and the branches of the tree in the top of the city. After that, Dream would modify the growth mechanisms of the tree to spread the roots and branches out across the bottom and top of the entire city. Effectively, it would result in a vault of intertwining branches that would encapsulate the whole city with the tree at the center. However, because the 3 km tree was too tall for the 800-meter-tall city, he would just cut it down a size. But he wouldn't let the cut portion go to waste. He knew the entire tree was filled with a solid mana structure and liquid mana veins. So he planned to supplement the power of the tree with the cut portion, basically using it as fuel to power the growth. And so, Dream got to work. After it was brought down into the haven, he personally cut the tree down to size. Then after modifying the metal of the roof and floor of the city where he would place it, he alongside several thousand other bots went to work on integrating its branches and roots into the dirt and stone. The process took an entire day, but it was eventually finished. When it was, 2 tree segments were left hanging from the roof and rising from the floor. It looked odd, and that was still true even after Dream connected the 2 segments together. By the end, he was left with 1 disproportioned tree and 1 2-kilometers-long log. Alright, now we just need to mess with the enchantments. We should hurry too. Cutting the tree didn't exactly leave it the healthiest. Don't want it to wither. Saying that, Dream went over and tapped into the tree's enchantments. The entire tree had not only its natural mana systems, but also the cellular DNA. This meant Dream could modify it 2 different ways. He could modify the DNA to accommodate for the kind of growth he wanted, and then integrate that with the mana systems that would tie in with his citywide enchantment. When it came to planning and scripting the enchantments, it was actually rather simple. However, the necessary power to drive the enchantments would be massive. After all, he wanted the tree to not just grow, but remain just as incredibly strong as it was before. For this, lots of solid and liquid mana would need to be created. Luckily, though, he at least had a very suitable source of liquid mana, Aegis, but that would come after everything was set up. Until then, he just needed to set the foundation, of which was already mostly prepared. The enchantment that Dream was planning to create would encapsulate the entire city. Literally, as it was being constructed, all structures were enchanted, including buildings, structural beams, facilities, and all the metal that covered the ceiling, walls, and ground. These enchantments would later all come together under one net that was the Haven enchantment. Now, Dream had the tree. The tree was now going to be the central computer that drove all the enchantments of the city. It was now the most powerful item Dream had, aside from the Aegis's heart, so it made the best power source and the best medium by which all enchantments would come together. And so, Dream got to work. For 3 entire days, he focused on enchanting the tree. He didn't even stop to watch as the United Empire was bombed to oblivion, though he did see the notifications. After those 3 days, the enchantment was finally completed, though it came at a not-so-light price to Dream's soul. The sheer power he put out really strained him, but he didn't really mind as it would continue to help him heal. He didn't forget how he was still at a plus stats. With that enchantment, though, things would be much easier. In fact, when it was completed, the tree immediately went to work and spread its branches and roots through the ground and ceiling, constantly expanding. This was only the beginning, though, and the second thing Dream went to do was fuel the tree with the power from its cut-off body. Dream picked up the entire 2-kilometers-long log that was the body of the tree by himself. After that, he brought it up to the tree in the center of the haven and proceeded to place the 2 together. When he did, both the log and the tree started fusing together, a function he had enchanted for. When they fused, the tree immediately expanded in size. The growth rates of the roots and branches also increased greatly. The log constantly decreased in size as all its solid and liquid mana was sucked out and inserted into the main tree, becoming whole again. Soon, the log was totally fused, and the main tree now looked like a proper tree. It even glowed with a green, natural, and vitality-filled aura. It contrasted greatly with the entirety of the haven that was metal and lifeless. And because of that, everyone instantly loved the addition. This was especially true for the elves who thought they would never see the splendor of their tree again. There was another consequence to the tree strengthening so much too. All of its roots and branches glowed with a green light from the ground and sky, filling the portion of the city it was spread through with a gentle light. While Dream had inserted artificial lights everywhere, this light felt better to the people who were used to something more natural. However, with the appearance of this light, another reaction occurred. Everything within the city that was made of metal from the ground to the ceiling started glowing with intricate circuit-like lines. All the lines were bright blue, and they intertwined with the green light coming from the roots and branches. Everywhere the green light spread, the blue lights would also appear and merge with the green light until they both changed color to cyan. This was a result of the enchantments of the city merging with the enchantments of the tree. The process occurred as the tree spread so as to save time and hurry the process as much as possible. Plus, the enchantments all over the city could provide some power to the tree, and vice versa. They worked together after all. Like this, the spread of the lights gradually expanded through the city. It wasn't fast, but wasn't slow either. However, after calculating the speed, Dream frowned. This won't be totally spread by the time the demons arrive. Chapter 190. Old Monsters. The tree will entirely encompass the haven in 8 days. The demons will reach this place in 2. That means we need to defend the haven for 6 days until it's finished. Sophia spoke to Dream after calculating the expansion of the tree's roots and branches. And while it seemed like a short period of time, defending against all the demons for that long would be extremely difficult and could result in even more deaths. That won't do. We need it to move faster. Luckily, we have something that'll help. Although I didn't think we'd have to use it. Aegis, my lord, I'm gonna need your help for a bit. As you wish. Thanks. Now, let's set ourselves up. Saying that, Dream flew over to the tree in the middle of the city. The entire thing glowed with thousands of blue lines, as did the entire city around it. It really brightened up the place. After flying up next to it, Dream placed his hand on the trunk. When he did, the trunk split and opened up, creating a human-sized hole that led all the way to the center mass of the tree. Dream entered this hole and closed it behind him, sealing him inside the tree. After flying to the center of the tree that was filled to the brim with solid mana, Dream made himself a seat and got comfortable in the total darkness. All right, connect to it. When he gave the order, tendrils of solid mana appeared from the surroundings and shot toward him. Dream didn't block it, and the tendrils went into his chest and toward his soul. The location next to it, to be precise, where Aegis's heart was. Aegis was prepared and caught the tendrils, taking control and connecting them to his heart. When he did, power gushed out of him without restraint and poured directly into the tree. This was Dream's plan. He wanted to use Aegis's seemingly unlimited mana and power to hurry the tree's growth, and it led to instant results. A few minutes after Aegis connected to the tree, its growth sped up greatly. After calculating for a bit, Sophia gave her estimation. Now it should only take 4 days for the tree to finish growing. We'll still have to defend it for 2 though. Better than 6. It might be doable. We'll just have to make it work. Should I call Luna over to help power the enchantments? She's already helped greatly in that regard. It's the reason everything's blue. No, that's fine. I should be able to do it myself. She's better off out there with Scarlet. Okay. Now, let's see if we can't push this along more. Buckling down, Dream proceeded to tap into the tree's enchantments himself and help drive the growth of the tree more. Although his help wouldn't do much, it was a way for him to work himself out. He didn't forget how he still wasn't back to S-tier stats. Meanwhile, as Dream was sitting inside the tree, Luna and Iris were out and about fighting demons. In a large hilly area south of the Enchanted Mountain, the two were battling it out with nearly 60 Class 4 demons. The ground and sky were filled with dark red roiling waves of corrosive gas, and it was within this that they fought. Inside, Iris was taking and dishing hits to whatever demons that came at her. All of them were apprehensive about attacking her, though. Just by being inside her domain of corrosion, they could feel energy being sucked out of them and their bodies being eaten away at. And whenever they attacked her, she would attack back with relentless bouts of compressed energy that would eat away at their very soul. They had to give their all to defend against it. Worst part was, she attacked seemingly without regard for her own safety. But they could understand why. Not only was her body extremely tough, but she healed unbelievably quickly, and she could dampen their attacks before they even reached her. They were severely disadvantaged just because of her. That wasn't even counting Luna, who went around with a Spartan helmet, spear, and shield. Both weapons and armor had been conjured by her and were very powerful. Her defense was much more impenetrable than Iris's, and the demons couldn't get through her shield or body. Even when they had cut her after much effort, it was instantly healed as if it was never there. It was even more ridiculous than Iris's healing. Her attacks weren't anything to scoff at either. If they didn't watch themselves, that spear would easily impale them. It was also loaded with complex magic, so if they were hit or stabbed, who knew what might come out of it? One time it might be a freezing spell, another it might be a laceration spell. Not only that, but she could hurl her spear like a bullet. The crazy part was, she could reclaim the spear from anywhere, never at risk of losing it. This was actually an ability of hers that came from her Blessed of the Greeks title. The title granted her the ability to summon her helmet, shield, and spear. It was different from the ordinary ice weapons she usually made. These were much stronger and seemed to be tied to her soul. She could use her other abilities flawlessly with them, and they granted boosts to her defense, stamina, and attacks. And since they were tied to her soul, they could be summoned and desummoned at will from anywhere, making them very versatile. There was one other ability that she had access to as well, but it was one she hardly ever used. The ability stemmed from her Blessed of the Moon title. It was one that, when activated, would grant her sharp increases in overall power. This power would grant her vastly increased regeneration speeds and the usage of a seemingly unlimited amount of icy mana that could be used for extremely powerful spells. However, using this ability came at a price. Afterward, she would be greatly weakened since it would put huge strain on her soul. And while there weren't any activation limits to this ability, she knew that if she stubbornly kept it activated for longer than she could handle, it would put her on the verge of death. This was why she basically never used it, and instead kept it as a trump card. Like this, the girls went back and forth with the demons. And while they seemed to have the whole situation under control, they couldn't allow many more class 4s to come over. The demons were just too good at working together, combining skills, and supplementing each other's attacks. They were constantly attacking the girls from all directions, inflicting little injuries that built up over time and drained energy. If they weren't careful, they could still be defeated. Since they had their teleportation skill, though, they were pretty much totally safe. This was also why Iris attacked with such wild abandon. Luna was the same. They put everything on the line and used their skills to their utmost. It was like life or death training for them, just without the fear of death. Of course, it wasn't just training. The two did their best to cull the number of class 4s as much as they could. They had already killed over 1,000 over the past 2 weeks. Because of that, they had both actually leveled up to level 350. And while their levels started to stagnate around there, the levels of their skills gradually rose instead, continuing their consistent rise in strength. HM? Oh, hi Sophia. For days? Okay, so we'll need to defend for 2. Huh? That'll be difficult. What about Dream? In the tree? Alright, I guess we can only have the other class 4s prepare. Get the ones from the mountain over to the haven. Let all of them know what's going on. We'll have to work hard to repel so many. There's going to be at least a few hundred class 4 demons. Okay, thanks. What happened? Iris spoke up through their connection after Luna ended her conversation with Sophia. Despite talking, though, neither of them were distracted from the fight they were in. The tree is going to take a while before completing its growth around the haven. We're going to have to defend against the demons for 2 days. Seriously? How are we supposed to survive against the onslaught of that many demons? Especially now that we're going to be sitting ducks. We'll just have to make it work. But we've seen his plans. I think we'll be fine. We can band together all our troops. The people at the haven are the strongest in the world. We should be able to fend them off for long enough. Maybe. Otherwise, the last remnants of life will be totally wiped out. That would kinda suck. Let's just do as much as we can before the battle comes. We should also move to the animal continent. We can hunt some class 4s there. That'll lessen their strength come time to fight. Saying that, Luna activated her skill and Iris tapped into it. The next moment, both of them disappeared into thin air, and the demons' attacks that were flying toward them hit nothing. From then on, Luna and Iris went around killing off demons that were nearing the haven. Not only that, but they decided to bring along a squad of class 4s. However, this was when a surprising development occurred. Out of all the empires, there were 2 class 4s who were probably the most mysterious. They were the old monsters that resided at the spire. Only a select group of people even knew about their existence, and even fewer had ever seen them in person. These people who had actually seen them were the ancients like the elf Vithika. It was a testament to how long these old monsters had lived. Other than that, though, the only thing Dream knew about them was that they were a couple. He had never seen them, and there was nothing about the spire that would point to their existence. Although the other class 4s said that they lived somewhere in the top of the tower, that was only a rumor. Either way, even as the world was ending, even as the spire was overrun and destroyed, these 2 people had never appeared, and Dream had never gone inquiring about it. He had better things to worry about. However, at this time, only a day before the demons overran the rest of the world, these 2 actually appeared. As Luna and Iris were deciding on people to bring with them on their offensive, the old couple actually approached them, totally undetected. It shocked and startled them both. "Who are you?" Iris snarled when the 2 appeared. The couple didn't look any older than 40 and appeared extremely healthy. The man had a graying beard that went down to his collar and was dressed in some clean white robes. The woman also had some graying hair that created streaks among her otherwise brown hair. She was also dressed in the same white robes. They matched each other well, and they appeared arm in arm. However, the amiable vibes they gave off did nothing to prevent Iris from lashing out. The 2 had gotten past their senses, a red flag that Iris instantly deemed enough to target them. "We mean no harm, young one. We just want to help." As he spoke with a deep, aged voice, the man put up a barrier around them. The barrier was enough to completely block Iris's attack that was going to lock them down magically. Iris frowned at that. While she hadn't been trying to kill them, the barrier showed her how powerful they were. The barrier itself was made of something similar to solid mana, and she could barely eat away at it. The control of the mana within was also astonishing. The only other person she had seen this kind of control from was Dream. "Calm down, Iris," Luna spoke as she looked the 2 up and down. At the same time, she was notifying Dream of the new development. When Dream heard about the new people, he was also surprised. Nobody could just sneak up on the girls like that unless they were on his level of power, especially now that they had become so much stronger. And knowing they were that powerful, he had to take them seriously. He quickly stood up from within the tree and walked to the outer trunk, creating a hole and looking out from it. When he emerged, his eyes instantly fell on the couple. The couple seemed to sense his gaze as well, and they looked back at him. When they looked into each other's eyes, their influences were quickly unleashed and clashed. The mana in between them roiled around unstably, alerting everyone in the center of the city. "What's that? Have the demons come? Are we under attack? It might just be a fight. Where are the immortal guards?" Everyone shouted as the 2 figures had an invisible battle. However, after a bit, Dream smiled and brought out an object. It was a handgun, and it looked identical to a 1911 pistol, just quite a bit bigger than a normal 1911. Dream aimed the gun at the man who he was staring down with. He pulled the trigger. Bang! An explosion rang out as a pillar of plasma left the barrel of the gun, leaving behind a streak of purple. This was instantaneous, though, and before the man could even react, the projectile that came out of the gun landed on the barrier. Shatter! The bullet hit the barrier, and the next moment, the barrier buckled. The bullet didn't come out unscathed, though. Upon impact, the bullet deployed its function, disintegrating into millions of nanites. Finally, a bit flustered, the man activated his magic once again to counteract the nanites. Although he couldn't directly detect them or destroy them, his dense mana was able to protect his body and counter the effects of the nanites that were attempting to scatter and disperse his mana. After a few seconds, the man sighed. It took him that long to completely counter the nanites. However, he knew that this was only a small attack from Dream. To take a few seconds to counter it was subpar. Lots could happen in a few seconds, and considering Dream was literally gushing with unheard of amounts of power, he was able to quickly come to a conclusion. I wouldn't necessarily be able to beat this kid. Shaking his head, the man retracted his influence, as did Dream. Dream, right? Yeah, great. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Marlowe, and this is my Mrs. Safari. Pleased to meet you, Dream. The man, Marlowe, slightly bowed, and the woman, Afari, curtsied. Dream looked at them for a second before speaking. A couple, very powerful. Never seen you before. Magic skills. Can I assume you're the old monsters from the Spire? Hoo-hoo. I guess that name really did stick. Yes, we come from the Spire. We have been secluded for many years, but the time has come to be secluded no longer. And here I thought you guys were just legends. Hell of a time to show up. But better late than never, I guess. Indeed, we've seen what you plan to do, and we want to help. That's fine. Take these bracelets and listen to those two. I've got things to do. Tossing out a pair of bracelets, Dream turned around and headed back through the hole, sealing himself in the tree once more. Marlowe's face twitched a bit at the casual brush-off, but he just sighed after a bit. He of all people knew how daunting the task that Dream was carrying out was. Him and his wife. They were both masters of magic, but the entirety of the haven shocked them both, especially the tree. To use it the way he was insane, but if he wanted to succeed, he would need to concentrate. So, they just left it be. Turning around, the couple faced Luna and Iris once more. Iris was looking at them with hostile intent though. Fight me, old man. Fight you? Hey, wait. Fight me. Without warning, Iris suddenly charged Marlowe in her fox form, firing corrosive red beams with a strong desire to battle. Hastily, the man threw up his barrier once more and defended with magic, separating from Afari in the process. Luna and Afari watched then duke it out for a bit before facing each other. When Afari saw the glint in Luna's eyes though, she smiled a bit and asked, "Do you, perhaps, wish to fight me too?" "I'm not as brash as her. I understand. Come on then. It's been a while since I've had a good fight. We should go outside though. Iris, take it outside. In a minute. Let's go." Calmly, both women flew up and out of the haven. Iris and Marlowe also made their way up, continuing their fight in the process. And thus concluded the appearance of the Old Monsters. Chapter 191, Final Stand. The battle between the girls and the Old Monsters didn't last for very long. They eventually called a draw, the reason being that Dream stepped in. Verbally, time was of the essence, and while he appreciated the girls' lust for battle, they needed to direct it elsewhere. So after he talked to them and the Old Monsters, they decided to hold off for now and head out. The place they headed to was the vanguard troop of the demons that were heading toward the haven. There they wrangled over nearly 80 class 4s and battled them all, killing them off one by one. This was to decrease the demon threat as much as possible before they reached the haven. In fact, over time, this actually led to them delaying the arrival. Turns out, the Old Monsters really were as powerful as the legends made them out to be. They could handle all the class 4 demons with ease, and it accelerated the girls' killing speed by leaps and bounds. After only a day of fighting, they had killed nearly 400. This made it so that the demons missed their estimated arrival time, and the haven was given a longer period of peace. Unfortunately, that was only so for the haven. On the other side of the world, the enchanted mountain wasn't nearly as safe, and the demons arrived just on time. When they did, the same scene played out just as with the other empires. The demons surrounded the city, and the few ships that were taking off with the last batches of people were obliterated by class 4s. Fortunately, everyone with any kind of combat ability was already evacuated, though that also meant that everyone at the mountain was weak, and they had no chance to defend themselves against the horde. And so, a few hours after the demons arrived, Dream gave the order, and the city was momentarily razed to the ground. A few 100 million were killed, putting the demon population below 1 billion. However, from then on, all life on the planet was gathered inside the haven. Aside from them, the planet had been taken over by demons. Knowing this, Dream felt both hopeless and hopeful. Everything rode on the haven's survival, but he had made many preparations, and he was mostly confident about success. At least with the haven, He only had to defend one place. So with the destruction of the final human empire came the focus of Dream's efforts. He disregarded everything outside the haven and did everything he could to prepare for the oncoming invasion. 12 hours after the demons were originally estimated to arrive. At this time, Luna, Iris, the old monsters, and every other Class 4 that existed in the world was standing on the surface above the dwarven city. They all looked off into the distance at the oppressive oncoming aura. Over 100 Class 4s stood side by side. All dwarves, elves, animals, and humans were there. Not a single one was missing. The only person at that power level who was missing was Dream, and he was inside the tree. However, only those 100-plus Class 4s were there. There were no other troops, no other support. This was according to Dream's plan, and they were following it. I can't believe it's come to this, Adona muttered as she watched the oncoming horde. She, like most of the other Class 4s, had lived long lives. But in only a few years, things had gone from normal to apocalyptic. Everything they knew was flipped upside down, and for things to have come this far greatly disturbed them all. Sirach was also beside her, and he similarly shook his head, sighing. Both of them had been taken care of by Dream, ensuring they were never present when mortal danger came. Even when they had been put in danger, he had made sure they would escape. When things had gone south in the world, they were told what his plans were and what to do. That resulted in their families being moved to the haven and settled down safely. But now, nothing was guaranteed. The last remnants of civilization were all sitting in a hole in the ground, and they were the only ones who could defend it. If they fell, everything was for naught. There was nowhere left to run to. Remember, we need to kill them consistently. We can't get overwhelmed. We only need to defend for a day and a half. After that, we retreat and seal ourselves off. Luna spoke loudly as the horde got closer. She was the one leading them all, and none of them would disobey her. This was because of her power and her connection to Dream. Iris was also a factor. Everyone was somewhat scared of her after seeing what she did to her own grandfather. Here they come, Iris shouted with a wide smile as she sensed the approaching Class 4s. While she knew that this was basically the end of the world, she couldn't help but feel her blood boil seeing the approaching wave of enemies. And soon, they arrived. Only a few miles from them, 80 Class 4s rose into the air. Now, kill as many as we can while we outnumber them. Rah! Kill them! Brandishing his dual blades, Sirach let out a war cry and shot into the air. He and his brilliant armor shone as he sailed toward the Class 4s. Ha ha ha! Yes. Laughing, Iris left soon after. Luna followed her, and with that as the signal, all the other Class 4s also took to the sky, preparing their best magic. Not long after, massive shockwaves of mana were released that even killed some of the demons below. Everyone went all out to kill the demons as fast as possible, and their ruthless attacks did indeed give them results. After only 10 minutes, 50 demons fell, and the killing rate increased greatly after that. Unfortunately, as the hordes advanced, batches of demons appeared and joined the fight. Although no single batch usually had more than 50, it was enough to keep everyone on their toes. They needed to keep killing if they didn't want to get overrun, so they focused entirely on the fight in front of them, not paying any heed to the millions of demons below them. This was because when it came to the hordes, there was already a special plan in place for them. In front of the hordes was a huge cave and a pathway that could fit tens of thousands within. All the demons funneled straight into the cave and traveled down the long path. They didn't know nor care where they were heading. All they knew was that there were humans and animals through that cave, so they went through it. Within the haven, Dream stood on the edge of a hole inside the tree. From there, he looked upward, his senses penetrating the few miles of dirt above him and stopping on the entrance to the dwarven city. The entrance was wildly different from before. Everything within 3 miles of the entrance was totally cleared out, and on the edge of that 3-mile perimeter was a half-moon-shaped wall. All along it were dwarves, elves, humans, and beasts. Tens of thousands stood at the front of the wall, and tens of thousands stood behind them. This went on for nearly another mile, filling the area with crowds of people. Among them were also metallic soldiers. There were even more soldiers than people, and they hovered up above, creating swarms in the air like insects. All of them held rifles, and every rifle was aimed intently at the entrance. Finally, all around the metallic soldiers and people were turrets. Big guns, small guns, long guns, and multi-barreled guns lined the walls and ceiling, even hovered in the air with the soldiers. Some guns shot bullets, some guns delivered magic, some were controlled by people as weapons, and others launched explosives. There were thousands of all kinds, and they were purely weapons designed to rain hell upon their enemies. All machines and people had their focuses aimed at the entrance to the city. They created a seemingly impenetrable blockade that stemmed not from defensive power, but offensive power that would cut down anything that entered their line of sight. However, despite the unfathomable firepower that spurred courage among the people it was defending, the atmosphere was still a bit bleak. "They're coming," Dream spoke as he watched the entrance. Everyone could already feel rumbling caused by innumerable footsteps. A charging horde could be felt coming through the entrance, and everyone knew what that horde consisted of. Demons! Screech. Everyone felt chills go down their spine as they heard the blood-curdling screams echo through the huge tunnel. Not long after, the first few hundred demons could be seen peeking through. That number quickly went from a few hundred to a few thousand, and then to 10,000. With each second the pressure increased, but the people also steeled themselves. Soon, one of the foremost bots raised its arm up high. It was Dream's avatar, and it stood out enough to catch the eyes of both demons and defenders alike. Seeing it raise its arm, all the people snapped fully to attention and prepared their spells, nocked their bows, or aimed their fancy new guns. Fire, whoosh, dsh. With the pull of a trigger, the wave of an arm, or the release of a finger, all the prepared attacks were loosed, and hundreds of thousands of projectiles sailed across the air, creating brilliant rainbow-colored streaks. It was beautiful, as was the aftermath. Boom. Under the impact of so many projectiles, the entrance to the city as well as the tens of thousands of demons within it were obliterated, going so far as to create shockwaves that shook the ground. However, it only stopped the demon advance for a few seconds. Screech. Soon, tens of thousands more demons were piling through the entrance as if they didn't see how all their comrades were turned to pink mist. With no regard for their lives, the demons moved as quickly as they could, even taking to the skies. "Keep firing!" Many of the humanoid soldiers shouted as they saw the demons. Although the machines didn't stop firing, they had. But seeing how one volley did so little, they understood that this would be a long battle. DSD, 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 DSD. Thunk, 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 thunk. Bang, 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 bang. Thousands of guns were constantly raining down their projectiles upon the oncoming hordes. Even the mages and archers were consistently shooting out low or mid-level spells, creating even more vibrant streaks that sailed across the air before disappearing into the cloud of blood and dirt that had been kicked up. The battle raged on as tens of thousands of demons were killed every minute. Everyone constantly saw notifications stream down their vision, and many started getting some level ups. However, the people could only keep attacking for so long, and after a few hours, the first set of people on the wall were drained. Luckily, this was planned for. Behind the wall were hundreds of thousands of other people just waiting to check in. With every batch of soldiers that left the wall, another would replace it. This kept a consistent influx of fresh troops that continued to throw out magic and arrows. The machines also paced themselves. Turrets and metallic soldiers alike fired in sequences to get the best effect per volley. The ammo wasn't unlimited, and they had to fire for nearly 40 hours straight. With the AI that had been loaded on board the soldiers, though, setting this up was easy, and the demons were fully held back with the most minimal amount of firepower possible. Like this, a rhythm was set, and the demons were held back without worry for sudden curveballs. The wall of flying death effectively held the demons off, and the bodies that were stacked at the entrance also did a good job of hindering their advance. However, this advantage steadily decreased as the more powerful demons came through. Class 1s could easily be made combat incapable with a bullet or two. However, Class 2s and 3s couldn't. Not only could they take more hits, but they could defend against more, and they were smarter. So as they started funneling through by the thousand, things got more complicated. Although they seemed stupid, the demons were notoriously devious. This wasn't pronounced individually, but with their hive mind-like functionality. And once again, it was beginning to show. From within the tunnel came out neatly organized rows of demons. They all charged forward at top speed while holding either shields or magic barriers, collectively blocking the projectiles hurtling towards them. And although many were cut down, the killing rates noticeably decreased, and they started making steady advances. This wasn't uncalled for, though. Dream had prepared for everything. Not long after the stronger demons systematically made their advances, battalions of troops flew out from the wall and headed straight towards the entrance themselves with seemingly no regard for the volleys of projectiles. However, all the bullets slid right past them. This was something only allowed by the uncanny precision and accuracy of programmed machines. The demons weren't the only ones with a hive mind. After arriving at the entrance, the bots shot over toward the demons defending against the volleys and attacked. They slithered over toward the sides or backs of the demons and attacked with deadly blows, forcing the demons to choose between defending against their front or back. Either one would result in dire consequences. And this tactic was indeed effective. Although some bots were destroyed, the demons' vanguard lines were broken and their collective shields destroyed. This allowed the volleys of bullets to kill faster, and the demons were kept from making progress. Like that, another several hours went by. The Class 4 battle above the city and the defensive battle within the city were raging fiercely. However, things wouldn't stay like that for long. On the 10th hour, the first Class 4 on the Haven side was killed. This death was only the first, though. On the 13th and 15th hours, 2 more were killed. More and more Class 4 demons kept showing up, and maintaining a strong offensive for hours on end was taxing. To keep killing totally fresh and peak strength Class 4s was difficult. Luna and Iris knew this, but there wasn't much they could do. They couldn't control how many demons kept showing up. They were endless. It's why they were so dangerous in the first place. To hope for anything different was unrealistic. They just had to buckle down and keep fighting. Luna started using her guard ability and healing on others while Iris did her best to supply energy to Luna. That took away from their own defenses, though, and while the injuries of everyone else decreased, their energy output and injury rate increased. But it helped. Everyone was able to sustain themselves longer this way. But whether or not it would last for another 20 hours was questionable, and as Dream watched them all get tired, he thought up ways to help. Send up some of the railgun platforms. Keep them safe as best you can. We don't have many. All right. After giving the order, Dream saw 15 railgun platforms stationed within the city pack up and fly off toward a secret exit. Those platforms had originally been providing a way for them to easily pierce through Class 3 barriers down in the city, but they seemed to be more needed up above. He really didn't have a lot either. In fact, the majority of Dream's army was destroyed as they went on raids prior to this. While he kept pumping them out, they could only be built so fast. Now he only had a fraction FA% of his original militaristic power, and all of it was present inside the dwarven city making one final stand. I may need to head up there as well. Should we remove Aegis? No, the tree is top priority. My lord, my armor body can go with you, and I can channel it energy through you. Aegis spoke as Dream was about to leave the tree. The armor portion of Aegis also hastily flew over to him, as if afraid he would leave without it. He's right. He can send energy through the Nexus skill and into the suit. Although it'll be less efficient, it's better than nothing. Okay, as long as it doesn't hinder the growth of the tree, it won't. He's not exactly lacking anyway. Then let's go. Saying that, Dream equipped Aegis and flew away from the tree, leaving the heart inside to keep powering its growth. Chapter 192, Escape. As Dream was preparing to head up, the Class 4s in the sky were continuing their battle. They had been steadily losing their advantage and building up fatigue, something that would be their demise if the situation didn't change. However, as Luna was about to talk to Dream about this, some information was sent to her mind from Sophia. Railguns. Zip. Right as she spoke in surprise, Luna heard a projectile sail past her. The next moment, she could see a demon be blown to bits. That was only the first one, though. After a few seconds, 14 more projectiles were launched seemingly from out of nowhere. All of them had a target, and all of them obliterated a demon. The other Class 4s were baffled by this new development, but had no trouble going with it. Their load was already eased greatly with several demons being killed. For the next several minutes, the projectiles kept coming and demons kept dying. They took care of the excess demons, allowing people to safely focus on their own few demons. Seeing this, Luna nodded and let out a deep breath. Asterisk sigh asterisk thanks. You're welcome. Huh. Suddenly, Luna heard a familiar voice from behind her. She glanced back as she fought over a dozen demons and saw Dream flying towards them, armor and all. Dream? But you. I'm here to help. Don't worry about the tree. Okay. Nodding, Luna smiled and gladly received the extra help. Dream quickly jumped in and took control of some loose demons. Like that, the balance between the two sides was corrected, and everyone was able to maintain a strong pace while not draining their energy too fast. This went on for 10 more hours, bringing them to the 25th hour. Dream went around the battlefield acting as an invisible guardian. He would keep track of everyone's battles and constantly intervene, hurting or killing the demons. This allowed them to maintain an overall advantage against the demons, and it eased everyone's load greatly. While that wasn't as much the case for Dream, who had to output large amounts of energy, he could handle it better than most. This advantage wasn't able to be maintained forever, though. When they passed the 25th hour, more and more demons started piling over. They had never stopped their advance, and it seemed like the tougher opponents were in the rear of the army. More and more batches of Class 4 demons came over, and it forced them to keep on fighting and increasing their energy output. Once again, their advantage started steadily decreasing, and Dream could see the fatigue that most others had built up. For some, their auras wavered, their breath was ragged, and some had heavy injuries. There were many that died as well, and of the remaining 85 or so, nearly half were on their last legs, and Dream knew they wouldn't last much longer, especially with the increasing difficulty. Right when we need them most too. Dream shook his head as he started devising another plan. Sophia, how's the battle down below going? Good for the most part. Although the demons have pushed out of the entrance, they haven't made it past the mile mark. They're being held there. They were never my worry. Can we spare more platforms? That should be fine. Then bring up as many as possible. I'll also send out the tired Class 4s. Understood. With a word, Sophia gave orders to another 20 platforms. With that, there were 15 left in the city to defend, and all of them had even more work to do. But now there were more platforms up above to take on some of the pressure. They would turn demons to meat paste, or at the very least, take out a huge chunk of their bodies. No matter what, the railguns were a force to be reckoned with. When the railguns arrived, Dream also told his weak allies to step back and recover. They didn't hesitate to take the chance to recuperate, and 40 of them left the battlefield. While this meant that each person had to deal with more demons, the additional railguns kept killing, which eased the pressure greatly. They just had to hold on for long enough and wait for a projectile to rip their enemy to shreds. The balance wasn't steady though, and it ever so slowly tilted in the demon's favor. Whenever someone didn't kill a demon fast enough, it meant there was one more to deal with as another batch appeared. One or twice wouldn't be too big of a deal, but 10 times would. The demons steadily built up their resistance, and Dream had to keep increasing his energy output, as did the girls. Even they were starting to get tired. Almost done, Sophia shouted excitedly as she monitored the tree growth. Currently, it was the 36th hour, and the tree was fully grown. Its branches and roots fully encompassed the haven, creating an impenetrable magical and physical barrier that could be controlled however Dream saw fit. However, there were still 2 more hours to go until the whole thing was done. This was to allow the enchantments between the tree and city to finish merging. Only then would it be totally complete, and only then would its power truly reach the unimaginable height Dream needed from it. Right now, there were over 1 million people in the Upper Dwarven City, mostly Class 2s. They were all gathered around the wall that defended against the entrance. This was so that they properly attracted the demons, and their help wasn't actually all that significant. Everyone defended well against the demons as a collective though, forcing them back at the 2-mile mark. They couldn't move any farther than that. The Class 4 battle was another story though. After a decently long rest, the weaker Class 4s had jumped back into the fray, and at the time it had been a good help. But as the battle went on, the situation became more and more irreversible. The demons that had gathered amounted to 150, and the humanoids were steadily killed off, leaving only 60 people left of the original 100 plus. The rest were dead, and the only thing standing between the death of the rest was the unrelenting attacks of the most powerful people there. The remaining 60 Class 4s were the most powerful in the world. They consisted of the animal, elven, and even dwarven ancients. The old monsters fit this bill too. As for the others besides Dream and the girls, they were the stronger Class 4s that came from the human empires like the mercenary empire ruler, the sword school president, and the mountains director. Not only that, but the Pope of the church was there too alongside a few other more powerful cardinals. All these people were the true ruling class in this world, people who could stand above all out of sheer power. They were the ones who leveled above level 360 and approached the highest levels of the Class 4 realm. While there were others that hovered around level 340, those people numbered less than the ones who stood above. Most people at that level were killed off under the relentless attacks by the demons. Only people like Adona and Sirach survived. Adona had high potential in the first place, becoming a Class 4 in less than 100 years. She was able to grow immensely with the pressure from the demons, and Sirach was never weak, having S-level strength and stats. Then there were Dream, Luna, and Iris. These three were outliers that could fight against the Ancients despite being at the lower end of the Class 4 realm. Well, only Dream could be considered at the lower end. Luna and Iris were already approaching level 360 from all the high-level demon hunting they had done. Despite all this, though, they were all being pushed back. More and more demons arrived, and the more arrived, the less they could kill. It was a vicious downward spiral that they couldn't pull themselves out of, but they didn't necessarily need to. They just needed to hold off until the enchantments were complete. They absolutely could not allow the Class 4s to attack the city before then. Luckily, after the tree finished its growth, Aegis was able to spare much more power and send it to him, boosting his combat ability once more. That was the only consolation, though. The battle was still hard-fought. 1 hour. Sophia shouted as she counted down. Seeing the timer, Dream gave an order. Start moving ever the soldiers down below into the haven. Understood. With that, Sophia started sending notifications to all the soldiers in the Upper Dwarven City. Some bots also went over and started hurting all the people, moving them off the wall and down into the pathway that led to the haven. However, around this time, the Class 4 demons started pushing harder. They had accumulated to around 190, and some were attempting to slip by them and attack the city. They obviously couldn't allow this to happen and were gradually pushed back towards the cave. Them getting pushed back, though, allowed even more demons to pile on them. Not long after they hit the 1 hour mark, a few more Class 4s died. They now had 53, and that number was steadily decreasing as the demon count increased. Shit. Dream cursed as they were pushed down into the cave. Demons were constantly trying to slip through them, but with his quick reactions, they were able to prevent that. However, when they only had 40 minutes to go, the demon Class 4 count reached 240. Everyone was starting to reach their absolute limit. Get the rest of the railguns over here. The demons in the cave won't allow that. Iris, take care of the demons down below. All right. Yelling in response, Iris spread out her corrosive mana to fill up the entire cave. When it did, the hundreds of thousands of demons that were charging through started disintegrating. And with that obstacle gone, the railguns were allowed to move away from the wall and go up the empty cave to support. Not only that, but all the bots and turrets followed. Soon, hundreds of thousands of soldiers and guns appeared behind them, and as soon as their line of sight was established, they fired upon the Class 4 demons. DSH. The guns all created streaks in the air that instantly landed upon the Class 4s, expertly weaving between the humanoids. However, most of them were small arms fire, and they weren't able to severely injure the demons in only one shot. This was especially true since the demons could employ magical or physical shields that blocked the majority of the projectiles. However, it was definitely effective harassment, and it eased some of the pressure. But the demons just kept on coming. More and more Class 4s appeared by the minute, and they soon approached 300 in number. At the 20-minute mark, there were 46 humanoids left, and they had been pushed all the way back to the bottom of the cave. Damn, are the people all down the hole? Yes. The Dwarven City is empty. Good. Collapse the tunnel. Understood. Quickly carrying out her directions that were already planned for, Sophia activated thousands of devices that lined the walls of the pathway down to the haven. After they slightly glowed, the metal that lined the walls disassembled into large pieces and flew themselves down the path. They also activated magic within them that collapsed the dirt, filling up the tunnel. Soon, the over 4-mile-long tunnel was collapsed totally unbeknownst to the demons, cutting off the only entrance to the haven. When it was, Dream sighed in relief. Now comes the hard part. Dream narrowed his eyes that looked at the timer. There were 10 minutes left. However, There were also over 300 demons, and most of his machinery support had been destroyed. More humanoids also died. Even Dream was running low on energy. He had been working in overdrive for a while, trying to pick up the slack of the deceased, but his soul didn't really like that. Even his gray mist had been eaten into with how much energy Iris was sending to him and Luna. But now, it was about time to enact his final plan. He had been preparing for this moment for a while. Everyone, it's almost time to leave. Dream spoke to the remaining 40 Class 4s over the bracelet, ensuring the demons couldn't hear the conversation. In 5 minutes, we're all going to escape on my ship. But what about the demons here? They'll be taken care of. Just do as I say, and we'll all get out of this alive. Now, wait for my signal. Dream gave one last order, and they all nodded. The fight continued with everyone giving their last drops of energy. Soon, the time came. Dream gave Sophia an order. Blow it. Detonating explosives. Boom. With a signal, explosives that were embedded in the ceiling of the dwarven city went off, sending tremors through city. Thousands of tons of dirt all came crashing down, and the big blue sky above them sent down pillars of light. Launch the bomb. Dream gave another order, and without words, Sophia sent a signal to the orbital railgun in space above them. This was the big finale of Dream's plan. He was going to seal off the existence of the haven with a nuclear bomb, and not just one, but 12. The nukes were soon launched, and once they were, everyone was put on a clock. They either escaped or died with the demons. And this is exactly when Dream gave the signal to everyone. Now, to the ship, Dream shouted into the channel once more. With that order, everyone gave one last shove to the demons they were fighting and suddenly turned away from them, going full speed towards a certain location in the city that had been marked beforehand. There sat a ship aimed at the sky that was just waiting to explode with power. It was a special ship too, created by Dream just for this occasion. It boasted the strongest defensive abilities and speed of any ship he had ever created. With that last shove, they created space between them and the demons. Nobody looked back as they shot into the ship. Once inside, the enchantments within targeted them and locked them in place with mana. Nobody even had the power to resist the enchantments as they were so weak. Not that they would anyway. Within mere seconds, everyone was boarded. The thrusters of the ship activated and went full blast. However, there was a problem. The demons are gonna stop us. Dream thought as his mind was accelerated. When he scanned around them, he saw the few hundred Class 4 demons charging towards them from the side. They hadn't been able to get them off their tail for long anyway, and now, the demons were about to stop the ship from even getting off the ground. Not only that, but there were more Class 4s coming down from the ceiling. They had noticed the explosion and the hole it created, and decided it was a better route than the cave. Even the weaker demons were throwing themselves down the hole, causing the sky to literally rain demons. Seeing all this, Dream knew that it would be impossible to escape just by flying out. Guess I was too optimistic. Shaking his head, Dream unlocked himself from the ship and quickly left it, flying outside. Aegis, my lord. When outside, Dream let out a mighty shout. It instantly garnered a response, and in only splits of a second, Aegis's heart left the tree and appeared next to Dream's soul. Moments later, unprecedented power exploded out from his body like a magic bomb. Launch the ship. Roger. Dream gave the order as he activated his skills to their utmost. His influence spread for miles around, and all the demons around them were not only stopped in their tracks, but blown away from the launch path of the ship. However, this took a huge toll on his soul, and he immediately felt like passing out. But it wasn't for naught. While the demons were blown away, the ship blasted off into the sky during that narrow window with sonic booms, shockwaves, and streaks of plasma. In only seconds, it escaped into the atmosphere with all the Class 4s on board. With that, Dream was in the dwarven city surrounded by demons that were charging back at him, all alone. Well, at least he thought he was. You don't really think you can send us off like that, do you? Chapter 193, Safe. As he fought to keep himself awake, Dream suddenly heard a voice. It was Luna, and both she and Iris teleported to his soul. I already knew you would stay. Besides, I need your help. Hell yeah you do. Look at you. Your soul is so weak. Iris snickered as she felt his soul's aura. It was barely there, a testament to how much power it took to clear out the demons like he did. Dream just shook his head at her. Currently, he was on his hands and knees on the ground, breathing heavily out of instinct. Hundreds of demons surrounded them, and they didn't look happy. However, they weren't attacking. Dream knew why. Look at this human. You're definitely one of the strongest. Looks like we're coming out of this with a harvest. Quickly set up the ritual. Don't let him kill himself, otherwise we won't get anything. The Class 4 demons all shouted at each other as they surrounded Dream. Soon, he could sense a certain power activating in their bodies. They were going to convert them. Oh no, you don't. Seeing this, Iris quickly activated her magic. Black and red mana surged out of Dream's body where she still resided and filled the area, not harming the demons, but directly targeting their mana and scattering it. She didn't have the energy to hurt the demons anymore and could only buy time by disturbing their magic. I guess it's time to use that skill, huh? This is gonna hurt. Gritting her teeth, Luna also activated her magic. The one she activated was the power derived from her Blessed of the Moon title, and while activated, it would give her nigh unlimited mana and energy, the price of which though was a weakening of her soul. From within Dream, silver and blue mana also surged out. Its power surpassed that of Aegis's, and it washed over all the demons within 10 miles of them. Not long after, everything within that 10-mile radius suddenly cooled. Ice crystals formed in the air by the thousand, a result of the nitrogen and various atmospheric gases freezing. Any weak demons were instantly turned to ice sculptures. The Class 4s were also significantly slowed not only physically, but magically. Whatever power Luna wielded could freeze both matter and mana alike. However, only 20 seconds after Luna activated the skill, it deactivated, and mana stopped surging out of her. Luna's soul then weakened significantly, even worse than that of Dream's. However, it bought them time. Dream looked up into the sky and saw a little dot. Now, when he spoke, a thick metal dome suddenly appeared around him. The dome was the one used for the girls' class advancement, and Dream had kept it. While he didn't think he would need to use it in this situation, it was never bad to improvise. After the dome appeared, its bottom moved and encompassed the ground below them, totally sealing them in. Aegis's heart then connected to the dome, pumping in his power and activating the enchantments. On the outside, the demons were recovering from Luna's frosty attack. It didn't take them long, but it pissed them off even more. Grah, why are these humans always so annoying? Let's just kill him and be done. He's the last human anyway. No, just shut the fuck up and activate the ritual. Can't handle a little cold? You shut the fuck up. That little cold let him seal himself in a ball. Now we gotta break it down. Then let's get it over with. Yelling and cursing, the demons started launching attacks at the dome. However, it was much tougher than they thought, and their full power attacks only left scratches. This pissed them off even more, and all the demons chipped in to start cutting through it. Unfortunately for them, they would never have the time to chop their way through. 3, 2, 1, detonate. Bio woman mem. With an earth-shattering rumble, the nukes that were launched previously were detonated right over the city. 12 of them went off, and the demons for dozens of miles around were vaporized into nothing. As this happened, Dream and the girls were buckling down inside their hamster ball. Iris was freaking out, Luna was already passed out, and Dream was about to follow her. Fortunately, though, the hamster ball really did hold out, although Dream was taken for an awful ride. The ball was kicked up with the explosion and thrown around for miles. His body couldn't stabilize itself and just flopped around inside. It was just his body, though, and his soul wasn't affected. That didn't stop him from going to sleep, though. After letting Sophia take over, he went and passed out alongside Luna. Iris also went to sleep later when the rumbling stopped under the assurances of Sophia, and thus, the trio entered a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Dream eventually woke up from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a wooden ceiling. "Good morning, sleepyhead." Sophia spoke to him, and he raised his body. Currently, he was in a bed under some sheets. "The cabin?" Dream muttered as he recognized the room. This was his and the girls' room in the cabin. "After you passed out, Aegis flew us up here. Luna and Iris woke up before you, and they put you to bed. Sigh asterisk, why am I always the last one to wake? Iris wasn't as weakened as you two, and Luna now has absurdly high stamina. She recovered even faster than Iris did despite being weaker than both of you. Sure. Dream just closed his eyes and moved his body to the edge of the bed. Sitting up, since the world had been overrun by demons, Dream had made plans for everything he had a connection with on the planet. One of these things was the dome where the cabin was. It was the family's little paradise, and Dream didn't want to lose it to some demons. So, he took it. After digging out an utterly massive chunk of land about 7 miles in diameter with the 5-mile-wide dome in the center, Dream had a legion of his bots build an entire facility around it. This facility was built to preserve the entirety of the land, providing air, water, and mana. It was even built to allow Aegis to attach his heart to it to power it with mana. With all that, the dome and its slice of paradise could live isolated from any planet. But this was only part of the plan. As Dream was kickstarting his haven constructions and the facility around the dome had been built, the entire chunk of land was flown into space. While it took huge amounts of energy, it was doable. It even required Dream's personal intervention. And after exerting himself for a bit, he, alongside many rocket boosters and bots, were able to put the land into space. After that, it was gradually flown to his factory where it linked up and situated itself. This whole project was actually the reason Dream had the daring idea of uprooting the elven tree at all. If he could fly a piece of land into space, he could pull up a tree. And he did. This project was also his worst-case fallback, though. If things really went south and all life on the planet was annihilated, then he wanted to spend the rest of his lonely life with the family in a comfortable place like the dome. Either way, now they had the dome safe and sound in space and could live in luxury without the fear of demons destroying it. This was where Dream was currently at. As Dream sat there and thought, he heard a knock at the door. Luna came walking in. "Hey, how are you?" "All right, I've recovered." "That's good. Have you seen?" "Seen what?" "The haven. Your plan was a success." "She's right." After Luna spoke with a wide smile, Sophia started sending Dream data. Turns out, he was asleep for 2 days. In that time, the demons had gone back to the dwarven city where an enormous 100-mile-wide crater now resided. They scoured the place for an entire day, but after finding nothing but a barren wasteland, they eventually scattered. They hadn't found the haven. This was Dream's plan. He didn't simply seal off the haven, but wiped out any signs of its existence. Nothing that would indicate any form of civilization was present. It was why he placed the city so far down underground in the first place. One reason was so he could hide it better. The other was so the haven could survive the pressure from the nuclear blast above it. This was also why they had to fight for as long as they did, until the tree finished growing and the enchantments finished merging with the city. The whole place was susceptible to collapse under such pressure, but they had held off for long enough. And even after 12 nuclear blasts, the city stood strong. Now, the haven and its people were truly safe. As for the populations, Dream wasn't happy nor sad seeing it. The total population numbered 280 million total. 90 million dwarves, 75 million humans, 65 million animals, and 50 million elves. The dwarves had gotten the best end of the stick, as they were mostly centered around where the haven was built. Unfortunately, the dwarves at any kingdoms outside the main city weren't as lucky. While Dream let more dwarves in, there were priorities to who got admitted first, especially since he couldn't move everyone in time. This resulted in the majority dying. Everyone had lost immensely. Every single person in the haven knew people that died. It would be shocking if they didn't. Children lost their parents, parents lost their children, people lost their families and friends. However, Dream had made sure to try and do one thing, and that was keep existing families together. When he was evacuating the empires, he didn't grab random people. He took families at a time. While he also grabbed many individuals, they weren't intentionally separated from their families. The majority of people who lost their family members were the ones taken from the kingdoms. Dream didn't have nearly as much time to sort through those people, and many of them were singled out as a result. But most of the people at the haven still had family members with them. While this majority was only around 60%, he considered it a win. And so, everyone was safely sealed inside the vault that was the haven. Unfortunately, many problems were beginning to arise within. The place was in chaos. Everyone was freaking out. They were all scared and confused. One week they were living peacefully, and the next they were moved to a doomsday shelter. While they were all given accommodations and directions on their bracelets, it didn't do much to lessen their confusion. As a result, there was lots of crime. People fought over food, belongings, and lodgings. Many had already died, and if it weren't for the ever-present security force comprised of Dream soldiers, the place would have descended into total anarchy. There wasn't much Dream could do, though. It would take time for people to settle down. They would have to get used to receiving all their food and water for free and in unlimited quantities. They would have to get used to the nice living spaces. They would also have to get used to their automated helper on their bracelets. Things were different, but they would soon realize that it wasn't so bad after all. That, combined with the help of the remaining Class 4s, would ensure things went smoothly. Dream had made sure to preserve the lives of the main leaders from all the empires of the world. They would be in charge of running their peoples, a responsibility Dream didn't mind giving to them at all. Each species received their own section of the city. Dream had separated them into 4 districts, and the respective leaders would run each one. He didn't dare try to merge the different populations into one mass. That would basically ensure the downfall of the haven. He wouldn't be surprised if a civil war broke out in that case. With that, the foundation for a successful city was put in place. It would have a rough start, but it would work out in the end. All this data passed through Dream's head, and he spent a few minutes thinking about it all. Luna just sat down next to him, scratching his back in comfort. We really did it. After coming to that conclusion, Dream couldn't help but break out into a smile. The whole thing had stressed him out more than he'd like to admit. Hundreds of millions died, and entire civilizations and their histories were wiped from existence. But the remnants had been saved. Life was going to continue on. Yeah, we did it. You did it. None of this would have been possible without you. Yeah. Hee, it's okay. You can be smug. Luna teased him as he couldn't help but nod. Was he supposed to refute that statement? He worked tirelessly, and only with his army of workers and soldiers was it possible to do as much as he did. Heh, sure. Anyway, where's Scarlet? She wanted to make lunch, but she keeps forgetting that she can't cook anymore. We then went and started a movie. She should be in the living room. Mom and Dad are there too. All right. Nodding, Dream got up and walked out. When he walked into the living room, there were indeed 3 people on the couch watching a movie. They were Iris, Riddick, and Celine. The whole place was also lit up as well, not by lights, but by the sun. The natural light beamed through the windows like it normally did. This was actually a function of the facility that was built around the dome. By using a graphene glass alloy, they could protect the dome from the vacuum of space while allowing the light to come through. After entering the living room, Dream said hi to the 3. However, before he got into a conversation, he decided to step outside for a bit. Dream left the cabin, and Luna and Iris followed. As Iris jumped on his shoulders in her fox form, he looked out at the scenery. The dome was as brilliant as ever. The trees that towered into the sky and created a literal dome out of their branches and leaves were still one of the most awe-inspiring sights ever. There was the bright blue lake and the dock nobody ever used, and then there were the plains around them that were scattered with large bulls, birds, and other small animals. The place created an ecosystem of its own that was entirely run by the core of this place. Now, though, there was one more thing that caused Dream to stare in astonishment. When he looked up, it wasn't the familiar blue sky and light that poked through the leaves. No, it was now space. He could see the sun, whose light was dampened and slightly scattered by the glass, the dark void beyond, and also the many stars that littered the sky. Seeing it from the ground under the trees amounted to a surreal sight. It made Dream feel like he had truly risen to an unimaginable height. He could create a sight such as this. He had it all under his control. He felt like the world was in his hands. But at the same time, there was still the rest of the universe. Dream knew that this world was only a tiny speck, not just in the universe, but in the places known as the realms. He remembered every word that mysterious man said to him, how he was speaking from another realm. And then there were the factions, like heaven and hell. After learning about all this, it made him think that there really was so much more out there to be found. More than just empty space. More than just 1 or 2 planets. Places that could create beings of unimaginable power, like the mysterious man. He wanted to see it. He wanted to learn, to grow, to expand his powers into something greater. Perhaps most of all, though, he wanted to go home. He had spent a long time on another planet, and he had been feeling a bit homesick for a while. Gaining powers and fighting demons would only keep him distracted for so long. But there was no way back. The vast distance made him feel a bit lost, and the literally impossible task of crossing galaxies made him a bit scared. There was nothing he could do, though. He just had to come to terms mentally with the thought of living here for the rest of his life. The only other way would be to advance his skills and possibly create something that would make space travel a little less impossible. That was all for the future, though. For now, he just needed to focus on the Haven and the demons. He already had plans underway, and given enough time, he would be able to wipe them out entirely, taking back the planet. Chapter 194, Accumulating Power. 2 weeks passed since the final battle. During this time, the Haven gradually settled down and the remaining 40 Class 4s took full control over their districts. Everyone started getting used to the systems around the place, and disputes drastically decreased with the help of the guards and the AI on everyone's bracelets. The demons also settled their activities on the surface. Since they had wiped out all life on the planet, there was nowhere else to invade. Nothing came to kill them, and they could go on with whatever they wanted. Curiously, this led to them conglomerating. A majority of the demons moved down to the third continent, otherwise known as the Demon Continent. There they set up massive communities and kingdoms of demons that spanned half the continent. The same thing occurred in the center of the human and animal continents, albeit those establishments were smaller. With that, the demons were no longer scattered across the lands, and Dream was able to relax his guard. If no demons were present over the Haven, there was no chance they would discover it. This allowed Dream to go on with improving the smaller qualities of life within the Haven. The first thing he decided to do was actually expand a bit. Sophia had designed the Haven with upgrades and modifications in mind, so digging out some dirt and building more city space wouldn't be that difficult. Even the tree could be manipulated to grow further outward. The hardest part would be ferrying out excess material like dirt, but even that had been planned out. Dream was sure to build a secret entrance and exit to the city, allowing external resources and supplies to come in and out. The entire area around the Haven was filled with mountains, so it wasn't difficult to build a hidden cave in one. This allowed him to send in more metals and materials into the city that would accommodate for the expansions. And when things finally calmed down, this is exactly what he did. Dream never stopped his mining teams on the moon from gathering resources. They ceaselessly piled up raw ores and processed them into huge ingots. Every few hours, there would be cargo ships filled with resources flying into the factory. Those resources could then be sent down to the Haven to be used in whatever projects Dream had in mind. Unfortunately, there was only so much metal could do to improve the lives of the people within the city. As the Haven was totally isolated from the outside world, there was no way for people to go out and collect other organic resources like wood, plants, and animals. Everyone was stuck using whatever was provided to them in the city, which didn't include much. Only things like fish and their byproducts were available in bulk. But it wasn't like there was nothing. When everyone was moved from the empires, they took their livelihoods with them. Anybody at the Class 2 level and up had inventories, so each person was able to take a lot with them. Multiply that by almost 300 million, and you were given a rather plentiful supply of exotic items. Whether people wanted to trade them was a different story, though. There wasn't an economy yet, and that meant there was no incentive for people to buy and sell. This was the next issue Dream wanted to solve, and he had a good idea as to how to do it. He needed to supply outside organic materials and create jobs based around the materials he brought in. It would have to be mostly commodities and basic goods, though. Nobody had any use for things like armor or weapons anymore, so their attention would be focused on things like furniture, clothes, food, and entertainment devices. To solve this problem, Dream had two methods. One was to simply go out and gather resources. The demons had conglomerate in a few places, vastly reducing their spread. This meant his bots could go out and gather without fear of being discovered. He could send them to forests for whatever wood they needed or hunt animals for their products. The only problem with this plan was the lack of commodities. Things like sugar, cotton, spices, and other popular plants weren't being farmed anymore. Their farms had been reduced to nothing with the demon attacks, so those were incredibly scarce. However, this was what Dream's greenhouse was for. Under Sophia's masterful designing capabilities, she was able to make the schematics for an incredibly efficient greenhouse that could grow all types of plants. All that was needed were the seeds, and she had made sure to gather plenty of samples from the farms they came across while kidnapping entire kingdoms. With that, they had plenty to kickstart a greenhouse, though there was one problem, and that was space. The majority of the city was taken up by buildings and facilities. While Sophia had built a place for the greenhouse, it wasn't very big. It definitely couldn't accommodate the needs of nearly 300 million people. So Dream decided to come up with another plan. He was going to just build his greenhouse elsewhere. There was plenty of open space on the planet. So Dream had Sophia pick out a safe area away from any demons and build an enormous greenhouse there. After she chose a spot on the human continent close to a coast, bots were sent over to set up a greenhouse. However, this greenhouse would be massive and couldn't be finished in a day. The plants also needed time to grow, so it would take at least a month to gain anything. At least, that was until someone came to Dream with some advice. As they were ruling the districts, the Class 4s had a good idea as to what the people needed, especially the ones who had been the rulers of an empire. This prompted them to speak with Dream on occasion, giving him advice on how to improve the haven. And one of the things that had been brought up was the farming issue. Not only that, but he was given a rather interesting solution. Apparently, there existed farming skills. These skills could be used to nourish entire fields should you have enough people. It could accelerate growth, makes plants healthy, and even cause them to produce a more bountiful harvest. While the farming profession wasn't very popular, Class 1s and even Class 2s were known to make great livings should they have the skill. They could produce far more than others, and it wasn't rare for them to be directly connected with famous restaurants. Either way, these rulers knew where to find the farmers, and if Dream was able and willing, they would be able to help set up a farming system in the haven. However, Dream already had the idea of making the greenhouse. So after a bit of discussion, they just decided to combine the two. Dream would construct the greenhouse as planned, and the farmers would be sent over to help. They could cooperate with the bots and live a life with their families outside of the haven. Their safety would also be guaranteed, so there was no risk. The whole thing would allow the haven to have a steady and bountiful influx of organic resources and, hopefully, they would be able to kickstart an economy. And so, all the plans were put underway. Dream created a digital currency utilized with the bracelets that everyone had. Bots went out to gather wood and hunt animals. The haven started expansion projects. People were allowed to open up businesses that traded with the digital currency, and the greenhouse was built to produce commodities and other goods. With all that, the haven started its development toward a fully functioning city that people could thrive in. Although people had to adapt, it was only a question of when, not if. Hey Dream. Up in the factory, Luna and Iris came walking over to Dream, who was working on a device. It was 2 months since the haven was sealed. In this time, nothing major happened, and the only ongoings were the projects within the haven like booting up an economy and farming at the greenhouse. Since Dream had less to worry about during this time, the construction of the particle collider was resumed, and he went back to experimenting with various things. However, Iris was now coming to him with a conflicted face. He got curious and turned to her. "What's up?" I'm not sure how to put it, but the demons are doing something. Doing something? It's hard to explain. Whenever I go down to attack their kingdoms and whatnot, I get a weird feeling from the aura that comes off it. Iris scratched her head as she tried to describe her experience. She and Luna would frequently go down to the various small demon settlements and go on massacres. It kept them busy, let them practice their skills, and reduced the demon population. While Dream had been apprehensive about letting them reveal themselves like that, his worries were eventually dashed when nothing came of it. From what she described, the aura coming off the kingdoms was more powerful than usual, especially in one particular kingdom on the demon continent. That kingdom was the most powerful one and was home to the strongest gathering of demons. Even Luna and Iris had to tread lightly there, and they would only fight there if they wanted a real challenge. Now, though, Iris could faintly feel changes in the power that emanated from the kingdom. It's like they're accumulating power. I obviously wasn't able to see anything, but I get an uncomfortable feeling whenever I get close. Luna? I'm feeling it too. Although I always get a bit of an uncomfortable feeling around the demons because of my power alignment, I can tell that it's worse than usual. Interesting. You know, I remember the Pope saying something about what happens should the demons take over. I had kind of forgotten about it. Is he still alive? He is. He's been living happily and expanding his church bit by bit within the haven. Sophia spoke to answer his question. Hearing that, he nodded. All right, why don't we go ask him about it? I could use some fresh air anyway. Yes, you could. You've been up here for 2 months. I still don't understand how you can just build stuff all day. Even Luna is starting to do her own things at the haven. I'm gonna be all alone soon. Iris shook her head as she questioned the hobbies of Luna and Dream. Dream had always been one to isolate himself for days on end with a variety of projects. But now, Luna was also developing certain hobbies. She liked to go down to the Haven and work alongside the district rulers. She would take part in managing many different affairs, getting involved in the politics that Dream didn't feel like stifling. Although she was still green, she was able to learn different people's skills from all the rulers, especially Vithika, the elven ancient. Vithika had managed the affairs of the elven empire for thousands of years and was one of the most competent rulers there was. They got along well, and Vithika enjoyed teaching Luna all the ins and outs of politics and ruling people as she did. And the teaching wasn't for nothing either. Although Luna had been isolated from society for the vast majority of her life, she slowly came to realize that she was surprisingly a people person. She enjoyed learning the business side of things and working with people. And as she came under the tutelage of Vithika, her hidden talent for business and politics started blossoming. Apparently, it was something that came from her mother, who also dabbled in politics when she was locked up. This was all very distressing for Iris, though. Dream would always have an experiment, and now Luna would go off and play queen at the Haven. She was often left by herself to go and hunt, which was her favorite pastime. While she didn't mind that much, she would get lonely sometimes. After finishing up his little project, Dream and the girls headed down to the Haven to find the church that the Pope resided at. When they arrived in the city, Dream found that it looked much different than before. The buildings, ground, and ceiling all constantly glowed with blue lines similar to roots. These enchantment circuits were controllable, and they would light up during the day, making it very easy to see. On the ceiling also resided some large blue lights formed out of the roots, which would act as substitutes for the sun. They glowed the brightest, and at night, everything would dim, thus creating a day-night cycle. The city also bustled with people. Metal and wood carriages that run off magic ran up and down the streets, transporting goods. People bartered at stalls, and restaurants constantly had people going in and out during the lunch hours. Looks like things are coming together. The greenhouse was able to produce huge amounts of food, and the animal hunting done by your bots around the world was able to give a good supply of various meats. Although there aren't any surpluses and the supplies are expensive, it's something. The same goes for the crafting professions, which are now in very high demand. Everyone wants something made, whether it's for their house or business. It's done very well in creating an economy. Luna spoke as they observed everyone. With the work she had been doing here, she obviously knew the details. Dream nodded as they walked. He didn't spend much, if any, time managing the Haven, only making sure that there were enough bots for everything. All those other responsibilities were left to the rulers, who knew how to do the job best. As long as society functioned, he was happy. Soon, the three arrived at a church. This place was just as active as the rest of the city, and it seemed that the demon invasion only strengthened the presence of the church. Let me scan around, not wanting to waste time. Dream let out his influence that instantly washed over the entire church. The only person who noticed this was the Pope himself, who was the target of the influence. Dream, hello Pope, we've got things to talk about. Smiling, Dream walked into the church, and a minute later, he was walking into a library. This was where the Pope currently was. Good day, Dream. To what do I owe the pleasure? Greeting them amiably, the Pope motioned for them to sit at the table he was at. On it were a few books that he seemed to be reading. When they sat down, Dream got straight to the point. I'm gonna make this quick. It's about the demons. Oh, what about them? A long time ago you mentioned something about the demons taking over the world and the consequences of something like that happening. Well, this one here has discovered peculiarities in the demon kingdoms that have been established. Do you know anything about that? Dream pat Iris on the head as he spoke. When the question was asked, the Pope's brow furrowed as a troubled expression donned his face. Peculiarities? Could it be? Are they gathering power? Yes, that's what I felt when I visited them. Iris spoke as the Pope hit the nail on the head. Hearing that, though, his expression got worse. Then what I feared is indeed coming true. What is it? Is something happening? Yes. Nodding, the Pope suddenly activated his magic and created a bubble around them, barring any potential listeners. If you wish to understand, then we'll need to go back a little bit. I hope you don't mind a bit of a history lesson. I've got time. Good. Then first, allow me to explain what we know today as the Ancient Era. a time when the greatest warriors and mages in history laid the foundation for the empires that we once knew, and the time where the church was officially founded. The Pope gravely spoke, preparing himself for a bit of a lecture. Chapter 195, Paradigm. The ancient era took place several thousand years ago. Back then, the world was much less developed than it is now. Up until then, the concept of a Class 4 was foreign to people, and at most, Class 3s roamed around. But that all changed one day when the angels descended on this world. The angels are beings of incomprehensible power, and when they came, they brought with them the teachings of the church. They established an entire kingdom that we once knew as the Holy See and gave us our Bible. After that, they left. Nothing much was originally planned to come of their arrival. However, they left behind them an unexpected benefit. Since they were supremely powerful beings, they unintentionally raised the mana density of our world. From then on, the entire world skyrocketed in power. Class 4s came into existence for the first time, and with their appearance came the establishment of the world's greatest empires: the Spire, the Sword School, the Enchanted Mountain, the United Empire, the Elven Tree, the Dwarven Empires. All of these empires appeared during this time, and until now, nothing was capable of toppling their rule. There were also several other empires just as powerful as them that appeared as well. However, those were lost during the Great War. The Great War was a conflict between animal and human. Back then, animals had lived in abundance on the human continent, and vice versa. However, an unexpected object was one day found, and it caused a war between humans and animals. The object was a heart, an incredibly powerful heart, one that could output immense levels of energy in seemingly unlimited quantities. When it was discovered, greed got the best of both sides, and after the United Empire allied with the elves and dwarves, the humans were driven to their one continent. The animals were also driven to theirs, but with them went the heart. Of course, the human empires wouldn't give up easily, and after a few years of intermission between the sides, they took the fight to the United Empire. There, an unprecedented battle took place. In the end, out of the entire population of Class 4s, almost 90% were killed, with the humans having lost the battle in the end. Thus, the heart remained in the United Empire, and the two races went into isolation on their continents. Thousands of years later, the ancient era ended, and the Class 4s that lived through the Great War are now known as the Ancients. The Pope stopped there, and Dream, Luna, and Iris sat there for a bit, processing the information. So, angels descend, the world prospers, the heart appears, and then a war breaks out. Correct. And, although it's only a bit of speculation, many used to say that the heart appeared when the angels did. They say that a foe of heaven attempted to escape to this world, only to be tracked down and ultimately killed. Many think this is the only reason why the angels appeared at all. Now that's all very interesting, but how did the demons fit into this? Dream re-asked his original question, having not gotten a clear answer. The demons were spoken about in the text that the angels gave the church. They said that they would come one day, although they didn't say when. But when they came, it was said that they would seek to take over the world. If that happened, this world would be doomed, and they would attempt to connect the world to their territories, bringing about the descent of a demon lord who would turn this place into a breeding ground. Connected to their territories? It's not clear, but I've always assumed that heaven and hell have territories. As to what extent their territories cover, I'm not sure. The books don't go into great detail, right? What about this demon lord? How powerful is one of those? I'm not sure about that either. However, it's implied that they're at least on the level of an angel. And how powerful is an angel? More powerful than a saint who is supposedly a step above a Class 4. However, nobody had ever risen to the level of a saint, so estimating the power of any of these entities is impossible. The only thing I can say for sure is that we would be truly and utterly doomed should a demon lord descend. Yeah, we would. Dream's brow furrowed as he thought about it all. The demons have taken over the world, and Iris was sensing changes in their kingdoms. According to the church, this was because they wanted to somehow connect to Hell's territories. But how would they go about connecting to their territories? This was the question Dream was now most concerned about. Although the world was taken over, given enough time he had the confidence to take it back. It might take a year, or maybe less, but he could do it. However, If they were going to be put on a timer, that would change, and he would have to act faster than initially planned. I'm not sure how they would go about doing this, but whatever they do, it's going to be where they're most powerful. Allowing for the descent of a powerful being like a demon lord won't be easy. They had to take over the world for their plan to even be possible. That's a clear indicator of the stringent requirements. The Pope spoke as he made his assumptions. Dream nodded in agreement. It was sound logic. So we need to go wherever they're most powerful and stop whatever they're doing. At the very least, we need to delay them. All right, I think I know what to do. Saying that, Dream stood up from his seat. Thanks for the information, Pope. Of course, if you need help with anything, just let me know. Our fight may not truly be over yet. Then I'll be going. Saying bye, Dream left with the girls, heading back up to the factory. So what do you plan on doing? Luna asked him as they walked through the factory. Dream had been pondering for a while. I'm conflicted. About what? Can't you just nuke them? Iris spoke as if the solution were simple. He shook his head though. While I could do that, it would pose a problem for me down the line. What problem? Right now, the changes you're seeing are only in the strongest kingdom on the demon continent. Yes? Yeah, the other ones were normal, so that means whatever the demons are doing, we at least know it's there. But if we were to nuke them, it would force them to change locations. So, one of the locations could be in the ocean, and if they were to move there, we would be greatly hindered in our efforts to stop them. Not only would it be difficult to find them, but even if we did, nuking them wouldn't be an option. I'd either have to come up with new weapons, or we'd have to fight them ourselves. And we both know that's not quite doable, so you aren't going to wipe them out? I don't think I will. At least, not yet. What we can do is wait until they make progress. During that time, I can develop some more, and when the time comes that we need to stop them, I'll have the power to continue stopping them even if they were to move to the ocean again. We'll bid our time and strike when we need to, drawing out the process as much as possible to accumulate power. Sound good, I guess. But shouldn't we at least see what they're doing? Of course. That's one of the easy parts, though. Oh, by the way, are you going to do anything about your class? Iris suddenly remembered something and asked. My class? Yeah, your class advancement, dummy. Iris shouted with a bit of exasperation as if it were obvious. She didn't forget the absolutely absurd fact that Dream was still a class 3. Luna also nodded when she remembered that fact too. She's right. You didn't even do your class advancement when the demons were taking over. Now that things might be even worse than before, maybe you should think about doing it. I guess you're right. Dream nodded when he thought about it. Before, the main reason he hadn't done the advancement was that he was weak. When the demons suddenly appeared from the oceans, he had only regained A+ stats. However, in the 2 months since the final battle where the haven was sealed, he had advanced once more. He was now back in the S tier. Although his stats were only S-, it was still a great accomplishment. It had taken him a long time, but it had been done. Not only that, but the gray mist that was spreading through his soul was almost completely assimilated. So far, the gray mist had spread through a little over 90% of his soul. Odd thing was, its speed gradually picked up over time as it spread more and more. It might have been because of how much more gray mist he could create from the conflict between the girls' contract. He had gotten more powerful, and with more power he was able to exploit the conflict more. Now, it was currently penetrating through a small remainder of his nucleus. Even if he were to just wait around, it wouldn't take much longer for the mist to finish its assimilation. But now that they were on a clock, he thought it might be good to try and speed up the process. I want the mist to finish spreading and maybe get back up to S stats before advancing. How long will that take though? Maybe 2, maybe 3 months at most. That's quite a while. I guess our urgency depends on how fast the demons progress, but the more time you have at your strongest possible state, the better. Indeed, that's why I want to try and speed things up. I'm thinking we should be able to mess around with the conflict of your contracts and speed up the gray mist production process. Or maybe come up with another production process. Mess around? That's how you describe playing with your own life. Luna frowned at his suggestion. Anything that pertained to their contracts and the conflict between them was extraordinarily delicate, and she would avoid messing around with it as much as possible. Dream thought otherwise, though. Things aren't the same as back then. Not only has the gray mist strengthened me, but it's now present throughout my soul. Even if your powers went and tried to spread through it, the mist would be able to neutralize it. Unlike last time where it was just destroyed. I don't know. Just trust me. I'll stop if I need to. Besides, the conflict of your powers can't be stopped anyway. Taking advantage of it as best I can is the most profitable route. Fine. Not like I can stop you anyway. Just be careful. Sure. I'll get started now then. No time to waste. Saying that, Dream plopped down on a couch where he commonly did his experiments. The girls also sat with him, staying there just in case. Soon, Dream had a view of his soul. He could see the Nexus skill, the two contracts of Luna and Iris that pulsed with white and black power, and the capillaries that acted as the barrier between them. On each capillary were attached 3 strings, one connected to his nucleus, one to his particle manipulation skill, and one to his arcana skill. These strings constantly injected his clear mana and mediated the forces without rest. Luckily, it didn't take much energy to do this. Otherwise, Dream never would have been able to last so long. As of now, within the capillaries were thousands of tiny needles. These needles passed between the black and white powers, gathering some and clashing against each other in the middle. This clash made the two powers annihilate each other, and this annihilation is what produced the gray mist. And there was a thick accumulation of the mist in the center of the capillaries. From there, the mist traveled up the strings and out toward Dream's skills, filling his soul and turning it gray just like the mist. However, it wasn't moving as fast as he wanted. So he started thinking of a way to increase the production and density of the gray mist. I can't directly control the mist. I can only produce it. I don't know if simply producing more will make it denser, but it'll definitely speed up the spread. And once it's totally spread, maybe it'll start solidifying then. So, how do I speed up production? Dream pondered over the issue. His needles that managed the clash of the forces were already very efficient. They had been optimized over time since this wasn't the first time Dream had thought about increasing production. Plus, Sophia just wanted to make sure it was more under control. But that meant that they were already as good as he could make it. There wasn't much more he could do to increase efficiency. At least, not if he kept things the way they were. If he wanted something better than the best, he had to change up the paradigm. That would mean revamping the entire system. It would be more dangerous, but he was confident in keeping things under control. Now he just needed to figure out how to change the paradigm. Luckily, he had a few ideas. The first way I can do this is through simple addition. If I want more mist, I need more points of conflict. I'll need to increase the spread of the contracts so their power can be utilized more. To do that, I'll need more strings and more capillaries, but I'll need to keep energy consumption within certain limits. I can't consume more energy than I can regenerate, otherwise the system will break down over time. However, the second way is by changing the battleground itself. Two energies from two different sources that wish to combine with each other, but instead destroy each other. I can think of it as a reactor, and the byproduct of the annihilation is the gray mist. Right now, I'm not really combining the energies as a reactor would, but simply by colliding them like armies. I can change that though. Instead of colliding them head-on, I can manipulate them and mix them in one big pot. I just need to find a containment technique that can keep the energies from dispersing during the annihilation, just like a reactor. After thinking about it for a bit, this was the idea he came to. Instead of breaking everything apart into pieces, he wanted to bring it all together. He wanted to apply the principles of his fusion reactors to the combination of opposite energies. While it was a bit different, the main points were still annihilation, production, and extraction. So with that framework in mind, he went to work alongside Sophia. The first thing they did was design the container for all this. It had to be strong enough to handle the pressure from opposite energies destroying each other, as well as have the power to force them together. Something like this obviously wouldn't be easy to make, but as they started hypothesizing, the shape gradually began to take form. Chapter 196. Anticipation. Over the next day, Dream and Sophia continually made progress, trying out many different frameworks, scripting out various enchantments, and creating some possible containment techniques. And things went well. They soon had an overall image and a way to implement it. There were two ways Dream could do this. He could either create a solid vessel that would contain the energies, or create a magic vessel. The solid vessel would be tangible, something similar to Aegis's heart. It would have to be a material that could exist on the same dimension as his soul. As for the magic vessel, it would be created purely from mana. After they made the vessel out of either of these, they could input the energies and guide them with powerful enchantments and influence. The energies would combine in a vortex and annihilate each other, spitting out gray mist. It seemed very simple, and after they planned everything out, Dream went on to try and implement the system. However, this was when he ran into some problems. First, Dream didn't have any four-dimensional material. Aegis's heart was all he had, and that wasn't suitable for what he was doing. This forced him to attempt the project with mana. He already knew how to enchant pure mana, so he created a vessel between Luna and Iris's contracts using all the power he had. He applied extremely complex enchantments and even attached some of the skill strings from his particle and arcana skills to the vessel. This mana vessel was built to accommodate the entire energy output of the contract and, theoretically, control it all. The reason it was theoretical was because even Sophia couldn't tell exactly how well things would go. It was hard to quantify the strength of influence after all. And so, with the vessel built and ready to go, Dream went on to do some test runs. He went over to a capillary and detached the two strings that were filled with black and white energy. Then, he plugged the strings into the vessel on opposite sides. Upon doing so, the black and white energies flooded into the vessel. The two energies, for some reason, always knew where the other was. So when they were put into the vessel, they immediately flew towards each other. However, before they could annihilate each other, the enchantments on the vessel activated and diverted them from their original paths. The black and white streams suddenly made sharp 90-degree turns. They closely slid past each other and were led down sporadic spiral paths. On each side, one stream was split into three. One headed in an upward spiral, another headed in a downward spiral, and one spiraled into the center point. Soon, a rapidly spinning sphere of black and white energy was made. Along the surface of the sphere, the two energies gradually crashed into each other as they headed from the outer edges of the equator toward the point at the north and south poles. Dream's clear mana was also inserted to be the mediary, guiding the formation of the sphere and allowing the energies to mix. The theory was, by the time they hit the north and south poles, the energy would have annihilated enough overtime to produce the gray mist. This should not only increase the efficiency of its creation, but also allow for lots of energy to be added to the sphere and still maintain control. Instead of bashing the energies together, the two would be gradually led toward a path of destruction. Dream just had to maintain the paths, and they would follow. And sure enough, after waiting for a while, he could see gray mist be ejected out of the north and south poles. It wasn't a lot, but the energy being inputted was only a single capillary's worth. Arcana has leveled up. Arcana has leveled up. Particle manipulation has leveled up. Dream smiled at the level ups and his success. Arcana had gone up to level 33 and particle manipulation went up to level 26. It had been too long since he's seen notifications from something other than killing. Heh, I did it. Really? Luna and Iris looked toward him when he said that. While they could actually sense the energy in his soul as it was theirs, they didn't know exactly what was going on with it. So hearing that his dangerous experiment had gone well was a relief. Yes, sir. Only a small amount was used though. It's time to scale it up. Slowly. Baby steps. I was thinking more of a brisk walking pace, but sure. Smiling, Dream proceeded to do as he said and scale up. Doing the same as with the first two, Dream started unplugging strings from the capillaries and plugging them into the vessel. He did it one at a time, and only when the energy was assimilated properly into the sphere did he move on to the next. This went on for a while, but after he plugged in the 30th string, Dream frowned. The energy is more intense than I thought. The sphere inside the vessel had grown respective to the increased energy input. Of course, Dream had made the vessel big enough to fit all the energy, so there was no worry about running out of space. But as he put in more and more, he found that the energy required to maintain the sphere went up more than expected. We're not utilizing very much of the vessel's power, but at the rate things are going, we're not going to be able to plug in all the strings. How many do you think? We might be able to plug in half. The energies get somewhat stronger as they group up, not unlike how demons would. That's what's throwing us off. Although I have no idea why, we'll just have to deal with it. Now, let's continue. Putting the issue aside, Dream went back to plugging in strings, increasing the size and power of the sphere as well as the load on the vessel. And sure enough, it was as they expected. One vessel wasn't enough to maintain it all. In fact, it was much less than they expected. While the sphere had only grown to fill a third of the vessel, it was already starting to overpower it. Sheesh, how are these powers so strong? I didn't think dividing them up into capillaries would decrease their power so much. We've only gone through a third of them. I guess the powers really do compound off each other as they gather. That's kind of normal though. They probably had lesser densities after being divided up in the capillaries. Maybe. Either way, we're not going to be able to contain it all. I use basically all my power to create and enchant that vessel. So there's not much I can do about its power limit. It's doing its job well though. We're already getting a good amount of gray mist. If we compare it to before, the production rate per capillary had easily tripled. That's good. Although the power increased, so has production. There's definitely some tweaks I can make to the enchantments, so the efficiency may go up later, but yes, it's a significant jump. Yes, it is, but we're not stopping here. Let's just make another 2 vessels and plug in the rest of the strings. After that, our total gray mist production will have tripled. All right. With that, Dream left the vessel as it was and moved on to create another. After spending a few hours and almost all of his energy, he finished a vessel that was identical to the first. He then waited another several hours to completely recover, after which he went on to start plugging in strings. Okay, let's do this. Smiling, Dream unplugged dozens of string from their capillaries and quickly plugged them into the vessel. Just like last time, a swirling sphere of black and white formed in the middle, and also similar to last time. He could only plug in another third of the strings before the vessel reached its limit. It wasn't of any consequence to him though, and after the second vessel was situated, he created the third. From the creation of the first vessel to the completion of the third, only a day passed. After that day, Dream had 3 vessels, inside which swirled 3 black and white spheres. Sigh, finally done. Kicking his feet up, Dream relaxed into the couch he was on. Seeing that he was done, Luna and Iris looked to his soul to see what exactly he did. What the hell? Are those orbs? Spheres. Sure, but why did you gather them up in one place like that? And they're spinning pretty fast. They aren't going to fly out of control, are they? Iris looked at the vessels worriedly as she spoke. Dream just waved it off though. It's all under control. I brought them together to manage it in a different way. Though I didn't expect the overall power to increase after doing that, it wasn't anything I couldn't work around, if you say so. But how can you be so relaxed? You literally have 3 swirling bombs in the middle of your soul. I see them more as production centers. I'll be getting a lot more gray mist out of these. Besides, they're not that unlike my reactors. Those things generate power from nuclear explosions, but with the right confinement and guidance, the energy can be contained and extracted. These vessels work the same way, conceptually at least. Dream casually explained his thinking, but after hearing it, Iris came to 2 conclusions. 1. Dream was crazy for even trying to do what he did, especially with the risk to his soul. 2. She would be much more cautious around the fusion reactors. Would those things explode if damaged? And didn't he use those things everywhere? Were they surrounded by nuclear bombs? As Iris started to leer around at all the reactors in the factory with wariness, Luna sighed to herself. Just don't let your guard down, and protect those vessels well. You can't let them get damaged in battle. Of course, those things consist of my strongest enchantments. Aegis will also be hanging around it. Isn't that right, Aegis? I will protect the ticking time bombs my lord has created. Attaboy. Sigh, not helping Aegis. Hearing them joke, Luna just sighed tiredly. After Dream completed the vessels, he immediately got busy building. The demons were working to call upon some kind of demon lord, so he needed to do everything in his power to prevent that from happening. He needed an army, one bigger than he's ever made before, and he needed powerful weapons surpassing what he currently had. There wasn't much time to study like he wanted. That would have to wait for after they truly wiped out the demons. Luckily, Dream had the materials for anything he could possibly want. Millions upon millions of tons of material were just sitting around, stockpiling endlessly in his factory and on the moon. He had thousands of mining teams that worked ceaselessly. If he went on long enough, he would start putting holes in the moon's surface from all the excavation. He had the capital, and he had the foundation. Even now, construction bots were pumping out combat bots. But if he wanted as big of an army as he was thinking, he would need to expand even further. His factory was massive, spanning nearly 30 miles far and wide. But things were about to change again. The first thing he did was prepare for a redesign. All this time, Dream had his legions of construction bots build things themselves. They took ingots, processed them into whatever they were assigned to, and then enchanted them. And things worked out great that way. However, he now needed to pump out millions of machines as fast as possible. Unfortunately, his bots wouldn't cut it, so he got to working on assembly lines. For this, Dream first went to expand the factory. He needed lots of space for lots of machines. However, instead of building out like he usually did, he built up. Originally, the factory was 30 miles long and wide with 2 miles of height, like a flat metal square in space. It housed everything on a single level, and until now, that worked great. Now though, Dream decided to future-proof his factory and expand it dramatically. He turned the square factory into a full cube, 30 miles long, wide, and tall. He turned it into a giant Borg cube. After seeing the giant metal cube from afar, Dream giggled maniacally. It was a source of great joy to be able to build something like this, and while the girls didn't get it, at least he did. He thought about culturing them with sci-fi movies after this was all done. So, with the factory expanded by many times, it was time to fill it. This was when Dream unleashed his construction abilities to their fullest extent. Sophia also used her calculator skills to construct blueprints and models of everything they wanted to build. She planned out an unbelievable system that could be scaled to fit the entire cube. And after the designing was done, Dream alongside his legions of bots got to work. First, they built hundreds of fusion reactors. These would obviously be used to power everything. Next, they went on to build the framework for everything. These assembly lines would work rather simply. They would work mostly without magic, and the lines would output the bots, weapons, supplies, and everything else they needed to mass produce. Only their shells, though. After the shells were constructed, they would then be enchanted. For mass enchantments, they would build magical stamps that punched the enchantments into all the bots. It was a simple two-step process: build and enchant. The bots would be smelted, built, and enchanted by the thousand. And while the enchantment stamps would likely run through their energy quickly, systems were put in place so that they could all be easily recharged. Everything that required Dream's input was minimized as much as possible while maintaining peak production rates. And everything that required his input was made really simple, such as the enchantments that ran off of massive cores. In fact, Dream decided to use the cores laying around that he attained alongside the heart from the United Empire for this. However, it wasn't just assembly lines he decided to build. Dream designed a system of enhancement that would raise the grade of materials. Like construction, this had been taken care of by bots, but now it would have dedicated facilities. These facilities would do as the bots did, just in a repetitive and organized fashion. Ingots would be inserted into something similar to a pressure cooker. They would be reshaped physically according to the difference in grade. And then the facility would use a hybrid system utilizing both mana overload and direct flux manipulation. This would make things easier on the machines as well as more efficient. It was definitely better than what he currently had. The bots weren't really enchanted for flux manipulation. With all that, Dream had everything he needed. Materials would be enhanced and used to build things. It was both simple and complex, and with all the designs and layouts completed, all attention from both him and the bots was focused purely on construction. He just needed to get these up and running, and then he would be set. Everything else was put on hold. And he did. Dream worked for a month straight, utilizing his full power the entire time. He ran around all hours of the day, constantly doing everything that Sophia told him to do. The bots were also constantly swarming around, following the endless list of orders that streamed through their systems. During this time, neither Luna nor Iris received any attention. They were a little bummed, but they wouldn't even think about trying to pull his attention away. They knew what was important right now. With that, construction went smoothly, and by the time the month was over, Dream had a new and improved factory that filled nearly 60% of the cube. It couldn't even be compared to before, in either scale or function. It was optimized to the extreme, and it would be able to carry out production on a never-before-seen magnitude. With this, he would easily be able to produce enough soldiers, all of which would have a minimum combat ability of a mid-level Class 2. There would also be an unbelievable amount of Class 3 bots. And to top it all off, Dream was going to attempt to create some Class 4 bots himself. With such construction ability, Dream knew that he had reached a point where he could outproduce and outgun the demons by himself. The thought filled him with euphoria. At the same time, he also wondered how things would change when he did his class advancement. His curiosity and anticipation skyrocketed. Chapter 197. After that entire month of working non-stop in the factory, Dream took a day to rest. The number of enchantments he had done could only be counted by Sophia, and he had expended all his energy on more than one occasion. It was a great workout, though. So after Dream completed everything, he decided to allow his soul to totally recover. The purpose wasn't actually just for rest, but so he could get a look at his current power that had gone up once more. Before he had completed the vessels, Dream estimated that it would be at least 2 months before the gray mist spread through the rest of his soul. Now that the mist production was tripled, that time was cut down. And so, a month passed, and the mist was almost totally done spreading. It had taken more mist than they thought, but Dream assumed that it was just because it was trying to fill the nucleus. The nucleus was the core of a person, so it would take more energy to fill. It wasn't anything to worry about. So on the day that he knew it would complete, he rested and waited. He wanted to see what happened when the mist overtook everything. I'm excited. Dream giggled as he settled down on a couch. He was alone in his factory right now as Luna and Iris were out doing their own thing. It's happening soon, although I don't really think it's going to do much. Maybe not. I have a bit of an itch over this, though. Like something's gonna happen. I've been waiting a long time for this day, too. You know, it's interesting that your recovery progressed alongside the spread of the gray mist. I know you've been working to build back up your soul, but it seems a bit coincidental. I guess it is. Maybe the power I lost while separating Luna and Iris's powers went into the creation of the mist. So as the mist is produced, I get back the power that I lost. I guess I just figured Iris ate your power. I also figured that. What I said was more of a random speculation. Oh, okay. Although, it's not that bad of a theory. If Iris gobbled up my soul like that, I would have thought that she'd be a bit more powerful. I would assume my soul is rather nutritious. Oh well, it's almost time. When she said that, Dream put his other thoughts behind him and focused on his soul. Nearly all of it had turned gray, except for one tiny speck in the center. Even that was fading, though. With excitement, Dream watched as the mist overtook the last of his soul. When the last speck turned gray, he waited a few seconds in anticipation. Is anything gonna dash? Whoosh. Right as he spoke, he suddenly felt large fluctuations in his soul. The gray mist trembled and sent out waves, and Dream could feel his senses picking up on something. Well, it wasn't really his senses as much as it was his soul. Just like how mana felt like another limb, he suddenly felt like yet another limb had grown. He could feel a connection to a new energy that filled his soul. It was the gray mist. The mist trembled, and as he came to be connected to it, the sense associated with the mist was thrown in disarray. He felt like the mist was unbelievably disordered, and it made his mind turbulent. My head is spinning. So is mine. We need to control it. Get the mist under control. I don't know how to do that. It's like a new arm grew out of my back, so I can't control it right away. Dream shouted as he attempted to get his mind in order. However, as the seconds ticked by, he found that the confusion he was experiencing really wasn't simple confusion. It felt like his mind was in chaos. His memories would pop up randomly, his thought process would go down random roads, his abstract thought would come up with really random ideas and concepts that threw him for odd rides, and nothing that he thought about seemed to make any sense. If he had to compare his mind to anything, it was like being high, drunk, and on hallucinogens all at the same time, with all of their effects taking place at once. To even think about the concept of getting himself under control was almost impossible. He started to lose himself in the confusion, and Sophia wasn't much better. After a few minutes, he had somehow fallen off the couch from his sitting position. He then tried to stand up and catch his balance, but that was done with about as much grace as an ice skating horse. After falling more than a few times, he eventually just stuck to the floor, his body in an awkward position. This went on for nearly 30 minutes, and not even the girls had any idea what was going on. However, after another hour, the fluctuations in Dream's soul started to calm. This was actually Dream's doing. After focusing his attention on his mind, he was able to discover a few things. Although his mind seemed chaotic, after paying attention to everything that was being thought of, he found that they weren't actually totally random. There were correlations between the memories and thoughts that appeared in his mind. And when he found those correlations, he started connecting the dots. Turns out, all the super weird thoughts and logic appearing in his mind were actually ways to get out of his predicament. They were seemingly random thoughts. But when he looked at the big picture and put all the pieces together, everything made sense. Then, he had an epiphany. Chaotic, but orderly. Everything's random, but random pieces can be put together. And then, when you combine order and chaos, Dream smiled as he filtered through the last of his thoughts. When he put everything together, the fluctuations of the gray mist started to calm. The mist solidified within his soul and stopped moving altogether. Though, if one were to look closely, the mist wasn't actually completely still. The particles shook and moved, but they were also rigid. They were both excited and calm at the same time. When the mist pacified under Dream's control, his mind slowed down and everything became organized. However, he immediately noticed the changes the mist brought about. I can sense more, and not just sense, but think. My mind. It's evolved. Dream's eyes went wide as he took in information from the world around him. He felt like he could see the air particles scattering wildly in the air. He could feel the microscopic vibrations of the metal below him. Everything his senses picked up on would be reverse-engineered and simulated within his mind, as if his mind was understanding and merging with the world around it. On top of that, he didn't have any trouble processing huge amounts of data. Everything makes sense. I know why the particles are moving the way they are. I know how the vibrations travel through metallic lattices. I can see the heat flow. I don't even need to see everything. I can predict how things are moving from a distance. Dream looked off in the distance as he said that. Even though his senses only picked up what was happening in his immediate space, he felt like he knew what was happening a few meters away. He could reverse engineer the flows of the particles to see what happened not only in the past, but what was happening in another space. It was deduction on an extremely precise scale. Prediction, the butterfly effect. Isn't that part of chaos theory? How random events have patterns. I feel like this is it. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. After mumbling to himself, he suddenly started laughing maniacally. He was feeling absolutely joyful. This is it. Yes, Sophia, we've got things to build. Hold your horses there, bud. Calm down first. Yeah, calm down. All right. Shaking his head and smacking his face, Dream forced himself to calm and get his emotions under control. Okay, I'm calm. The mist. It's also calm. My mind is definitely different though. It's working differently. You're gonna have to take some time to get used to that, although it should flow pretty naturally. Yeah, when I think about anything, it's like my mind automatically calls up everything related to it. I'm constantly bouncing between thousands of scattered data fragments. It's interesting. I see that. I've also changed a bit, though not nearly as much as you. How so? My processing speed has increased pretty significantly, though not from pure power. My thinking patterns changed a bit, resulting in an efficiency increase. Very nice. Our minds aren't all that's changed though. Check out your soul. Saying that, both of them turned their attention to Dream's soul. The gray mist had settled after filling up the soul. Other than that, it didn't do much. At least, nothing that Dream could see right now. Although he could control the mist now, he had no idea how it functioned or what it could do. That would come with experiments, which he eagerly wanted to carry out. And he went on to do some small ones. After latching onto the mist, he found that he actually couldn't control any. All the mist that was spread in his soul was attached directly to it, and pulling on the mist would pull on the soul. However, the extra mist that the vessels were spitting out was free to control all he wanted, presumably because it wasn't sent into the soul yet. So he grabbed some spare mist and brought it out of his body using his influence. At least, that's what he tried. However, an odd thing happened when he went to go extend his influence. His influence was actually gray, just like the mist. Usually it was invisible, but he could clearly sense it. The mist changed my influence? How the hell? That's really interesting. Hey, try extending it out more. As far as possible. Okay. Nodding, Dream sent out all the influence he had. After he totally recovered and regained the power Iris took, his influence had gone back to around 7 kilometers. But after letting it out this time, it only reached around 700 meters. What? Are you serious? Why is it so short? Hee hee, it's like you didn't just go through over a year of recovery. But my soul isn't weaker. If anything, it's stronger. What the hell happened? With an incredulous face, Dream felt around his soul to see if anything was different. But after retracting and spreading his influence several more times, he found that nothing had changed. His soul was still just as powerful, but his influence shrunk to a tenth of its distance. I'm starting to wonder if the gray mist is a blessing or a curse. It's not that bad. How often do you need to target things with your influence 7 kilometers away anyway? I guess you have a point, but still, I don't appreciate being shrunk down or whatever just happened. Sighing, Dream plopped back down on the couch. Despite what he said, though, he wasn't really feeling as if this was a reduction in power. He definitely advanced in strength, and he was sure that his strength was merely condensed, resulting in the shorter influence. Plus, it wasn't like he couldn't control things outside of that range. To control mana outside one's range of influence, they merely had to create a channel that could give directions, like a remote program. Dream and Sophia were always proficient at this, so controlling mana hundreds of kilometers away was never a problem. This fact remained true even now. Plus, after messing around with his influence, Dream found that it was able to pick up on things much better than before. Although he still needed solid mana to see extremely small clusters of atoms, his new influence was able to extract information better, giving him a better view of things despite using the same mana. It's almost as if he got a clearer lens to look through. Finally, he was able to sense something different about his mana. Although it still retained its clearness, it handled differently. In his mana pool, the gray mist that had been accumulating alongside his mana diffused into his mana and seemingly disappeared. It definitely changed its properties, though, and he could see this the best with the vessels. The vessels used his clear mana to mediate between Iris and Luna's opposite energies, but that process was actually disrupted somewhat due to the change in his mana. Now, the two energies were able to combine pretty flawlessly across his mana. Upon crashing into each other, they wouldn't really annihilate as much as they would just fuse into gray mist. It drastically increased the production of the mist and became a sizable source of power. But since his mana had still changed, the swirling spheres were thrown into a bit of disarray, requiring him to get it back under control. Taking some time, Dream built another vessel and enchanted it. He then transferred all the strings over from the other vessels, connecting them all to the new one. When that happened, the black and white energies violently poured in, but under the control and mediation of Dream's new energy, they were tamed and fused in a vortex, spitting out many times more gray mist. Ah, that's nice. Dream let out a satisfied breath. Now he was really enjoying the new changes. While it's good that the gray mist is powerful, it seems that it's become your new power source. The mist changes whatever mana you take in, so your entire mana pool has been converted to the mist. I'm pretty sure you could control that though, so I guess it's not that big of a deal. Well, let's clear one thing up first. The gray mist is mana, right? Or at least a type of mana. From what I can see, yes. Alright, so that means we've discovered another kind of energy. We got mana, destruction mana, and now gray mist, or gray mana. But if we were just creating mana, how did it change my soul so much? Not sure. There's definitely something more to it than just mana. But then again, we've only scratched the surface when it comes to these kinds of things. True. So, another concern. Since I wield this mist now, is my only source of the mist the conflict between the girls' souls? I'm not sure. Gray mist specifically, maybe. Unless we can find another source or way to create it, that will indeed be our only source. You're still able to suck in mana and use it though. In fact, I'm pretty sure you're able to use destruction mana now. I can see that flux is much easier to handle as well. Your new gray influence lets you control all these pretty fluidly. So I've become a jack of all trades. I like it. I really do have lots of experiments to run. We should be able to make some interesting devices. Since you can control opposite energies, we can see the different effects they have. Hehe, I really reaped a harvest. It was worth the long wait. My mind got stronger. My influence can control all the energies, and my new gray mana is useful. However, even with all that, we aren't done. You're right. Is it time? I think it is. I've recovered beyond my previous strength, and I'm packed full of this new energy. Although I haven't mastered it, the demons won't wait around for me to get comfortable. So, I think it's about time we moved on with the class advancement. Yes, finally. I'm excited. Sophia jumped with excitement as he made the decision. Even if his next class was a disappointment, there was a massive backlog of power just waiting for him to absorb. His level would definitely surpass the girl's level, and it would be done in a single jump. She couldn't imagine what kind of power he would be wielding, and that wasn't even factoring in the new power he just received. The expectation was high, as was the anticipation. Both of them were excited, and with everything out of the way, they could finally get on with it. It was time to step out of the Class 3 level and advance to become a Class 4. Chapter 198, Final Legacy of the Archons. Before Dream started the advancement, he took a day to organize himself and notify Luna and Iris. Although he didn't have the luxury of mastering his new power, he still had to be able to control himself. So he took a day to try things out, building and enchanting a variety of devices. First, he went through nearly all the assembly lines and production machines that he just recently built and modified their enchantments, especially the machines responsible for enchanting and enhancing materials. He upgraded those for superior mana and flux control, greatly increasing their ability and speed. When he did this, his arcana and particle manipulation skills went through some level UPS, rising to level 37 and 30 respectively. Sophia also went up a couple of levels to level 14 after utilizing her changed processing patterns and dream skills. Although his skills remained the same, the change in energy also changed how they were used, and the usage of his skills improved. After that, he finally felt that he had a good grasp on the change to his influence and how to manipulate the gray mist. With that, he called over Luna and Iris. "You're doing it?" When they arrived at the factory, Iris came running over to where he was with a wide smile. Dream just looked at her weirdly. "Why do you seem more excited about this than I am?" "Because you got the experience of a few thousand high-level Class 4s just waiting to be absorbed. How are you not shivering in excitement?" Iris shook a bit herself as she thought about the insane power waiting for Dream just around the corner. She was a battle maniac through and through, and the drive to become stronger was wholly ingrained in her bones. Of course, she would look forward to big jumps in strength, even if it wasn't her but her man. The level ups will be interesting. I'm not sure how much it's going to strengthen me since I'm already so strong. Other than that though, it shouldn't be anything crazy. My body and soul are filled with solid mana. Hell, I'm on the verge of being able to create solid mana naturally. I've basically gone through my advancement, and my skills aren't maxed out, so nothing should change there. I'm really just getting a new class name. I doubt that. Aren't classes based on your achievements or whatever? You're super strong, so you should have a really good class. What is your selection anyway? Let me pull it up. Saying that, Dream thought about the class advancement, and a screen popped up in front of him. You cannot level up before choosing a class. Your selection of classes will be based on your profile and experience thus far. The choice you make cannot be taken back. Excess experience will be accumulated and gained after the class selection has been made. Select a class. A Shaper. A Archon Legacy. Prophet. Yup, still the same. What's your selection? There's one called Shaper. Then there's another one called the Archon Legacy. A legacy? Iris tilted her head. Luna was also confused. They had never heard of a legacy before. I'm not sure what it is either. Supposedly, it's gonna make me a prophet. A prophet? Those guys preach about the future, or whatever, right? Kind of. In some religions, they can also be considered messengers of a god. Interesting. But what god would you be the prophet of? Iris asked curiously. Both her and Luna had received blessings from gods, so the concept wasn't foreign to them. Although this would be the first time they heard something about becoming a god's prophet. I guess it would be whatever this archon is. Though, that raises another concern. What? It's a legacy, meaning the archon has left behind whatever this is. How can I become a prophet if the archon isn't there anymore? Huh, good point. So are you going to choose it? I think I still will. Although Shaper doesn't sound bad, it doesn't look good either. At least this one looks decent. Plus I had to earn it. Dream spoke the last part in his head. This was the biggest factor. He had to become worthy for this class, so it was obviously something good. Plus, it was different. Shaper sounded too basic. It didn't even have a descriptive word before it like his previous classes. Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and choose it. Iris urged him on excitedly. She really was looking forward to this more than he was. Not that he wasn't really excited. All right, all right. I choose the Archon Legacy. Dream spoke the words out loud. When he did, there was an immediate reaction. You have selected the class, Archon Legacy. Prophet. Yo asterisk ha asterisk asterisk. The hell? Dream watched the system spasm for a second before it disappeared. After that, though, he felt a reaction from Sophia. Oh, it's happening again. What? I'm gonna lose control for a bit. Give it a second. Warning. Legacy has been selected. You have chosen to receive the Archon's Legacy. Legacy of the Archon. First step, Prophet. The 7 Archons, the builders of the universe, have give asterisk you the op asterisk ort unity to become on asterisk of their asterisk rophets. Asterisk st cho asterisk se and arco asterisk indi pa st asterisk asterisk irt ch asterisk 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 enar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Have I been given a faulty class? Dream's jaw dropped at all the distorted text. He was able to decipher what it said, though. It wanted him to choose one of the 7 Archons to supposedly become the prophet of. The only problem was that he couldn't see any of the names. Nothing seemed to be working properly. However, after giving it a few seconds to figure itself out, the prompts continued. Warn asterisk ing. Can asterisk ot esta asterisk lease asterisk con asterisk ecti asterisk in y asterisk h and ar asterisk h asterisk n w asterisk running. Cannot establi asterisk h con asterisk tie-in with an emperor. Warning. Cannot establish connection with a prophet. Warning. No connection lines established. Rerouting. Rerouted. Connection through title. Origin seeker has been created. Legacy series confirmed. Final legacy of the Archons granted. Beginning legacy bestowal. After many lines, the prompt stopped, and Dream could feel an extremely strong power erupt from inside him. Before he could react, the power entered his mind and put him to sleep. His body fell limp on the couch. Dream, did you just fall asleep? Iris asked with a weird face. Both her and Luna had seen his weird face and assumed something odd was going on. His soul is fine. Let's just wait. As long as our powers are fine, nothing bad should happen. Saying that, Luna just sat there, monitoring her contract and making sure nothing out of the ordinary happened. Iris thought for a second before doing the same. Wah, what happened? After he passed out, Dream found himself waking up not long after. However, he wasn't in his factory anymore. He was in space. Well, on a structure in space. The ground he was sitting on looked like glass that held swirling gray gases inside of it. When he looked up, he could see bright stars and colorful, brilliant nebulas that shined red, purple, blue, and white. They easily lit up the surroundings, and he likened them to the aurora borealis, just on a cosmic scale. It was almost as if someone had painted an exaggerated picture of space on a canvas and plastered it across the black void. It looked so unreal that Dream's eyes went wide and his pupils dilated, as if trying to take in as much of its splendor as possible. He stared and looked around at the illustrious cosmos that seemed close enough to touch for a long time. He just couldn't bear to tear his eyes away, but when he remembered that he definitely wasn't in his factory, he snapped out of it and continued looking around. When he did, he found that there were tall 100-foot flat, rectangular monoliths all around his surroundings made from an unknown black material. They all stood on the glass floor and radiated intense power stronger than he had ever felt before. However, it wasn't threatening, and he instead felt himself focusing on the writings on the walls of those monoliths. On every black monolith from bottom to top were tons of golden scribbles. The scribbles seemed random and messy, and Dream assumed that they were some kind of language he didn't know about. However, after focusing a bit, he felt himself understanding the scribbles, not by comprehending the writings, but by sensing the power embedded within them. It seemed very similar to how he would enchant items with strings of information. Dream looked around at dozens of monoliths, and as he scanned the writings, he felt like they were imparting some knowledge to him, though it was scattered and hard to understand. He slowly stood up, and as he spun around to look at the other monoliths behind him, he suddenly laid eyes on a person who was also observing him. The person looked like an older man. He was dressed in odd clothes that seemed like a combination of robe and armor that seemed to be both metallic and flexible. The man had an ashy and wrinkled face, and it was as if he came out of a wildfire whose ash turned his skin gray. The man's ashy face was only somewhat weird, though, and after looking at it for a second, Dream turned his eyes downward to the man's chest. Inside his chest was a solid swirling ball of white fire. It didn't seem like simple fire, though, and after looking a bit closer, he found that it was actually a star. The man had a star in his chest. It was so odd that Dream found himself staring at the star. It looked like a neutron star since it was bright white, but colored its surroundings blue. Not only that, as the star rotated, it pulled the space around it, distorting light in the vicinity. The whole thing was shocking to say the least. How could a single person have a star floating around inside his chest? Although he could assume that it was just a ball of fire, his gut told him otherwise. The man, the monoliths, and the place they were in, everything was far more extraordinary than he could even imagine, and he knew it. He felt so very small standing there in the midst of such glorious structures. The 7 archons. Suddenly, the man in front of him spoke. His robotic and apathetic voice echoed out as if it wanted all of space to hear his voice, and the power of his voice resonated with Dream's very soul. Are beings that constructed the physical universe by their own hand. From their higher dimensional souls spawned order and chaos that governs the totality. However, the archons are no longer, and you, who wishes to become a prophet, will have a chance to receive their last legacy. Okay. There are 3 steps to receive the full legacy. The first step is to become a prophet. The second step is to become an emperor. And the third step will solidify your foundation and make you an archon successor. To become a true archon thereafter will require you to become a transcendent existence by your own power. In this time, you will become a prophet and inherit knowledge and techniques through a trial. If you pass, you will become a prophet. If you fail, you will be returned and forget all that has happened here. Do you understand? When the man finished, Dream paused and looked down, processing everything for a bit. Okay, so there's a trial, but what qualifies as a pass or fail? I will be your judge. Dream looked up with a surprised face at the response. You can speak? Like, normally? You aren't some kind of recording? I am the keeper, the one who oversees this legacy. Oh, that's cool. So you're an actual person? Have you been just sitting here all this time? How long have you been a keeper? Dream smiled brightly when he realized the man really was a normal man and not some leftover hologram. He thought that since everyone was dead like the class advancement prompt said, there would be no one he could talk to. The keeper remained apathetic as he answered the question. I am bound to this place and have been guarding it since the fall of the archons. And how long ago was that? You cannot possibly comprehend the span of time that has passed since then. Why not? Just give me a number. It cannot be represented by a mere number. Okay then. Dream just gave up at the keeper's firm answer. He didn't think he was lying, or didn't want to tell him. He believed the keeper, and he understood that it really might be beyond his understanding. Everything else in this place was. He's got a star in his chest for crying out loud. If he says I can't understand something, he's probably right. Dream sighed to himself before looking back at the keeper. He just stood there with his eyes on Dream. So what's this trial I need to take? Your first trial is the simplest yet perhaps most important trial of the 3. You will recreate yourself in your own image, and yourself will be the basis of your foundation by which you advance and grow from now on. Look to the monolith behind you and comprehend the trial. Dream tilted his head and looked behind him. When he saw that a monolith had mysteriously appeared behind him, he was startled and took a few steps away from it. This monolith was shorter than the others, only about 10 feet tall. On it was similar scribblings to the others, and Dream concentrated on the scribbles to understand. At first, he was only able to comprehend tiny bits of information from the scribbles. It seemed as though his mind had to pull out the information from it. But after he decided to release a bit of his influence and use his soul to comprehend them, the information got much easier to read. Let's see. From primordial's past to creation's present. From divine light spawns logos, the pure potential of being. From the reduction of divine light spawns the earthly man, a loose lump of clay. Rise from mortal dust and attain immortal light. Return to your most primal form and create yourself in your most true image. Dream drifted off on the last word. After going over it a couple of times, his face wrinkled and he turned back to the keeper. Can you tell me what the hell this means? Do you not understand? Well, I understand the words. As you said, it's telling me to recreate myself. But how exactly should I go about doing that? If you do not understand the meaning and guidance the monolith gives you, then you are not properly extracting the message. Not properly extracting it? I got the words, though. Those writings are more than just mere words, and more than just a representation of a meaning or concept. It is a transmission of pure knowledge and wisdom from the one who wrote it with their own power. You are comprehending a language that is beyond languages. Feel it in your soul, the message from the archons that constructed this legacy. If you cannot do that, then you do not even qualify to attempt the trial. Chapter 199, Trial. Hearing the keeper's words, Dream frowned a bit and pondered to himself. So I need to somehow fully understand this. There's something I'm missing, but there's something I need to ask first. After thinking over things, Dream turned back to the keeper. Keeper, how long can I stay here? Is there a time limit? Dream asked this question with seriousness. For one, if there was a time limit, then he would need to meet it. Two, he couldn't spend too long here. He needed to get back to the planet, lest the demons continue their diabolical plans. Luckily, he at least set it up so that Luna and Iris could control the army that was constantly being produced. If they absolutely needed it, then they could use it. The keeper spoke after a second. There is no time limit to this trial. Oh, really? Understanding cannot be rushed. If you require 1 year, 10, or even 1,000 years, then so be it. However, you must satisfy my judgment. Otherwise, this will be for naught. Right, but I don't have more than 2 or 3 months. Is there a clock I can use? I have no sense of time, and I'm kind of on a schedule. You need not worry about your earthly matters. In this place, time does not move. It doesn't move? Seriously? How? That is beyond your comprehension. Just know that no matter how long you stay here, the place from which you came will not have changed. That's kind of hard to believe. Dream spoke honestly. He knew that this place was extraordinary, but the lack of time seemed too extraordinary. It is true. I do not lie. I cannot prove it to you, but that is how the archons built this place. They built it outside of the realm of time that you know. There is no time dilation, and we are in a fixed point, therefore, we do not move through space nor time. That is a simplified explanation. Interesting. Dream nodded and thought to himself. He really didn't have any reason not to trust this guy. And if he really did have all the time he wanted, then it would be a waste not to use it. It was literally free time. When he went back, he would be on a clock again. A chance like this would probably never come again. At least, not until he came back here for the next steps. However, there was one more small problem. I'm all alone here. Dream had kind of noticed before, but after looking inward, he really couldn't find Sophia anywhere. It was a weird feeling not being able to communicate with her. She had been in his mind for the past couple of years, and not having her there felt off. But it wasn't like he could do anything about that. For this trial, it would just be him and the keeper. Whether or not the keeper would keep him company was another matter entirely, though. He was totally apathetic about everything, as if nothing mattered. It was kind of a downer. Sigh, welp. I got all the time in the world, so I'll use it. Guess it's just gonna be you and me, keeper. By the way, do you just stand there, or do you have somewhere to sit? I do not require physical rest. Well, neither do I, kind of. But standing there all stiff and whatnot must get tiring mentally. I do not require mental rest. Okay then, I guess I'll just focus on this. With a weird sigh, Dream turned back to the short monolith that held the odd poem. He released all his influence and focused it entirely on the writings, going through every little bit of data that came from the scribblings. From primordial's past to creation's present, from divine light spawn's logos, the pure potential of being. Logos. I remember learning about logos in English class. It means logic, right? Like for an argument. I think Aristotle established that, but this says different. Pure potential. What could pure potential be? The infinite capacity to grow? If it's the ability to expand your intelligence forever, then that would mean you have lots of wisdom. Infinite wisdom. So it's definitely not talking about bodily potential, but the potential of your mind or soul. As Dream pondered, he bounced from one idea to another, all while staring at the scribbles on the monolith. He quickly jumped down the rabbit hole, and his mind was soon totally focused on unraveling this riddle. He visualized everything in his mind: divine light spawning logos, primordials, expanding intelligence. In his mind, all the fragments of his memories and abstract thought fluttered around, and he constantly connected them all in different ways, giving rise to dozens of different ideas. Because there was no sense of time, or even movement through time for that matter, Dream wasn't able to keep track of it as he pondered. He could have spent minutes or hours or days, but there was no way for him to know. Not that there was any consequence. Here, he convinced himself that he had all the time he needed. He let down his guard and focused on the trial. This was his advancement, and the harvest he could reap here was likely astronomical. To not pass because he rushed would be a regret he would never forget, if he even remembered. So he focused, letting go of all worries. It was him and his thoughts, that was it, and he let them loose to solve one of the most significant challenges in his life. After who knows how long, Dream had gone through all the lines, and he was constantly connecting the fragments in his mind. His capacity for abstract thinking had gone up significantly since the gray mist integrated itself. However, this still didn't get him much closer to understanding the trial. While he did understand the riddle more, he got nothing along the lines of a transmission of pure knowledge and wisdom, as the keeper said. Sigh, I'm doing something wrong. Sighing inwardly, Dream took a step back. By this point, his face was almost pressed against the monolith since he had been reading so intently. A pure transmission of knowledge and wisdom. Feel it in my soul. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Let's just relax. It'll come to me. Shaking out the tension, Dream went and laid down on his back. He could feel the strange surface of the ground that was neither hot nor cold as he looked up at the monolith from below. Feel it, don't see it. Seeing it does nothing. Feel it with the soul. As he repeated those lines, Dream relaxed his focused influence and let it drift around the monolith. Odd thing was, he couldn't actually pierce through the monolith with his influence, only scanning the surface. But he didn't worry about that now. As his influence randomly floated around the golden scribbles, he picked up on the same data as before. However, as he let the data naturally flow into his mind, it gradually took form. From primordials past to creation's present. When Dream mumbled those words, the first line of golden scribbles on the monolith took form in his mind space, as if engraving themselves. After that, he could feel a will from the scribbles. Going with the flow, he reached out to the scribbles with his own will and made contact. And when they touched, the scribbles suddenly erupted with knowledge. Within the dark mind space, images started flying out. They were of 7 beings. Each one of them held incomprehensible power, and when they raised their arms, the previously endless void was instantly filled with nebulas and stars. After that, the 7 beings collapsed on themselves, and their essence scattered throughout the cosmos, spreading the seeds that would later give birth to countless intelligent beings. After that, the transmission of knowledge ended, and Dream felt he could thoroughly understand what the line was trying to say. They are the primordials. They gave birth to the concept of creation. They created intelligence itself. Dream processed all the information. As he did, the first line of golden scribbles on the monolith went dim, leaving behind simple engravings. The scribbles themselves and their information had been absorbed and was now in Dream's mind, free for him to access anytime. Dream reached out to the floating scribbles a second time when he realized how this worked, and the same scenes flashed through his mind once more. After that, he felt many questions arising, but he pushed them down and moved on to the second line. From divine light spawns logos, the pure potential of being. As he focused on the lines, the scribbles formed in his mind again, and their underlying data was unlocked. He was once again infused with knowledge. This time, the scenes focused on one of the 7 beings floating through the cosmos. The being was the pure conglomeration of wisdom and intelligence. Dream was infused with the understanding of the essence of the being, or at least conceptually what it was. He could see the divine light, which was the manifestation of the purest form of the soul. It was the soul, but at the same time, something above the soul. The soul was merely a lower form of the divine light, and only the divine light had had the pure potential it spoke of. It was the potential of seemingly infinite understanding. With this pure potential, there was no obstacle that couldn't be overcome, no problem that couldn't be solved, and nothing that couldn't be created or understood. It was a higher realm of thought, something mortals couldn't even begin to comprehend or touch upon. This pure potential was Logos, the manifestation and origin of wisdom itself. With that, the scene stopped, and Dream laid there with wide eyes. His soul shivered at the knowledge being bestowed to him. It actually hurt, as if the knowledge was somehow forbidden to lower beings like him. His mind and soul had a hard time handling such knowledge. It hurts. When he said this, his body curled up on itself a bit. It wasn't a physical hurt, but a psychological hurt. His worldviews were being shattered and rebuilt, and if he didn't accept it, then his mind would begin to break down. That's how transcendent the knowledge was, and he felt scared, like a baby entering the world for the first time. You've begun to understand. With merely 2 lines of knowledge, you're being reduced to such a state. Now you know how low you truly are. However, this is your opportunity to grow. Accept the knowledge and wisdom being imparted to you, and grow beyond your fleshly limits. Or, you can reject the reality being shown to you, and destroy yourself from within. The first option will bring you the pain of knowledge. The second will bring you the release of insanity. The first option is suffering, and the second is a fantasy. So, which will you choose? The keeper spoke to Dream, who was on the verge of tears. His mind was having a hard time accepting what was being shown to him, and he instinctively rejected the reality being forced into him. His mind didn't want to bear the burden. However, instead of cowering away, Dream reached out to the scribbles within his mind again and watched the scenes once more. He was once again swept away by the infusion of understanding, and his mind received more pressure to accept everything, to change, to evolve. Then, under the piling pressure, he looked toward the monolith, and the next line of scribbles formed in his mind. From the reduction of divine light spawns the earthly man, a loose lump of clay. Shouting through gritted teeth, the scenes contained within the writings appeared. This time, instead of seeing one of the Grand 7 beings, he saw a humanoid. It was one humanoid out of a tribe of 20, and they had created wooden huts next to a river. It was a primitive species that had only just begun to develop. These humanoids were unlike humans, though, and were composed much differently. These humanoids had purple skin, a third eye on their forehead, and perfect, strong bodies. They were vastly superior to humans, who after looking at these humanoids, would seem more like stupid monkeys. Even with as primitive as they were much more intelligent. They quickly and intuitively understood the workings of the world around them, and they even had the inherent power to manipulate higher energies like mana. This was something afforded to them through their third eye, which acted as a release for some kind of psionic power. They were primal, but built superior to anything Dream had ever seen. They were one of the first species that spawned from the essence dispersion of the 7 beings, and they held more of their divine light because of this, resulting in said superiority. However, the species was still an earthly one. They were created with the corruptible material of the world around them. Their wisdom was still of a lower being, and they could perish like mortals. They were a reduction of divine light, and it spawned people made of clay, ones capable of perishing. They were not of pure potential, something that doesn't perish. The scenes fluttered by and displayed the rise and fall of the tribe as all this knowledge entered Dream's mind. He saw the tribe flourish shortly, but then quickly die out, returning to the earth from which they came and leaving nothing behind. It wasn't a good or bad thing, but merely a result of their mortality. With that, the scenes ended. Dream's mind received even more pressure than before, and more cracks spread through his mind space. However, he just looked at the monolith again, and the next line formed. Rise from mortal dust and attain immortal light. Shouting, Dream once again started the infusion of knowledge. This time, it was of the same species as last time, except instead of a tribe, it was a nation. It was close to the development level of the world he was transported to, consisting of complex and widespread magical techniques and empires founded upon them. The scenes focused on a battle. It was one between 2 nations, and the purple-bodied people cast magic and dashed around with their third eyes open, killing as many as they could while hoping they wouldn't die. Thousands fell every minute, and the battlefield was filled with carnage. However, whenever one person would die, a bit of light would rise from their bodies, and the person who killed them would guide the light to themselves and absorb it, becoming slightly more powerful. Experience. When he saw this, Dream's eyes went wide. He knew this was the true form of experience. However, since there was no system in this world, the people had to actively collect the light. It was the divine light of others. It was their essence. You could expand your own light by collecting or taking it from others. After watching wisps of light speed between thousands of people for a while, the scenes changed. It was the end of the battle, and one person stood on a mountain of bodies. His power also stood above all others. He had collected the divine light of everyone on the battlefield, and his power underwent drastic changes. Fast-forwarding through time, this supreme fighter went on to dominate his world. He attained power that could annihilate entire cities with the wave of a hand. His understanding of magic was also the deepest, and nobody could match his supreme techniques. Eventually, through many more wars, he destroyed all his enemies. Then, with nobody in the way, billions bowed to him, and an empire that controlled the world was born. With that, the scenes ended. Dream's mind received even more cracks, and he felt as if he were going to break. But just like last time, he looked to the monolith. The last line formed in his mind: return to your most primal form, and create yourself in your most true image. Barely spitting out the words, yet again more scenes were infused into him. This time, it wasn't of the seven beings or of the purple humanoids. It was of Dream himself. His body was there within his mind space. Every detail could be seen, from the carbon muscles to the steel bones to the white blood. He could see everything about himself. Not long after his body appeared, though, a light shined from inside it. It was his divine light, and the light streaked through the body, creating a mess of lines. These lines were his soul strings, and after a short amount of time, the wisp of light had traced out his entire soul. Then, when his body and soul were out on display, his body suddenly crumpled around his soul, leaving it behind in a plume of dust. In its place appeared a silhouette, totally empty and void of detail. However, not long after, the strings of his soul expanded to fill the silhouette, unraveling into something like a heart and blood vessels. After that, nothing happened, but Dream intuitively understood now what to do. He needed to build himself. He needed to fill the silhouette with not only his own image, but compose it of his potential, his divine light, his logos. This was his most primal form, but as he was still a lowly mortal, he would need to build something to help him grow. He would need a vessel that could accommodate the bodily necessity of a mortal while allowing him to attain more light. It would be a balance between his limits and potential. This was the trial he needed to pass. Only now did he truly understand what he needed to do. And with that understanding, his mind finally reached its limit. The cracks came to a point, and moments later, everything came tumbling down. Along with that, his body went limp and his eyes went dull. The keeper watched this, and for once in an uncountable number of years, his lips slightly raised. And now, you have understood. Rise up, toss away your earthly, mortal body, and begin the trial with your new understanding. As if that were a command, Dream's body shook moments after he spoke, and a figure rose from the body. It was the empty silhouette and soul. It was Dream, and he had officially tossed away his mortal body of clay. Chapter 200, Knowledge. The empty silhouette, void of any detail or personification, rose from the body that it previously inhabited. It didn't have anything like eyes or a face, and because of that, it was impossible to tell its state of mind. However, Dream, who was the soul and silhouette, was definitely having a hard time recovering from the change. His mind had been turned upside down, and the reality he knew was shattered. The way he saw everything was different, and this was all caused by simply understanding a few lines of script. But before long, the silhouette straightened itself. Within Dream's mind, the collapsed mind space was quickly reforming. It was growing to be far larger and sturdier than it had been before. Soon, it healed completely, and Dream became fully lucid again. The disorientation faded, and when his thoughts started spinning, he realized what was going on. My body, why is it on the floor? The silhouette turned and looked at the lifeless body on the ground. Then, it looked at itself. Have I died? You have transcended your earthly body. While you aren't anywhere close to becoming immortal, you've taken the biggest step toward escaping the shackles that you were born in. The keeper spoke, his face returning to its normal apathetic stare. Dream started panicking a bit though. So I've become a ghost? I want my body back. It was so awesome. I worked really hard on it. Plus, it had the five senses. I don't want to give those up. Your body? That lump of matter is nothing to be proud of. But it had super strong carbon muscles. Plus its enchantments were top-notch. Iris was right. Becoming a ghost is not fun. Hearing Dreams complaining, the keeper felt a headache coming on. His face didn't show anything though as he just pointed to the short monolith. You have understood the trial. Since you have recovered, begin the creation process. The other monoliths are free for you to look at. They are an archive of the knowledge and techniques of the archons and many of their greatest prophets and emperors, and they will help you with your trial. However, you must not look to any of the monoliths with silver or black script. Those are too far beyond your comprehension, and attempting to forcefully understand them will destroy your mind and drive you to unbearable and nightmarish insanity. With those words, the short monolith disappeared, and Keeper went silent. Dream's silhouette tilted its head as it looked off into the distance. Sure enough, there were some monoliths with silver and black script. Their power wasn't noticeable to Dream, but that's because they were so far above him that he couldn't realize their power. While they were fewer than the monoliths with gold script, Dream was sure that they were incredibly valuable. However, he heeded the Keeper's warning and didn't try to extract the information. If the gold script was enough to shatter his worldview, he really might be driven to insanity from trying to see something far beyond his level. He now understood how something like that really was possible. Sigh. All right then, so the gold script is fine to look at. But how am I going to form my body? I can learn all the techniques I want, but if there's no material that I can use, nothing's going to get built. Unless you have a hidden stash of various elements somewhere. Dream looked to the Keeper as he said that. Was he supposed to summon materials out of thin air? The Keeper just narrowed his eyes at Dream though. Do you still not understand what was shown to you? You've shed your earthly body, yet you want to simply build another one? So I'm going to take that as a no on the hidden stash. And I do understand what was shown to me. Otherwise, I'd be a blubbering mess on the floor. I'm just asking where the ingredients are. I don't sense mana, or flux, destruction mana, or anything else here. I also don't have my vessel that can produce that gray mist for me. I've only got myself and my limited energy pool. How am I supposed to make a body out of that? Look below you. Confused, Dream looked downward at the floor. He could still see the swirling gray gases inside of it that flowed like a thick liquid. It was blocked by an invisible barrier though. He had just thought that it was a really fancy floor. But the Keeper's words made him question that. Bending down, Dream put his hand to the floor. The silhouette's palm rested on the invisible barrier, but couldn't move any farther than that. The ground below you holds all the energy you would ever need. It is impossible for you to run out, no matter how wasteful you are. I can't access it though. Plus, that stuff doesn't look like mana or whatnot. It isn't, but it can be. Think about the reason you were allowed here. The energy within you looks similar to that in the ground, correct? I don't know how I was allowed to come here, although I only got this legacy option after I merged the girl's energies. So it was because I created the gray mist? Correct. Only those who can wield your so-called gray mist are even allowed the possibility to come here. It is a requirement set by the archons. Why? You will find that answer after looking through the monoliths. You will also find the answer to your ingredient dilemma among them as well. So the monoliths hold all the answers. That is correct. Then I guess I better get to looking around. Saying that, Dream turned and looked around at all the identical 100-foot-tall monoliths. After counting them all, he found that the monoliths with gold script numbered 42, the monoliths with silver script numbered 14, and the ones with black script numbered 7. Curiously, they were all multiples of 7. 7 archons. The emperors are below them, so 2 each. Then 3 prophets per emperor. Are these monoliths from everyone under the archons? Not everyone, only the most exceptional. The monoliths with gold script were engraved with the understanding and power of the most experienced and skillful prophets from all areas of expertise. The silver script was the same, and the emperors who engraved them were the ones with the highest authority and power under the archons. As for the black script, each archon engraved one of those monoliths. While it doesn't contain their full understanding and power, comprehending them will make you their successor. Interesting. So if I go through all the gold script, then I'll have the power of all the prophets. That depends on how much you can comprehend. Their knowledge is varied, and while you may understand one technique or set of information, you may not understand another, especially if they are opposite in nature. Right. I'll definitely go through them all, though. It'd be a waste otherwise. Do as you are capable. With those words, the keeper went silent, and Dream walked up to the first monolith with gold script. Let's see. This one is a technique? It has to do with flux. Is it a manipulation technique? I wonder how those even work. Dream started extracting the lines of script, each one of which would appear in his mind space. He would then go through each line one by one and study all the information that was written. These monoliths were much taller than the one Dream received the trial from, though, so it took much more time to go through them. Thankfully, he had all the time he wanted. Plus, these monoliths didn't put nearly as much pressure on his mind like the trial one did. They were only written by prophets who supposedly weren't much more powerful than him, as he was going to become one at Class 4. But while it wasn't as much pressure, they still carried a certain weight with them. It wasn't earth-shattering or paradigm-shifting weight that would destroy his mind, but each line carried with it the weight of knowledge. Dream understood that knowledge could come with weight. It would put pressure on the one who understood and bring with it responsibility. It would rip away the blankets of ignorance that made you comfortable and shock your system. You would stand alone with your own worldview that was unique to everyone else's, and you would forever be alone with your thoughts. It was as enlightening as it was isolating. And while he understood this concept, as he absorbed the information of the gold script, he could truly feel it. He could feel the revelations from acquiring knowledge about the workings of the universe, and he could feel the gears of his mind evolving. He would no longer be content with being smaller than what he could be. He knew that from now on, his subconscious would push him toward greater discovery. He wouldn't be allowed to return to the lesser mind that he used to be. He thrust himself into the darkness, and now he would forever have to blindly discover what was in it. For many, such a thing was scary. It was scary to know that you were just a small being carried away through the dark voids of infinity. It was scary to know that you were nothing more than a small mind incapable of comprehending the vastness of the universe. It was scary to know that you were subject to the same laws as everyone else, whether it be the laws of the universe, the rivers of causality, or the law of the jungle. That you would be trapped in a cage of blindness for all eternity could either drive people insane or throw them into a world of merciful innocence. But Dream loved it. He didn't love the cage. He loved that he had broken through the first set of bars and expanded it. He loved the fact that he could understand the workings of the universe, or at least begin to. He loved that there was darkness, because that meant there was something more to discover. He had come to love this darkness, this abyss, from his time on Earth. It was the only thing that was ever present, and it was the only thing that allowed you to see the light, to understand the light, to appreciate the light and its rarity, to collect knowledge, to force himself to think and understand, to question the realities he knew. These things filled him with euphoria. Perhaps he was a little insane or masochistic in that sense. To have everything you knew ripped away, to destroy your sense of self and build it back up was incredibly uncomfortable. Physical pain was child's play compared to it. You could cope with physical pain. You could heal from physical pain. But you couldn't avoid the pain that came from reshaping your psyche. You had to come to terms with it and live with it for the rest of your days. Dream just took it as it came, though. His mind collapsed, was reshaped, and then solidified, but it was only a short time before he was back on his feet and asking for more. He took in the pressure from all the gold script and absorbed everything he could as if it were candy. While the keeper had been distracted by this fact since Dream had started babbling nonsense, as he observed him, he was surprised. He was surprised because there didn't seem to be anything different about him. His very being was thrown into chaos, but recovered and moved on so easily. It seemed like this was simple for him. For a minute, he wondered if his mind really had gone through the change that he observed. Did his mind actually collapse? Normally, people would change drastically. Their personality and character would go through an upheaval. Sometimes they would become apathetic, acting as if nothing mattered. Sometimes they would become a bit psychotic or sociopathic. Some would become incredibly arrogant, as if nobody was above them because of their greater intellect. But Dream didn't. He just moved on, to collect more, to learn more. It was like he was waiting for this moment. He was just waiting to break out of his chains. Yes, this was just the freedom he was looking for. He had already tried to escape those chains. He was born a human, but threw away his body and rebuilt himself. He's even gone so far as to tamper with his own soul. Not that it's never been done before, but people usually killed themselves. Although he had that skill, still, to so easily subject yourself to those changes and torments. He's either a genius or a madman. The Keeper had these thoughts in his head as he observed. While Dream didn't know this, the Keeper had intentionally blocked Sophia from manifesting within the legacy space. Not only was that to ensure that the person in question was capable of passing by his own power, but also because he didn't wish for any other intelligences to bear witness to this place. It was sacred, and the Keeper maintained that only the qualified and chosen were to be allowed in. Not even the almighty system could show itself here, and everything went even smoother than he thought it would. While he remained apathetic and would mercilessly judge the trial taker according to his guidelines, he still wished for the legacy to be passed on. The archons were no more, and it was an immense shame that nothing remained of them in the outside universe. Thankfully, at least Dream was competent. The day that the last vestiges of the archons return to the universe may not be far off. Hopefully, I won't be disappointed, the Keeper thought to himself before focusing back on the trial taker. Ooh, I knew it. Haha, yes. After going through some lines of script, Dream's silhouette suddenly started cheering. Flux. I knew it had some connection to matter. So it's the higher dimensional equivalent to the forces of nature. Dream felt his mind shivering as he pieced together the puzzle. This was the very first monolith that he analyzed, and it was about flux. When he started reading, he hadn't really had any expectations. He had no idea what could be on it. But as he read, he found that the people who wrote these really were geniuses in their field. Although the information had been a little all over the place, that was no problem for him. Sometimes scientists got messy when and trailed off when talking about their craft. Despite that, things had stayed mostly on track, and the knowledge Dream gathered was eye-opening. What he found was that flux operated very similarly to the fundamental forces of nature. Forces like the strong force, weak force, and electromagnetic force. Flux was like a general embodiment of all these, and it made sense. Flux was the binding energy between mana and matter. More flux also allowed denser mana. At its core, it was a binding energy. It was simple, but after reading the monolith, he found that it was much more complex than he'd thought. It's a binding energy, but it can also be used as a carrier for energy. Just like how gluons and photons carry their respective forces, flux carries its own force. Its application is also just as broad as the application with something like a photon. I've got much to do when I get back. Dream smiled. When he returned, he would have many things to change. His powers were already going through an upheaval. Another amazing thing about the monoliths was that they didn't only talk about magic. From what Dream read, it talked about both the magical aspect and the material aspect. It emphasized both and how they worked together. It was much different than what Dream had seen back on the world he was transported to. They only talked about magic. Science was very lacking. He wasn't surprised, though. Magic was extremely versatile and easy to use. It could drastically improve quality of life without huge changes to the technological level of the world or society. This was why people would grow dependent on it and become complacent. It would greatly stunt scientific growth. Who knew when the world would become technologically modern in such a situation? But here, the prophets who inscribed these monoliths dabbled in both. It was a huge breath of fresh air for Dream, who had been working on fusing the capabilities of both for a couple of years. As expected, though, I would be disappointed otherwise. Dream nodded his head as he moved on to another monolith. The one he scanned now had dim script, meaning it had all been absorbed. It was all in Dream's mind now, free to access as he wished. There was no need to stay in one place forever, and his curiosity carried him to the next set of information.